So, of course, what we're going to do, what people have been expecting us to do, we're going to review the entire roster. When I read through the comments, a lot of people say that they actually, some of them primarily watch the Let's Plays just for these segments. I don't really know why, but people really like to hear us talk about them, give them ratings, shit like that.
You could just wait for the compilations to come out.
Yeah, I guess you could do that too, but, you know, or you can watch both and give me more views. But since you guys obviously think this is so interesting, we're going to start by reviewing Micaiah. So Micaiah, she is the main character of the first arc. There are like 4 or 5 arcs in total, I think. I think a lot of people are going to expect me to shit-talk Micaiah because I struggled so much on my first playthrough of this game because she kept dying. Yes, Micaiah is made of tinfoil paper. She will get one-shot by a bunch of enemies in the first few maps, so you simply cannot place her on the front lines. She will die. However, I think that Micaiah is a pretty interesting unit as far as a lord goes. I mean, obviously she's a light magic user, which is not fantastic, but she's got some very interesting aspects to her. I mean, sure, she does some nice damage. She's not going to be, like, doubling and one-rounding enemies. But she can do some nice chip damage when you need her to, and her growth rates are pretty insane. She's got an 80% magic growth, she's got an 80% luck growth, and a 90% resistance growth, which is pretty ridiculous. But sadly, on the other hand, she also has like a 40% hit points and 20% defense growth, so she's pretty much never gonna get more survivable unless you like give her an angelic robe or something like that. What I love about Micaiah is her special skill, Sacrifice. It allows her to drain 10 hit points from herself and heal an ally for 10 health. It also cures status, which is pretty good, but it also gives Micaiah 10 experience, so it's essentially free experience. So whenever there's nothing to attack and someone's injured, you should always sacrifice them just to give Micaiah some extra experience. Eventually, I think she gains staves. I don't remember if it's her 2nd or 3rd tier class. Do you remember?
She gains staves on their first promotion.
Yeah, so she becomes a staff bot eventually, which is really, really nice. And her insane magic allows her to like reach really far with physics and stuff like that. So I think Micaiah is a really interesting unit. Yeah, she's a bit tricky to use in the Dornbrigade arc, but so is everyone, as that's not like Sothe or Nolan. So I rate Micaiah 3 out of 5 stars. I think she's alright for what she does. She's not amazing, but she's not like this. Like, she's certainly no Lyn. Let me just say that. She's not Lyn. People have been comparing her to Lyn. That's not fair. So I think 3 out of 5 stars is fair to her. Well, what do you have to say about Micaiah, Micaiah?
Micaiah is, as you said, very interesting in part 1. The problem I have with Micaiah is that the game outpaces her in a lot of different ways. First of all, it's her speed. She's so slow that she gets doubled by some things. It's also just a problem the Dom Brigade has in general, where they start in the 1st tier, but the game becomes a lot more demanding, and it's hard to get them promoted to 2nd and then a 3rd tier in a timely fashion. And as a result, they fall behind. And Micaiah's promotions especially are so badly timed. Like, her first promotion is at the end of part 1. Like, more casual players might not have gotten there to level 20, and then the more hardcore players, I guess, will probably not even have gotten to level like 3 or 4 or something, because she can grow that slowly. Because you get a lot of units that are just so much more efficient at killing enemies with so much more movement and durability that Micaiah is easy to fall behind. Like, if this was a more traditional Fire Emblem, then it would be very easy to raise Micaiah in a normal, slower fashion. You could just promote her whenever you want, maybe. But in Micaiah's case, her promotions are very poorly timed. You'll find, like, I always find myself being like, okay, this playthrough, I'm going to be using Micaiah. I'm going to use Sacrifice whenever I can. I'm going to use Staffs whenever I can. I'm going to feed her kills whenever I can. But every chapter after she joins, she gets worse and worse, like most of the Dawn Brigade. And in the end, it just feels pointless to use her in a way. And that's why I'm personally leaning towards 2 stars for Micaiah. Although I do find her staff botting helpful, but she's also not around very much after part 1, and she's just not very good in those chapters. She's okay, like, she's a good staff bot in those, but not amazing. I think you'll if this sounds vague because you haven't played this game, then you'll see what I mean throughout the playthrough, because I'm pretty sure, like, in this playthrough, Micaiah is not going to be super good at combat or anything, but I do think she's interesting. She also has before I forget, she also has a personal tome called the Thani that lets you 1 round or 1 KO armor knights and mounted units with her, which is pretty interesting. It's like a tradition for lords to have some kind of anti-cavalry armory weapon, which is pretty cool. I don't think it's very useful in, like, if you're playing fast, but if you're playing casually, it can be nice occasionally. So that.
It is really nice in one of the upcoming chapters with a pretty strong Cavalier boss that guards an exit. I remember she can, like, 1-round him, I think.
So I always kill with Sothe, but yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, the Nephenee is like a rapier in light form, man. It's pretty good. It's even better than a rapier, really, because it has some might on it. Yeah, I think that was everything that was needed to be said about Micaiah. Also, she's cute. I think she's cute.
Yeah, one of my favorite designs in this game, and this game has some pretty good designs.
Yeah, she's female design done right, in my opinion. Caters
Yeah,
to both sides of the fan service aisle.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's fan service done tastefully.
Yeah.
She has cool dress. She has a cool clothing style, I guess I'll say it.
Ow.
Haircut.
Me and Mecca agreeing on something related to women. Never thought I'd say it today.
This let's play is over.
Alright, guys. So, bye. Okay, so let's talk about Edward.
Oh, I thought we were going to talk about the options menu.
Yeah, we already did, I think. So, Edward. What can we say about Edward?
A lot, and everyone would get angry over it.
Yeah, Edward is such a polarizing figure because you got one half of the community loves this guy and like will swear he's like the best unit in Fire Emblem. The other half will just say Edward's really disappointing. On my first playthrough, my Edward got really busted, but I'm perfectly aware that he got RNG blessed to hell, so I could use him like tank tigers, which was pretty crazy. But I mean, if you look at his growth rates, he looks really impressive. I mean, 60% strength, 65% skill, and 60% speed. That's really good for a Myrmidon. Myrmidons are also sort of helped out in this game by the fact that you got Storm Swords, who provide them with sort of a nice ranged alternative. It's not as shitty as the Light Brand from the previous games. I think the Storm Swords hits physical, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you talk about Wind Edges, which is
Wind Edges, yeah. Storm Swords,
yeah.
The upgraded version. But yeah, the Wind Edges personally help out Myrmidons quite a bit. In this game, because they're not just sitting ducks at one range. So for that reason, I think that Myrmidons are a little bit better in Radiant Dawn compared to what they've been up until this point. However, it's going to be a while until you get her first Wind Edge. It's not like Edward's going to enjoy that in the early game. Edward's like, if you're lucky on his first few level ups in the Dawn Brigade arc, he can serve you pretty well. But if you are a little bit unlucky and he doesn't get the stats he needs, he very quickly becomes a liability that just dies. I will also say that since we're playing on Maniac mode, it's also called Hard mode, I'm just calling it Maniac mode because that's what it's called in Japan, it's sort of a continuation. The weapon triangle gets removed for some reason. I guess they figured it makes the game harder, I guess it does. And that really screws over Edward in these first few early chapters, because he basically takes 15% extra hit against all the axe-wielding enemies of this chapter. So you can't really rely on a weapon triangle advantage to tank the sword wielders. And that really sticks him over in a big way. But I've definitely seen how intimidating Edward can get towards the late game when he becomes a True Blade. And the Rat skill, while it's nerfed pretty heavily in Radiant Dawn, it triggers on 30% instead of 50%, which is really bad. So it's not really a super reliable tool anymore. It's still decent to have on him every now and then. I rate Edward like 3 out of 5 stars. I think he is, like, he can become a good unit, but you need a little bit of luck or bonus experience to get him there. And I definitely understand why everyone's so polarized about this guy, because depending on what you do, he can either become amazing or he can become a total joke.
I think Edward is fine on easy mode and sort of okay on normal mode because you get a lot more experience there. But in hard mode, Edward is not a good character because he gains XP at a slower rate. You get less bonus XP to make up for it, and he also has like a harder time hitting stat benchmarks. He doesn't double as much. I think there's even a chance that he stops doubling, like either in this chapter or the next one, which is a big difference compared to normal mode and easy mode. You covered most of the problems. I do want to say that Wind Edges are pretty shitty weapons overall, and until Edward is like promoted and like beating out enemies, he's not going to have a very reliable time hitting them or KOing them with them. So he's still much worse off compared to other people who can use like hand axes, for example. You also cannot forge Wind Axes, whereas you can forge javelins and hand axes. When you do get access to forging 1-2 range weapons. So that is a big disadvantage for him. Another thing I want to mention about Edward is a lot of people will rate him based on how much they like Zihark, because you get both of them in part 1. And in this game, Zihark joins as a pre-promoted Swordmaster. I actually think that's almost completely irrelevant towards Edward's rating. I think you should judge units by themselves and compare to every other unit, not just units in the same class. A lot of people like to do it that way. I don't, because you can compare units directly. So it's a bit of a pet peeve of mine. But even if Zihark didn't exist, I would still think of Edward the exact same thing. He is a guy that needs his growths to activate a lot of times to become good, because his bases are pretty mediocre and he's very frail. And when he has a hard time promoting on time, and the Dawn Brigade does not get that many chapters to promote, so he really needs to make the most of when he's around. But every chapter just gets worse and worse, just like Micaiah, even though he doesn't have to promote to like the story set promotions. So I don't think Edward is very good. I will actually give him 2 stars in hard mode. I don't think he's very good. And yeah, anything else I have to say about him can probably wait until later.
Yeah, I will say that I think both me and... We haven't talked about this actually, but I think both me and Mecha will probably rate units based on what they contribute in the chapters they're in. Talking about availability in Radiant Dawn is very tricky since characters come and go a lot. So when I give out a rating, I will rate a unit based on what they do in the chapters they're available in. I won't say things like, oh, but he's like not available in this arc and stuff like that, therefore I give him less stars. When I rate Edward, I rate him based on what he contributes in the chapters he joins in, not necessarily what chapters he is and isn't part of.
Well, I do take the availability into account. Edward's availability for the most part is fine because he's around for part 1 and bits of part 3 and then all around I love part 4 like most units. So I wouldn't like penalize Edward for not being around in part 2 or something. However, someone like Muarim, for example, who's only around in late game part 1 and then stops being around for like the entire game, I will penalize him for that. I don't know about you.
Yeah, and
I'm not going to rate him just based on... Yeah, exactly.
Ilyana does like leave for a pretty big majority of the game, if I remember correctly.
Ilyana is actually the most available character in the game.
Is she? Oh.
Yeah, she's in part 1 and in part 3, unlike anyone else.
Oh, okay. My bad then.
You're probably thinking of, I don't know, Tormod or Nailah or...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Probably.
Ilyana is like the person who goes from the Dawn Brigade to the Grill Mercenaries.
Oh, right. Yeah, I just remember Mr. Antonym being angry about that, but I guess I need to go back and rewatch that
He's angry about everything, so...
that's
he's probably
true.
Confusing it with something.
Probably. When the evil Shredder attacks Leonardo, he delivers double attacks. So yeah, here's Leonardo. He comes with a Draco Shield. This is his most viable contribution to the Dawn Brigade.
I don't count this, so 1 star.
Leonardo, also known as Tellius version of Klein. Like, seriously, they are so similar to each other in the artwork. It's crazy.
I was gonna say, yeah, gameplay-wise, they're not similar at all.
No. Klein's actually good. This guy's not. So a lot of people will not shut up about the fact that he managed to get your personal bow. Okay, who cares? He's still bad. He is an archer. Like, I don't really know if I need to say anything else than that. I mean...
We're done. Let's play.
Right. Okay. Now, so yeah, he's got a really high skill growth. Whoop-de-fucking-do. 75% skill, yay. 35% speed is too slow. While I will agree that 10 base speed is alright for this stage of the game, he can double some of the bandits, I think, in the first few maps. He can't? Okay, no. I'm just misremembering, I guess.
This game's benchmarks are very different from GBA farming again.
Right. But yeah, like 35% speed growth is really shit. 40% strength growth is also pretty low. Bows also do not have the best stats. He also comes with the cancel skill, which is a super weird skill to put on an archer. Yeah, sure, if he attacks another 2-range enemy, there's a chance he might not get counterattacks. I guess that's No, that's actually pretty bad. Like, I don't understand why cancel's a skill you put on an archer. And yeah, sure, later on you can take it off him, but you can't really do it for the first arc. And I will actually say that the Dawn Brigade arc is probably one of the hardest parts of the game, just because of the shitty units that you have. So I would really appreciate him having a better skill. Yeah, he gets that personal bow. I don't remember how good it is. I don't think it's worth using him for, really. I rate Leonardo 1 out of 5 stars. He'll do some chip damage in this chapter and in some of the other chapters to come, and I'm grateful that he's there, don't get me wrong, but it's just, as far as the unit goes, he is probably one of the worst units in the game.
Yeah, he's nice for setting up KOs for other characters, and that's about it, really. He doesn't do enough damage, he doesn't double anything, he's very frail again. 17 HP is ridiculously low for this game. 10 speed would be nice in like, if a GBA character had like 10 base speed, they would double random bandits and archers and everything, and it would be really decent. I'm trying to think of like a character to compare him to, but I can't really think of anyone. I guess this is 1 speed below base Marcus, to give you an idea, but Leonardo doesn't double, and Marcus doubles everything. So this game's enemies are actually very strong, but your characters are also a little bit better, so it's hard to compare them directly. But Leonardo is very slow, whereas Marcus is one of your fastest units, so that should give you an idea of what the power gap is between these games. It's like they're all power creeps. But yeah, being a bow user, just not that great. Not in any Fire Emblem, really, except a couple of them. But this is not one of them. This is not a game where you want to be an archer in. Personal bow, he only gets in part 3, so you have to struggle through him, through all the troubles he has in part 1, just to get him like promoted for part 3. And then he might be viable with the bow. It gives +5 speed, which sounds really nice, but then he's just too slow to double, even with it, I think. So it is not pretty. Probably one of the worst trainable units in the game, I will say. He's not unusable, no one really is, but he's pretty bad, so 1 star.
It does come with a Draco Shield though, which is really nice.
Yeah. Also, this game has crossbows, which would give him 1-2 range. It's like short bows from like basic bitch fire emblem hacks, but crossbows negate your strength, and you can also use them only if you're second tier or above. So not very useful for him. It didn't do much damage.
Me, post-production Mangs. I just wanted to say sorry, guys, for displaying Leonardo's bases wrong in the previous episode. I have no idea how, but I managed to put Edward's bases into his. So this is how Leonardo's stats actually look. So at least now we have it on camera.
So, anyway, we got someone new to talk about. We got everyone's favorite Brolin.
Chuck Nolan.
Chuck.
Glad we got that out of the way.
Chuck Nolan, Brolin, he goes under many names. So Nolan, he's sort of the mini Jagan of this game.
Oh my god.
Why do you get so triggered when I use archetypes?
He's just an over-leveled dude.
He's a mini Jagan.
It's funny because he falls behind a level pretty quickly, actually.
He does, exactly. That's why I call him a mini Jagan. So...
I'm not even bothering it. Fuck it. Go on.
So he has good unit syndrome, kind of similar to Mordecai. Brolin is very tanky. He brings some much needed bulk to the squishy Dawn Brigade, who all die pretty much unless they're named Sothe. I really like Nolan. He doesn't have like the best of bases. Like if you look at his stats and you compare him to like someone like Edward, he's not like super good, but he's definitely...
Wait, compared to Edward, he doesn't look good? What are you smoking?
I mean, he's not... What I'm saying is he doesn't have like... He's not Marcus where he can like solo chapters.
No, that's my point. He's not a mini J.
Well, he's higher level. He's like a mini Marcus. Jesus Christ. You can talk once I'm done. Armed with the Steel Axe, he hits pretty hard, does 23 damage at base with it, which is pretty good. He comes with the Nailah skill. I think the Nailah skill is a little bit more useful in Radiant Dawn, because there's more enemy-related combat skills, but on average, it's not a fantastic skill. It's better to just take it off him and give it to Ike before the Black Knight fight or something like that. But, oh shit, I spoiled the Black Knight. He's in this game. Woo-woo. Yeah, Heroes already did it.
If Heroes already did it, it's a very low standard.
Nolan's pretty fast and pretty skilled for a warrior. 70% skill and 60% speed growth is pretty high. But then again, he also has like a 45% strength growth, which is sort of low in this game. So if you use him, he's probably going to reach a benchmark where he starts doubling a lot of enemies. That happened to me in my previous playthrough. My Nolan actually got really fast. Because once you start giving him some levels, he will start to get a lot faster. And as a result, I've actually experienced getting a pretty powerful Brolin in the endgame. He was like sort of good in the early game, then he got crap in the mid game, and then he suddenly got good again in the endgame, which is kind of funny. I personally like to give Nolan Leonardo's Draco Shield. I think it makes the Dawn Brigade arc a lot easier, because that puts his defense up to 11, and that really allows him to take more hits in the early game. And you definitely need a tank in these 3 first chapters. I think I'm going to do it again. I think it was Mr. Antonin who taught me that trick. Or it was Ray, I can't remember, one of the two. So I rate Nolan 4 out of 5 stars, just because of his early game utility. The Dawn Brigade arc, they're really tricky, or it's a really tricky arc, so I think he contributes a lot in the few chapters that he's part of in the early game. What do you have to say about Brolin, other than the fact that he's not a mini Jagan?
Was your last playthrough on normal mode or hard mode?
Hard mode.
Okay. So, yeah, I think Nolan, just like most Dawn Brigade members, is really hurt by hard mode compared to normal mode because it's harder to get him levels that he needs to get to tier 2 and then tier 3 in a reasonable amount of time. And I can definitely see that he's good for your early game, then falls off a little bit and becomes better later on when you have more resources available to make him good. He really suffers from a lack of combat experience and bonus experience. He does have pretty good growths. I think if you want to train from someone from the Dawn Brigade, the easiest options by far are Nolan and like Jill and Zihark. Those are pretty much your best options. I don't actually train Nolan much anymore. I basically just solo the whole Dawn Brigade arc with Jill once I get her, and everyone else is just a means to get to Jill. But if you want to train more units than just Jill, Nolan is probably a pretty good candidate. I think he gets weighed down by the Steel Axe, but you get a Hand Axe in this chapter, I think, and then an Iron Axe pretty soon afterwards or something, so it's not a big deal. You also get to forge Iron Axes at some point, which really helps because then his hit also gets a lot better. It's really nice. He is a good candidate for Draco Shield. Again, I throw everything on Jill because I like to kill 3 chapters fast, but if you wanted to give the Draco Shield to someone else, then Nolan, again, good candidate. Probably a good idea if you want to. Like, it's not my highest recommendation, but it's alright. It's fine. He's good with 30 Seraph Rope or Angelic Rope, whatever it's called in this game too, is pretty nice. Nihil is basically garbage. Coming with skills in general in this game isn't very important because you can just take it off him, and the only benefit to coming with a skill is that you get to use it for zero capacity. So Nolan gets to use a zero capacity Nihil for the entire game, but Nihil is pretty much useless until the very, very end. So it really doesn't really matter. I always take it off him because I find every time he battles, the Nihil match just pops up and kind of annoys me. So I just take it off him because it doesn't matter. So that's pretty much all the things I have to say about Nolan. He's like all right. He's like if you were to like LTC or efficiency run this game or something, and Nolan is like pretty garbage overall and then his early utility, but for like casual play, I'll give him 4 stars. It's fine. I think I was tempted to say 3 stars, but then I'd be setting the bar really high. I'm basically probably putting like Jill and Haar as the only 5-star units, so I'll give him 4 stars.
One thing I forgot to say about Nolan is he comes with the coveted Earth Affinity, which is one of the best affinities in the game. That is something that's very worth pointing out. Also, there was something else I was gonna say about him, but I can't remember right now. I'm sure it's gonna come back to it. Yes! This is about the time where we're gonna mention the straw polls. So, we are running a popularity straw poll. Back when we recorded the first episode, we hadn't begun it yet. People have been asking about this for a very long time. So, Mecca, can you tell me how popular Brolin is on the straw poll?
Oh, let me see. Nolan. He's, I would say, around halfway. No, not really halfway. He's pretty high up, actually. He's not top 10, but he's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16. He's like top 20.
Right.
Like 300 votes, give or take a couple.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So he's pretty popular.
Yeah, like for comparison, number 1 is like 600 votes. So
yeah, we get a cute little healer. Her name is Laura. So Laura, we need a healer, so good thing we got a healer now, because, you know, things take damage and when you gotta patch them back together. The Radiant Dawn starting crew, even much more so, because they suck. So, you thought that Micaiah was the squishiest unit on your team. Well, Laura comes and knocks her off that pedestal.
Preemptive, rest in peace, Laura.
Oh my god, so Laura, she's really hard to keep alive. With 16 hit points and 2 defense, she's pretty much gonna die to everything on this map, I think. Like, pretty much every enemy. Like, maybe there's some bronze-wielding enemies that don't kill her in 1 hit, but they're pretty rare. The fact that you can't check enemy ranges makes Laura really hard to keep alive on Maniac mode. She's just a javelin away from dying, and I know I'm gonna be resetting a lot because of Laura. At some point during my initial playthrough, I just said fucked it, and I just kept playing without her. Because at some point you will get other staff users and she stops being super useful. Now, I will point out, this girl's got some fucking insane growth rates. 70% magic skill and speed. That's pretty crazy. So you might think that, ooh, if I take my time to level Laura up and I turn her into like a bishop, she's gonna be really good. Not really. I find that bishops aren't really good combat units in Radiant Dawn because they have to equip their staves to heal. And whenever they have their staves equipped, they hit back with staves. If you want her to fight, you're gonna have to spend a unit to, like, trade her light tome, which is really annoying. I think that's how it works. Correct me if I'm wrong, Weka, but that's right.
You're right, actually.
Yeah, I remember this being really annoying. So, yeah, sure, you can just keep the light tome on her, but if you actually want to heal someone, that means you have to expend another unit to do, like, a trade strat, which is... I think it fucks up their combat in a big way, and it makes me just not want to fight with bishops. Not that bishops were really amazing in combat to begin with. But yeah, she does have pretty crazy growth rates. Too bad they're in none of the areas she needs, though. If she had a little bit more hit points and defense, she maybe could have grown to a point where she started not getting one-shotted by everything. You can give her an Angelic Robe, but I wouldn't recommend this. There's so many other units that... Like, I've heard a lot of people say that if you give her an Angelic Robe, like, she stops getting one-shotted, but... There are so many other units that could use that Angelic Robe. I don't see the point in this. Yeah, it may make you reset a few less times, but you just gotta be super paranoid about where you place this girl, because anywhere you place her inside the enemy ranges will kill her, which is really annoying. She doesn't have any skills either. She has the Wind Affinity, which is not super good. I will say, though, I really like the sort of quality of life improvement Radiant Dawn gave healers by allowing them to heal a little bit every turn they equipped a staff. You don't really have to worry about healing them up. I always thought it was annoying in Fire Emblem that healers can heal everyone, but not themselves. It's sort of like APCs and Advanced Wars can refuel everyone, but they can't refuel themselves. I always fucking hated that shit. But yeah, the fact that she equips that staff and heals a little bit each turn is kind of nice. Of course, with Laura, it doesn't matter because she's either at full health or at no health.
I was about to say, yeah, I've never seen this matter.
So for Laura, it doesn't matter, but some later on, it can be somewhat nice in some of your healers. But I still rate Laura 3 out of 5 stars because she is an early game staff user, and without it, the Dome Brigade isn't gonna have any way of healing themselves, I'd say, from using vulneraries. So I give her 3 out of 5 stars, but I don't really think she has much potential outside the first arc. There's gonna come other staff users in eventually with better stats, better staff ranks, and that can heal more than her. And I don't think her high growth rates really make her viable at all because she gets experience so slowly in Maniac mode. Like, I think she gets like 10 experience per heal, which is really bad. And you definitely don't want to give her battle or combat experience because that is really required for other units, so yeah.
It's not any different on like normal mode though, right? Her XP gain.
Is it not? I thought she got a slight XP penalty on Maniac mode. I mean, I do seem to recall Mr. Antran saying something of the sort, but I might be wrong. I
I haven't looked it up, but that doesn't sound familiar to me. I don't think she gains any less XP. Anyway, can I go?
Yeah, you can go.
Okay, cool. So I don't really like Laura much as a unit. Surprise, surprise. I'd like to highlight just how bad her bases are, not just her HP and defense. Just needing 18 attack to get one shot is really bad, especially when your growths aren't all that high either. She also has so little speed that she gets doubled. So you're dealing with a unit that dies twice to every enemy that attacks her. So even if she dodges, luckily, she can still die. It's just completely awful. So even if you give her a rope, she still has a very high chance of dying. There's just no way she put Laura in enemy range ever. Like, even if she could counter after promotion properly, like if you trade the light to the top or something, she's still very fragile. This is just not a unit that's ever going to become durable. And she grows so slowly. Like you said, healing XP is very low. This game doesn't give you a whole lot of extra staffs that let you get the XP fast. Like, there's no physics you could shop that lets you heal a bunch of times, or like a way to spam barrier or something. There's nothing like that. So Laura grows very, very slowly, which means she's stuck with these bases for a very long time. It's tough to get her to promotion. Basically the Dawn Brigade problem, but even more, even bigger, basically. So that's really bad. I guess her resistance is good. You talked about other staff users that outcompete her, I guess. The only staff unit I can think of for the Dawn Brigade in the long term is Micaiah. I don't remember anyone else being able to use staffs. So
I was mainly talking about like as a late game unit, like towards Act 4.
Late.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, like using her in the late game. I don't see why you'd use a Laura over someone else that can will stays.
Yeah, that's true, because everyone else will be at a much higher level with much better stats. Not that much, like actually, that's like a recurring trend in Radiant Dawn is that all the staff users have really bad stats, but Laura has bad stats even for a staff user in Radiant Dawn, if that makes sense. Like, she's real bad, so I think she's useful early game. If this was a more normal Fire Emblem, she would still have like staff utility, and that's pretty cool for the long term. But actually, if you look at the whole course of the game and the parts that she's in, like, she even outlives her usefulness like halfway through all the chapters she's in, I feel. So even as an early game unit, I don't think she's all that great. So I'm going to give her 2 stars, because I don't think she's going to be very good.
Yeah. Like, I know a lot of people are going to point out her insane growth rates. They're going to be like, 70% magic skill and speed is really good, Mangs. Like, I used Laura and look at her capping all stats as a saint in the endgame. It's like, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, I guess. But wow, what the fuck did you have to go through to get her there? Jesus Christ. Like, this it's why Amelia is bad in general all over again, you know? Let's not repeat that debate.
Shoutouts to Amelia.
Shout out to Amelia. Laura is the Amelia of Radiant Dawn. Nah, she's not. She can heal.
No.
So anyway, I was gonna let you go first on Sothe. So what do you have to say about Sothe, Micah?
Oh yeah, I actually thought about what star rating to give him, because it's very hard for Radiant Dawn in general, but Sothe is a very weird case where I would give him 5 stars for his Part 1 performance, since, you know, look at his bases, he's ridiculous. He has 20 speed, who doubles almost everything. He has 18 strength, which is really high. I hate to say this, but for his class, he has a very high strength, you know? He's, like, super strong for a guy that's supposed to sneak into places, but I guess what we saw in the cutscene was basically true to gameplay. He can actually kick some ass.
Yeah.
He's very dodgy. He's fairly durable, too, especially compared to the squishies like Laura and Micaiah. He looks like a super tank compared to them. So he kills a lot of enemies. But then the Part 1 comes to an end, and like at the end he already starts to fall off a little bit, and then Part 3 is actually very frail. All the enemies there are a lot stronger than the Part 1 enemies, and he starts getting 2-hit killed or 3-hit killed by almost everything. And he can do some work by virtue of an effective weapon he gets, the Beast Killer, but it doesn't one-shot anything, so he still takes a hit or two. And he also has some like slight crit rate, so you can't really rely on him not killing enemies, kind of like the Edward problem. So he starts to become a unit that you have to be very careful with, which is very different from his part 1 performance. I would say he's like 2 to 3 stars there. It's really not that good. And then part 4, he is mind-bogglingly awful because he kind of promotes the 3rd tier. He starts out as a 2nd tier rogue, and he promotes to assassin, but he only promotes like halfway through part 4 for some arbitrary reason. It's really stupid. And by that point, everyone else has surpassed him as well. Was actually have really shitty might. He just doesn't keep up well. And he's just only good for like finding hidden items. Because that's something cool that he can do throughout all the parts, is finding all the hidden items in part 1. It's actually funny how many of those they hit in the game. Not all of them equally useful, but some of them are very good. And Sothe is the only person who can find them reliably. Not 100% reliable, but more reliable than anyone else. I think it's like a 40% boost or something in reliability. So that's really good.
I remember Ray saying this. Will you let me know? There's no one in this chapter, is there?
No, I think the first one is in 1-4, so you're lucky there. And if there is anything before that, it's not very significant. I'll look it up after we're done talking about Sothe, I guess. So yeah, it's like 5-star to 2 to 3 stars to like 1 to 2 stars. He is forced into endgame, which a lot of people used to argue in his favor, but he is so bad in endgame that I prefer not deploying him at all there. So I don't really give him any kinds of points for that. I don't even care about any other options for dagger users or thieves or whatever you have. The fact is Sothe is a bad unit in endgame. You shouldn't field him even if he's forced into it. And it also means that you should feel guilty about not raising him when he's no longer good. You should use him as much as you can in part 1 because he's so good and there's no reason not to. And it's just a great way to get through the Dawn Brigade without struggling with Nolan and whoever else is there. Just use him when he's good, and then when he's no longer good, drop him like a brick and don't really care. Just use him to find hidden items. That's the way I would use Sothe. So that makes for a very hard character to rate. I think because I find early game performance a little bit more important than end game performance because you have less competition, I still give Sothe 4 stars. I think he's probably overall the best Dawn Brigade unit, other than like one candidate later. So I will still give him 4 stars. I think he's good enough. But that's an average of throughout the entire game. So it doesn't mean that like Sothe is a 4-star unit, use him in this chapter. It means Sothe is a 4-star unit with all the parts that he's in combined, and that's very hard to give one rating for. So right now 5 stars, gonna drop like a brick.
It was so funny how you say 5 stars in this act and it drops. This is exact same thing Mr. Antonin said, which is kind of funny. So I'm just gonna like point on the things that you didn't mention. So he has a like forced or instant A rank support with Micaiah. I think he's the only character in the game who has that. And that's I mean it's not a bad support. I mean he has Wind, which gives accuracy and Void. Micaiah has Dark, which gives avoid damage. So it does help to boost Micaiah's avoidance a little bit. Not that you'd want Micaiah on the front lines anyway.
I worry more about avoidance, to be honest. Micaiah should never combat an enemy face.
But it does boosting damage can be somewhat nice, considering Sothe does tend to double attack, so it's twice as effective on him, essentially. He also has the Guard skill, which but it only works when you support someone with someone. So when you're supported with, or when he's next to Micaiah and someone goes to Micaiah, I think there's like a skill percentage chance that their attack will be redirected to Sothe, which isn't something you should rely on.
Yeah, you know what the best way to use Guard is?
What?
Take it off him and sell it for gold. That's how I use Guard. Because when the fuck are you ever gonna put Sothe next to Micaiah, hope that it activates? Like, what the fuck? And then, like, imagine Micaiah would die otherwise. Like, what the why are you relying on Guard to keep Micaiah alive? Like, put Sothe in front of Micaiah. That guarantees her survival.
Not a lot of good ways to use it, I suppose. He can steal, as always, and I'm pretty sure stealing works the same way as it did in Path of Radiance. You can steal unequipped items if their weight is less than your strength score. Luckily, Sothe has 18 strength, so you can already steal most items, which is kind of good. He does have, I think his strength cap is 20, isn't it? So
I believe. I think it's a little higher, like 21 maybe. Like, just looking at the bar right now, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's pretty low. That's not a problem with Sothe.
And he's got a 60% strength growth, so he will definitely cap his strength. His other growth rates are alright as well, although because he starts out as a tier 2 unit, as Mecha said, towards the end of the game he will start to fall behind. He also has like a ridiculously low 30% hit point growth. I don't know why it's so low. It's like among the lowest in the game. I don't really know why. So I think that's everything I want to say about Sothe. I also thought hard about what I was going to rate him.
Do we need to talk about his transfers? Because it's kind of different.
We can talk about his transfer, sure. I mean, we didn't transfer Sothe, because we never used Sothe in Path of Radiance Maniac mode, but if you transfer Sothe from Path of Radiance to Radiant Dawn, he literally transfers his bases, which is actually, which you said that actually makes him worse.
I think on average it does, yeah. If you reset for it, I think it can make him better, and that's what speedruns use. But yeah.
I checked Sothe's final stats at level 20 with Blossom and on like Saren's Forest, and they are on average almost lower in every single area.
Yeah.
So you gotta be very blessed in Path of Radiance to get a better Sothe, and even then, it's only gonna be a couple extra stats. Like, do you really need it? I mean, he's already good to solo Act 1, so I'm not really sure why transfers would work. Maybe make him slightly more workable in the endgame, I don't know.
No, I think it's mostly for luck, because you could get some better luck that way, because his luck is 515, but I guess in Path of Radiance you can get it to, like, I don't know, 20 or something?
40. The luck cap in Path of Radiance is 40, so if you if you transfer luck with... I don't know, that's really weird, but of course it gets reset to his base luck, I think. Remember, oh, that's right, yeah, I'm not actually sure. Like, he transfers his stats, so he only needs to hit level 20 and he'll transfer his stats, so he'll have quite a lot of luck if you do, I think. But I'm not sure.
His base luck is 5, he only gets 15 level ups.
Yeah, so
you can get like 20 luck.
Yeah, I mean, yay, 5 extra luck, right? So I also struggled a lot with what to rate Sothe. I was like, you know what, I'm actually going to give him 5 stars, because a unit that can carry you through a really hard part of the game, that is worth 5 stars in my book, even if he drops off towards the end game. I also think, like, I rated Nolan 4 stars, so did you, and I think he's so much better than Nolan. I know that speaks more about a 5-star rating system than it does about Nolan or Sothe, but I just feel like Sothe is a 5-star unit, because a unit that can solo a part of the game is a 5-star unit. I'd give Marcus in Binding Blade 5 stars, even though he drops off towards, like, chapter 11, 12. So yeah, that's what I have to say about Sothe.
True-ish.
So Ilyana. So I said in a couple chapters back that Ilyana has really poor availability. This isn't the truth. Mecha corrected me. It's just because I misremembered what Mr. Antonin said in my first playthrough. What makes Ilyana tricky to use isn't her availability. Her availability is actually pretty good, because she's both available in the Dawn Brigade arc and the Grail Mercenaries arc. The problem is that after she leaves at the end of Act 1, she comes into the Grail Mercenaries arc with her same stats. So let's say you don't use her, she joins as a level 12 Thunder Mage, whereas everyone in the Grail Mercenaries is, like, promoted with decent stats, except for maybe, I don't know, Rolf. And even if you train her up, even if you, like, get her to a Thunder Sage, her stats aren't that great. So you have to, like, put a lot of investment into her, and she's still not that great. So that makes her really tricky to use, even though she has great availability, sort of, like, ends up working against her. But, you know, because a lot of people like Ilyana, I went and checked her popularity ratings. She's like number 21 on the straw poll. She's not super popular. I thought she'd be way more popular, actually, because she's, like, cute and she has a skirt. But, you know, I guess there's just so many other guys that's, like, named Haar and Jabari in this game. That's
so many of those, yeah.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of cool characters. And Nephenee, of course, so, you know, she kind of gets...
There's a lot of cool characters and Nephenee, yeah.
Yeah, you know, people love Nephenee. She's, like, number 4 or something. It's stupid. We're gonna use that Danved.
Oh, pausing the video.
Yeah, right. What can we say about Ilyana? Well, everything about her is bad, I'd say. That's the thing, like, her bases aren't terrible for the Dawn Brigade arc, I'll give her that. But the problem with her is that she wields Thunder Magic, and Thunder Magic is really shit in Radiant Dawn for some reason. It's effective against Wyverns in this game, but you don't really fight a lot of Wyverns, and it's effective against Dragons, but you don't really fight a lot of Dragons until the end game. And Thunder Magic's just got really shit stats for some reason. If you compare the stats of, like, the Thunder and Elthunder Tome to, like, the Elfire and Fire Tome or the Wind and Elwind, it's just got really shitty hit and might. I don't really know why. I guess they just felt like they needed to nerf it because being effective against Wyverns is good or something. Now, a lot of people point out that Micaiah has a high... sorry, Ilyana. I confused them. I think it's pretty obvious why. I think a lot of people will point out that she has, like, a high strength growth, but... with 6 space strength, she has enough strength to wield Elthunder without bad penalty anyway, and with her speed growth of 30%, she's slow as balls. Like, she's not going to double anything, and sure, there's a lot of characters in Radiant Dawn who doesn't double anything, but it still sucks to not be able to double anything, and she's also pretty squishy. So I just think that Ilyana is just a unit that's really unfortunate, because she's hard to use if you want to use her in Act 3. She has a bad magic type. Her growth rates aren't really that stellar because she's really slow. She has Shade as a personal skill, which I don't think really does a whole lot. I haven't really done I haven't really investigated it, so I don't really know how effective it is in this game, but it wasn't exactly something you could rely on in Path of Radiance, so I don't think that's going to be the case here either. So if you want to use Ilyana, you're sort of like doing an uphill battle, in my opinion. She's just really tricky to use, but I will rate her 2 out of 5 stars because she at least can do some reliable chip damage in the Dawn Brigade arc. Like, she's at least better than a hand axe or a javelin, I'll give her that. But yeah, she dies really quickly, she has a bad magic type, she's squishy, she's slow, and she joins in Act 3 as a shit unit. So, not a great unit overall. But she's cute, so she gets bonus points for being cute.
How many bonus points though?
0.
Okay, that's all a lot. Yeah. I actually think Ilyana at base level, like right now, is actually a decent unit for a little bit, like not too long. There's way too much competition, like broken units in the Dawn Brigade that you get a little bit that will outclass her, just like everyone else in Dawn Brigade. But right now, I think she's okay. She's a little squishy with like 22 HP and 3 defense, but it's still miles better than like Leonardo, for example. So I don't mind her too much. 13 base speed is decent. It actually doubles some enemies in this chapter. She can actually one-route, I think, a fighter somewhere. It's like ridiculous when compared to a lot of other people. Like no one else but Sothe can really do that. Even Nolan can't. So pretty decent in that regard. And well, base of 12 magic is also pretty decent. She has some resistance, which is usually lower than defense. And of course, she can attack at range, so she doesn't get countered a whole lot. I actually like that about her. In fact, even the speedrun from Radiant Dawn at one point had like strats where Ilyana took over from Edward to kill some enemies in the next chapter. It was actually fairly reliable, which is ridiculous when you think about it. But you're right, she is slow in the long term. Her speed growth is 30%, which is just awful. So once she joins the Grill Mercenaries in part 3 and like 3-2, she's just slower than your slowest units. She's like, I would be surprised if she had 20 speed, which is insanely bad. So not a great unit in part 3, but okay on the short term in part 1. She also helps you transfer things from the Dawn Brigade to the Grill Mercenaries, but I'm not really going to factor that into her rating because I don't think it's really something she does. It's more something the game does, and I guess we'll talk about it.
She's like a merchant in Gaiden.
Yeah, it's funny because she's actually part of the merchant group, I think, story-wise, so it actually fits her character too in a way. But yeah, I don't think she's very good overall. I would give her like maybe 3 stars for part 1, and then like 0 stars for part 3 because she's just so bad. So I'm gonna even it out to like a 2-star rating overall. I don't think she's very good, but she's usable. If you want to make her a little better though, you could either try to work on getting her transfers from Radiant Dawn. I think she's kind of close to capping things, but has like a very low chance to. I think from the top of my head, it's like magic, speed, strength. All those stats can be capped, but have a very low chance to. So if you can do some fine tuning with like stat boosters or the bands or just creativeness with bonus experience, you can get her to cap some stats. And for example, she can join with like 15 speed instead, which is significantly better. It doubles for a little more time, so that could be good. You can also insta promote her with a master seal if you really wanted to, because she is base level 12. So that it's like a bad effect because it makes her HP gain kind of slow, but it also lets her master seal and do some more short term damage. She's not very good in long term anyway. I don't think it really hurts her much to promote early, so that could also be a way. I thought there were other ways, but the point is short term okay, long term bad. 2 stars.
Yeah. I thought he was blonde. Then I was informed he had green hair. Color blindness, I guess.
I'm a green-haired unit.
I'm a green-haired unit. So here's Aran. He's bad.
Hot take on Aran.
So yeah, I mean, he's a soldier, which is like, ooh, yeah, what a cool concept.
Hopefully, a soldier, that's never been done before.
Never been done before.
Except Lucas.
Except for Nephenee. Except that those are the only 2, I guess, at this point.
Kaga did it first.
So, Aran, he is a tanky soldier. That's pretty much his gimmick. He's got a ridiculously good skill, good defense, and pretty high strength. Like 75% strength, 75% skill, and 70% defense is pretty good. And yeah, sure, it makes him a little lopsided. He struggles doubling things. But if you want Aran to become good, you can use this to your advantage by using bonus experience to cap out his stats, because of course, bonus experience gives 3 guaranteed level ups in this game, and he caps his strength, skill, and defense really quickly. So if you want to invest a whole bunch of bonus experience into him, you can make him pretty good because of that. But again, it requires you to actually invest into Aran, which I think is a bit of a pitfall. Because, you know, there's just so many other better units in Radiant Dawn that can use that bonus experience and become great. But yeah, technically, I know someone's gonna point it out that, yeah, you can use this to your advantage to cap him out and make him a really good unit, but I still think he's sort of mediocre at best. Like, there's some funny things you can do with him because he has got a lot of strength and he can use great lances. You can, like, put the Beast Slayer skill on him when you face the Tigers, and he can, like, almost one-shot them if he's got enough strength. But he's still a really tricky unit to use. Like, he's like an Armor Knight in Soldier format. He doesn't have any skills, so that kind of sucks. He goes with the Thunder Affinity, which is not super good. Yeah, he's just not fantastic. And again, he just struggles with so many other things, like the other Dome Brigade guys does. Like, the game outpaces him, simply. And he's gonna start getting doubled really quickly with that 10% speed, 10 speed base and that 35% speed growth. Like, he's gonna get doubled, and getting doubled really sucks in this game. Like, it's not about Aran won't double, it's about will Aran get doubled. That's how fucking slow this guy is. So I rate Aran 2 out of 5 stars.
Yeah, I agree with the general sentiment. Just to point out how fast Aran caps things, keep in mind his growths look good, his bases actually aren't all that good. And to get benefit from bonus experience, you need to cap something, or else you're probably losing out overall, and you're probably not getting the most valuable stat, which is speed for him. He's capped skill at level 18 on average, so that in tier 1, keep that in mind, keep in tier 1, and, and he doesn't cap anything else. Like defense, he caps at level 20, so when it's time to promote, he can bonus experience if you use it. But then he gets in tier 2, and his caps are increased, and then it takes until like level 7 before he caps defense, and then he's capping strength and skill kind of soon. So in tier 2, it makes sense to bonus experience to use them. But at that point, you've already put a lot of work into him, and you've been struggling for quite a bit. So it takes quite a bit of investment, like you said. It's not a very good way to fix Aran at his worst point. I also like to point out, even though his defense, I mean, his base I already said is pretty shitty. Growth is good. His HP is actually garbage. Like 24 is pretty bad. If this was any other game again, this game is just so different from other games. If you got like in GBA Fire Emblem, if you got like a Aran in Chapter 3, you'd be like, wow, 10 strength, so good, 10 speed, that's pretty decent, 11 defense, wow, pretty high. But in this game, it's just not very good. Like, it's kind of crappy. Also, the thing with Beast Foe, like the beast slaying skill you were talking about, I think even with Cath strength in Part 3, he doesn't one-shot any of the Lagoos. With like, even with a forged lance or whatever the strongest lance he can get is, he doesn't one-shot anything, so it doesn't really do a whole lot for you. And people, I think, like Aran because he's a tanky Dom Brigade unit, and they point out that like Micaiah is very frail, Leonardo is pretty frail, Edward is kind of frail, Sothe in Part 3 is pretty frail, Zihark, who you get later, is kind of frail. So you have a very high need of tanks. That's their argument. But my argument is, there's no real point in having a tank that doesn't really do much. Like, Aran's offense is just so bad that he's just kind of standing there, not doing much. So just tanking on its own has no real value. It's nice that he has a bit of durability to him, but it's not actually so great. Like, when you get doubled by cats, you're still going down in like 3 or 4 rounds overall. Tigers also, I think, like 3 hit kill him on average. Depends on like his bonus experience and everything, and how high a level you get him. But generally, I just don't find Aran very useful. And again, you get so many broken tools in the Dawn Brigade, so many broken units later on that you can use to build yourself out, that I don't think there's really a point to Aran. I prefer investing over units such as Jill that actually get you some long-term value over Aran very much. But some people just really, really, really like Aran. I don't know what it is about soldiers and irrational love for a certain character, but some people just won't let go of Aran, even though I think in a fair setting where you compare everyone with equal resources or everything, he just doesn't look very good to me. So I will give him like 2 out of 5 stars. Again, where it is a normal Fire Emblem game, he will look pretty good with those bases and those growths, but this is not a normal Fire Emblem game. This is a very weird Fire Emblem game. I actually talked about it with Kirby Master the other day. I was like, dude, if you like take every Fire Emblem character in any Fire Emblem game and you sort them by like how good they are, you will get them roughly in availability order, right? So you get the best units at the last point, and you get the worst units at the start. With Radiant Dawn, they're like all over the place.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You can take any unit in Radiant Dawn and put them in any random chapter, and they will be either super broken or super bad. And the game actually does this. No other Fire Emblem game really does that.
Have Nailah, a Lagoose Royal, like just she can solo the map. Have fun with that. Have the fucking Black Knight. He can solo the map. It's like, what the hell? What the hell? All right, yeah, but I would say maybe Aran would have been a better unit on normal mode, because you would literally bathe in bonus experience. But here, just like in Path of Radiance main act mode, we have to be very stingy with it. All right, so I figured we should probably start off by talking about Meg. So Meg. She's a joke unit.
Mega.
Yeah, if you think that this unit was intended to be good, you're actually wrong. Like, there's gonna be a couple of people in the comment section who are gonna defend this unit. They're gonna be like, I trained Meg to a marshal and she got really good. There's like this video on YouTube where she like kills people in the tower. Okay.
Every character can do it.
Every character. There's a fucking video of Laura doing it. Like, come on. Like, you can make anyone good if you really want to. So, and what can we say about this unit? She's just fucking awful. I mean, she's like everything bad about a unit combined into one package. Like, terrible bases, luck to swords, armor knight without being defensive, low movements. Like, she even looks like a joke. I mean, like, personally, I actually think it's kind of cool that not all characters look like supermodels. I actually have an affinity for the sort of weird-looking characters. I like characters like Gonzalez and stuff like that. I think it's like, I think it's a bit of a shame that with, like, the newer era of Fire Emblem, where you're supposed to marry everyone, it's kind of like the death of unattractive characters, because everyone has to be attractive in their own right, because you have to marry them. So characters like Meg are sort of like a dying breed.
I honestly don't think Mag is even that unattractive. Like,
no.
if you ignore the fact that she's like a little chubby, I mean, it's just farmer girl.
Yeah, she's definitely not.
She
like,
could be Nephenee, you know. Nephenee always shoots herself with a helmet.
Yeah, I mean, like, she's not hideous. I mean, yeah, sure. When the standard for farm girls are girls like Nephenee, I get that people think Meg is ugly, but that's because Nephenee looks like a freaking supermodel. But yeah, like, yeah, she's not hideous. I think it's fair to like call her like hideously ugly, but she's definitely meant to be seen as a joke, you know.
She's portrayed ugly, yeah.
Yeah, and she like runs after Zihark going like, I'm gonna marry you, and Zihark goes like, no, I only date cat girls, fuck off.
I never signed up for this. I'm defecting, bye.
She's actually the daughter of Brom, which I failed to understand right away. She has a bond support with him even.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess we have to talk about her as a unit. So, she has really high speed, luck, and resistance, but, like, why would you need an armor knight with these stats? Her strength is ridiculously low. She even has, like, a 35% defense growth. 10 base defense as an armor knight. Like, that's lower than fucking balls in Fire Emblem 6. Like, what the hell? We're playing Radiant Dawn. I think in the chapter that's coming up, she gets, like, one-rounded by every single tiger on the map. Almost.
Like, we'll see. I think you're wrong for normal mode, but it's been a while since I played hard mode.
I think some of the tigers double her. So is there like any redeemable things about this woman? She comes with the fortune skill. You can take that off her and give her to one of your units. It's like an Aran runes, like immune to critical hits. I guess that's okay. Like, if you train her, I don't even think her speed growth is that good, to be quite honest. Like, 65%, that's like Edward tier, but she has 8 base speed, so how many levels does she need before she starts consistently doubling things? Like, a lot. Like, I don't even think her growth rates are that good if you take her bases into account.
It's more like her growths are good, her bases are bad.
Yeah, but no, her growths aren't even that good by Radiant Dawn standards. Like, 60% hit point, 35% strength, 15 magic, 40 skill, 65 speed, 75 luck, 35 defense, 50... They're not that great. I mean, if you look at some of the members of the Dawn Brigade, like, Nolan and Edwards actually have, like, somewhat better growths than her. So, and they got better bases and earlier join times, so I don't even see the argument that Meg has good growth rates. She's just bad. Like, there's nothing about her that's really good. So, yeah, I mean, like, what can I do but give this girl a 1 out of 5 stars? Do you have anything to say about her, Mecca?
You could marry her, I guess.
I guess, yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, I think a common defense for Meg that I see, or like a common thing that people say that kind of, like, triggers me, is, they say, like, she's like a Pegasus Knight stuck in the body of an Armor Knight or something. That she's like Pegasus Knight growths, but she's in an Armor Knight, and that makes her bad.
Wow, Pegasus Knight that can't fly. Wonderful.
Yeah, well, this isn't even her problem. Like, a good speed growth is a good thing. A good speed stat would have been a good thing, too. I think it's more that just she has bad bases. And even though her growths are, like, good by most game standards, like you said in Radiant Dawn, they're not all that good. But even a trained Mag isn't really all that special, simply because she's still... like, even in the end game, her speed cap is also really bad. She has the highest of all the Armor Knights, of all the speed caps, but it's still only 32, which doesn't double much. I'm just talking about end game because you covered the early game pretty well. She sucks. She can't really do much. But, like, there is no really good end game for Meg to go, and the fact that she is in the quote-unquote wrong class in that way doesn't really impact her. I mean, a good speed growth is always a good thing, whether you're an Armor Knight or a Pegasus Knight, and a good base defense is also a good thing, regardless of what class you are. But the problem is just the combination of all these stats just doesn't add up to a good character. Her speed is not good, and her defense is not good, because either her base or her growth just lets her down. either one way or the other. So, and Sword Lock is just so bad. And her HP is also trash. It's lower than Aran's.
21!
21 is so bad. Holy cow. And like, Gil was kind of bad. Magic just kind of roasts her. Ugh. Bad character. She comes with Fortune, which you can sell, because you can sell everything in this game. More gold. Yay.
Yeah.
And she can shove Sothe, which is also pretty cool.
Yeah, that's...
There's actually a strat in the speedrun where you have to the speedrun recruits Meg for the sole purpose of one shove on Sothe, so you finish the chapter a turn earlier. That's how good Meg is. So
lovely.
Top tier character right there.
Amazing.
What else is there about Meg? Not a whole lot. I mean, she can use Fortune free of costs, of like actual skill costs, so she can use Fortune plus something else, but no one really cares about Fortune. It's just money.
Yeah, she can die to a regular hit instead of a critical hit.
I mean, there's cases in one mode at least where Meg has a higher chance of survival than Aran because Aran faces critical chances from a Legoose or something.
Woo!
That exists. I'm not sure if it's hard mode or normal mode, but we'll see in the chapter, I guess. But for now, 1 star. Bad unit. Probably like bottom 3 in the game, maybe even worse than the game.
Probably not even worth 1 star, to be fair.
I didn't know that was an option.
Maybe we should make it an option.
Then you're like your skill is actually 6 stars.
Ow! Woof, woof, woof. Who let the dogs out? Good unit right here. Joins our team.
Hey.
So Volug, he's the first Legoose unit that you get. I've done a spotlight on him actually. Wonder how many pitfalls you can find in that. It's quite an old spotlight, so maybe you can find something wrong about it.
Probably a lot of emphasis on the growths or something.
His growths are kind of bad actually.
They are.
But Volug is Volug. He's basically his skill half shift, which you can't unequip on him in the first arc, is basically like a demiband. But since Legoose bases are doubled in this game, rather than like in Path of Radiance, you just get a few set amount of bonuses. So the demiband is less impactful. Here he loses more stats from it, because he goes from doubled stats to 50% increased stats. Of course, for this part of the game, Volug's bases are so high that he can still kill everything, but once he rejoins you in Chapter 3, I think, you want to take it off him, if I remember correctly, because...
Part 3, yeah.
So he needs the stats, so even though half shit is pretty good at the start of the game, because he can stay transformed indefinitely, and his stats are high enough so that it doesn't really matter that he gets the penalties, you should definitely take it off him when he comes back. But Volug is a ridiculously good unit. He pretty much one-rounds everything on this map, I think, maybe with the exception of some of the more beefy enemies. He hits ridiculously hard. Like, there's a couple of fire mages on this map that can do some damage to him, but it's ridiculously hard to lose him. He has the skill Howl, which whenever he gets attacked on 2 range, he has a chance to paralyze the attacker. This can occasionally be pretty nice, actually. Although you don't really want him to eat 2 range attacks, because that means he doesn't retaliate. But I've had it happen where it's like a couple mages attack him and they all get paralyzed, and you can like feed them to weaker units, which is kind of nice. He also has the Earth Affinity, which is of course is godlike. You know, it's ridiculously good. I'm not really sure about his long-term potential. His growth rates are all sort of low. Most Legoose in this game have really low growth rates because 1 extra stat for Legoose is essentially 2 extra stats. So if you level strength, for example, that means 2 extra points of strength whenever he's transformed. The same thing goes for stat boosters. You give Volug like an energy drop, he gets essentially 4 strength from it because of how Legoose promotion or transform bonuses. That was the word I was looking for.
You got it. Congratulations.
Yeah. So even though his growths sort of look low, they're actually better than what they look, because if he gets a point of speed, that's actually 2 points of speed. If that makes sense. So I rate Volug 4 out of 5 stars. I think he's a really good unit. Again, I'm not really used to him in the endgame, so I'm not sure how good his endgame potential is. And his lack of 2 range does mean he can't like solo the entire maps like Sothe can, but he's still a ridiculously good unit that will serve you very well in the first arc. What do you have to say about Volug?
Yeah, Volug is insane right now. Like, he just kills everything and he never dies. 49 HP and 13 defense is just an insane amount. The only thing that can really kill him is, I think it takes like 2 or 3 fire mages to kill him. I think 2 elf fire mages can kill him, but everything else kind of bounces off him. That's a pretty good avoid too. So really solid unit right now. Really his only problem is not having 2 range. As part 1 goes on, you face stronger enemies and he stops 1 rounding for a little bit. That kind of sucks. He's still one of your better units, but no longer the absolute best ever, because competition is getting pretty tight at the end of the Dawn Brigade. Then part 3, like you said, half shift doesn't cut it anymore, so you got to take it off of him, and that puts him in untransformed state for the start of the map. and he starts to have to use Lagoose Stones or Leafy Grass. And you have a pretty limited supply of Leafy Grass, I think, depending on how many you buy, how many you find, how many you get. And that can be kind of annoying. And it takes 2 turns to transform based with just Leafy Grass. That really sucks. I can't really say anything good about it. It takes 2 turns for him to get going. Once he gets going, he's good, but he constantly has to keep up his gauge, and that kind of sucks. But he is really strong in part 3 still, because his full transform stats are still really good. And part 3 has 2 chapters with just 1 range enemies, so he can do pretty well there. He's really bad on like chapters where you don't face 1 range on the enemies though, like in one of the chapters in part 3, and basically all of part 4, that gets him really bad. I've tried training him for part 4 and endgame, it didn't really work out very well. His growths are kind of low. It is worth noting that for Lagoose, most of their combat stats are doubled, like you said, except for HP and luck. And luck is Volug's like best growth.
Yeah.
Besides like HP, so
90%
for him. Yeah, it's unfortunate that it doesn't really double luck, because he would be a major dodging god if it worked the way you want it to work. I still think he's pretty good for when he's around, but just like Sothe, he just kind of falls off.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. So, like again, I would give him 5 stars for part 1. The only thing he has, like Sothe has over him, is 1-2 range, but his stats are much better. His movement is also really high, so I still think he's like 5 stars for part 1. Part 3, like LTCers and like fast players and everything, they don't really like Volug a whole lot in part 3, because the time it takes to transform him, he gets a lot worse. But for casual players, he can still be a really good lifesaver. Yeah, I would still give him like 3 to 4 stars there. Part 4, competition is really tight, and it's really hard to use him. It's more like 1 to 2 stars. So I guess since I gave Sothe 4 stars, I think it's fine to give Volug 4 stars as well. I think that's the rating I'm going to go with. But again, this rating is just very reflective of like the whole game, but it doesn't really say anything about Volug in any of these parts. So if you were to like decide when to use Volug, use him in part 1. If you'd like, use him in part 3, and then in part 4, I just wouldn't bother. That's the way I would go about it.
All right. Okay. He also, I was gonna say one more thing about him. What was it? Yeah.
Also, Howl is bad.
Howl is pretty bad. Leveling up Lagoose weapon ranks really matters a lot. I think he gets like 5 extra damage per weapon rank he gets.
Yeah.
So
that's true. That's
so if you can get his, if you get it with SS, his Fang basically becomes a 19 might weapon, which is pretty good. Yeah. So Tauroneo, he is a really good unit, and the 1 chapter he's available in, I guess it's technically 2, since he's available in 1.6.2 as well. Like, his stats are ridiculous for this point of the game. He can, like, solo the maps with ease. Like, 20 speed, that's ridiculously fast for a general. Like, holy shit. He still has his Resolve skill, but I don't think you can take it off him.
Let me think. I think you can for now. You'll want to take it off of him before part 1 is over for sure. I don't know if you can do it now. There's no real point in doing it now, I guess. You can take it off of him at some point, I'm sure, before part 1 ends.
Can you?
Yeah. He stays in your menu until the final part of part 1 is over.
But you can't field him.
You'll be able to take it off. Come again?
But you can't field him.
No, you can't field him. You can still take his skills. You can still take a lot of stuff.
Oh, okay then. I was not aware of that. Thought you couldn't. Anyway. So I mean, Tauroneo, he's like, yeah, he kills everything, but then he leaves, and I don't think he comes back until part 4?
3.
3, is it? Oh, okay.
3:12 is when he comes back.
3:12. So it's pretty late into part 3. At that point, he will, like, sort of be on par with the other units, maybe a little bit weaker compared to how well you trained your units up until that point. I actually used Tauroneo, and I think he worked out pretty well. Once he gets Luna, he kills everything, which is kind of nice. So I think he works as a marshal if you need him to. He's pretty fast, so I remember him doubling things, which is pretty cool. But he needs a bit of experience to make that work. But his growth rates are pretty good. Like, he's got a 50% speed growth. That's pretty good for a general. So I consider him pretty viable in the late game if you don't have like a bunch of good units at that point. Like, he works. But here, he's just here to like carry you through this part of the game before he leaves. So not really much to say about him. Resolve, can you remind me, Mecha, how it works again? Because this is definitely a translation error. It says 20%.
It's basically what it says, but 50% instead of 20%.
It says 20%, but it is 50%. Now, of course, the Resolve Wrath combo is also nerfed because Wrath is at 30% instead of 50%, so you don't get Resolve Wrath until he's at 30%.
Oh, by the way, it doesn't boost strength, actually. It only boosts skill and speed.
Yeah, it only boosts. So it is very nerfed. I think they realized after Path of Radiance that Wrath Resolve was just fucking broken, and considering, like, what we saw Ike do, I sort of understand that completely. So, but it's still a skill that some people can benefit from. So I find it really hard to rate Tauroneo. I'm just gonna give him like a 3 out of 5 star rating. I think like he's really good in this chapter, but because he's not really available, it's hard to rate him any higher. And when he comes back, he's like serviceable, but he's far from the best unit in your game. But you can like field him if you need another unit. So he's a completely respectable unit in this game, but it's like not super good. Even though he appears broken, he's not really as broken as you think he might be because of his availability. I know I said I wouldn't be giving people minus points for poor availability, but I think in Tauroneo's case, I kind of have to. Because what's the point in having a good unit if you can't field it, right? So yeah, that's what I have to say about Tauroneo. Yeah, what do you have to say about Tauroneo, Mecca?
It's really hard to overstate just how ridiculously broken Tauroneo is in the few parts that you have him from part 1. He just kills everything and never dies. I've said this a lot about good units, but it's pretty rare in the Dawn Brigade to have an invincible unit like that. Sothe, I think, kind of deteriorates at this point. He stops one-rounding like Armor Knights, for example. He can't do that anymore. Tauroneo, like, one-shots things, like, and he just kills everything. It's ridiculous. He's insanely good. Mobility is kind of low, but it's whatever. 161 and 162 aren't so big that he can't do anything. Might need a little bit of help getting to some places, but that's why we have Teal, I guess, if you really want him to help out. He's like, early on, I talked a lot about godly units replacing your normal serviceable units, and Tauroneo is the first one of those, first one of many, in fact, to just trivialize chapters on his own if you want him to. So I think for part 1, he's definitely worth 5 stars. And then he leaves after one final, and he doesn't come back until 3-12. He's actually really good in 3-12 due to his starting position and 1-2 range, and I'll explain that when the map comes. He's really good there. 3-13, the only other part 3 map he is in as a playable character, he's not as good, but still usable as like a wall. He doesn't really want to kill anything, but he can do some good work. And then part 4, he's like a good filler. Like you said, he's like serviceable, but not great. He would need some help getting his speed up to par, because in part 3, he doubles most things. Most human enemies that he faces, not the Lagoos generally. But part 4, he needs some help getting his speed up to par. He needs to promote 3rd tier, get that speed growth going, and then he can do some work still. I would take Resolve off of him before he leaves, because it's really not that great on him. It's actually pretty hard to get him below half HP. There's a Hammer Knight in this map that lets you do it, and everything else is kind of tinksing. So part 1, like 5 stars. Part 3, 4 stars, and then part 4 is like 3 stars. But he's also never really around, so I really want to dock like 1 star for not being available much. So I end up at like 3 stars personally, but again, doesn't really reflect how good he is right now. Right now, he's a 5-star unit, so keep that in mind.
Right. Zihark. He's ridiculously fast. He doubles pretty much everything in part 1. He comes with a killing edge, which you can use right off the bat, which you can kill most units with. He has Adept. Yeah, sure, you can take Adept off him, but he gets it for free, which is kind of nice. He has the coveted Earth affinity, which is the best affinity in the game. You can, like, if you really want to do a good support, you can do, like, Zihark Nolan, which is just completely fucking broken. They get, like, 43% avoid or something from it at A rank, which is ridiculous. He has very good growth rates. I mean, like, his strength growth of 35% is a little bit iffy, but 75% skill and 70% speed is really good. He'll cap speed for sure, skill too. And then you can use bonus experience to, like, cap out his strength if you want. He comes with A rank in swords, so his weapon ranks are really good. I just think Zihark is a really good unit. Yeah, sure, lock to 1 range is a bit annoying, but then keep in mind there are wind edges in this game, and Zihark actually got the stats to use them pretty reliably, so it's not like he's locked to one range. So I think Zihark's a really good unit. Like, normally I think I'd rate him like 3 stars, but I think because of his Earth affinity and his good basis, I'm gonna give him 4 stars. Because I think he's a really serviceable unit. I think he's around for as long as Edward is too, so at this point there really is no excuse. I might be wrong on that though, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's around for as long as Edward is. You can also like make him desert and join the Grail Mercenaries. I think you need like an A rank support with someone, if I remember correctly, I think with Lethe. But you shouldn't do this. This is not a good idea, because I think the Dawn Brigade needs Zihark more than the Grail Mercenaries need Zihark. But he's a good unit, and I really like him, and he's better than Edward for sure. What do you have to say about Zihark?
I like Zihark just fine. I think in his Mordecai supported path of radius, I talk about it like, is it Zihark or Zihark or something? It's kind of cute. I think it's supposed to be Zihark, but I'm probably going to say Zihark sometimes, because that's just the way I read it. I like him decently as a unit. His offense, especially in part 1, is absolutely bonkers. As you said, he has Adept, he's super fast, he doubles everything. He was the Killing Edge, he can use the Brave Sword, which I think you get next chapter from like an info conversation. And all of that just contributes to him being ridiculous. I think he also has a slight crit boost. from Swordmaster. He's going to get
Plus
even
10,
more.
yeah.
And then as a True Blade, when he promotes, he gets even more critical, and he gets Astra for even more, just ridiculously attacking many times. So his offense is great. His durability right now it's fine because he's very dodgy and pretty tanky compared to most Dom Brigade units, except the likes of Tauroneo. But in part 3, it is a serious issue. In part 3, the Lagus, they are very accurate, so it's hard to dodge them reliably, even when trying to like put him in forest or trying to support him. But it's just very hard to dodge Lagus reliably in part 3. And at that point, it becomes like a bit of a gamble to expose Zihark on enemy phase. He's more like a guy that you just send out to kill one dude, and then you surround him, or you kill everything near so he doesn't die on enemy phase. It's a bit more tricky to use. And the last time I tried using Zihark with, I think, Nolan to support him, even though they had like a high avoid support thing, I didn't really like it all that much. I mean, I guess I just have higher standards for my clears, I guess, but I wasn't really a big fan of it. But I can see why people like it. I can see why people like the idea of like a 40 plus avoid bonus. I can see where it could be good. It's just not really my cup of tea. So Zihark, I don't really know what to rate him overall. I don't really like him for part 4 all that much, but he can be fine. I guess overall he is good enough for like casual play. Yeah, like, I'm kind of blinded by playing fast and like watching a lot of speedruns, so I think if I give him 3 stars, that just gives the wrong impression. So as like a recommendation guide, I will give Zihark 4 stars. I think he's a good enough unit, and he doesn't take that much work. He does need some help in part 4 though, because Dom Brigade generally ends up pretty underleveled, so he needs some help to get to 3rd tier, and if he gets to 3rd tier, he's pretty good. But he needs some help to get there with like bonus experience or Paragon, that kind of stuff. Bonus experience especially helps, because as you said, it patches up his suspect strength and defense.
Right. And for this one, I'm just gonna let Mecha go first.
I was hoping for this. All right.
Yeah.
All right,
So here you go. Talk about your waifu.
Okay, so Kanas is like really cool in FE7 because he's just...
Right. Okay.
Other waifu. Okay, so Micaiah. No.
Talk about the good unit.
Which good? Okay, fine. Okay, so the thing with Jill is like I always advocate like putting a lot of investment into her. I've been talking about feeding her the angelic robe, Draco shield, energy drop, bonus experience, master seal, all that stuff. I wouldn't do that if there wasn't a good reason for it. A lot of the time people say like, well, I can make Amelia or Meg or Fiona or Nino or whatever good with a lot of investment, and I say, well, you could make anyone good with that kind of investment. So it's not really a point in their favor to give that much investment and then be good. But the thing with Jill is she uses the investment so much better at such a higher efficient rate than everyone else that I think it's worth it. She is the best long-term prospect with Dom Brigade by far because she has such a good combination of traits that let it work out. The first one is being flying. Just the Dom Brigade has no other long-term flyer. They get Vika and that's it. And Vika isn't around for very long. And Jill is just so much better in the long term. So she flies over terrain. She can canto back and forth. Canto is broken in this game. There's a lot of terrain, especially in part 3. There's just so much terrain to fly over, and it increases her flexibility so much to have those wings. It's absolutely insane. She uses Axis, the best weapon type, especially in hard mode where there's no weapon triangle. So she has the most might. You can give her forges to patch up the accuracy problems, and it's just the strongest. She gets the Brave Axe. She can use Beast Foe to one-shot things if you want her to, or she can use Paragon. She's a pretty high base level. It's pretty easy to get her to promotion. She has good growths. I don't know what they are off the top of my head, but I know her speed growth is like 60% or something.
65%.
Come again?
65%.
Yeah, it's insane. Her strength is a bit more suspect, which is why I like the energy drop on her. And
45%.
Yeah, it feels like a lot less sometimes when I use Jill. So sometimes I had a Jill. Actually, I played Radiant Dawn a while ago in like normal mode, and I had a Jill that didn't level strength for a single time in her first tier, except for like the last level up. So she was just stuck with her base strength. But then, even after that, I just started using bonus experience to patching her up, and she still kept strength pretty easily, in fact. So that's just... If you can come back from getting no strength at all in Tier 1, in my eyes, that just shows how resilient you are as a unit. And what else is there? Well, she can defect to the Girl Mercenaries, but just like Zihark, it's good for Zihark and Jill to go to the Girl Mercenaries because they have access to a lot more XP, a lot more skills, a lot more resources. But it's bad for the team of the Dom Brigade because they need her so badly to clear those maps. They really just want those good units around. They don't want to like invest a bunch of XP and then just let them go. It's just not good for them. So I definitely keep her on the Dom Brigade. She's by far the best Dom Brigade unit. Speed is insane. Defense and strength can be a bit more of an issue. HP too, but you have the ways to make up for it. And no one gets as much out of it as Jill does. No one gets as much out of getting more durability more strength, and more speed than Jill does. It's just such a good investment. You should always use this unit. I get that it can't be for everyone to just put every resource into her, but that's just the way I like playing Radiant Dawn, and that's the way that just works best. It's also the way that like speedrunners play it, coincidentally. Last thing, transfers for her are also ridiculously good. I think she has a chance to cap strength, speed, and defense in Path of Radiance.
Yeah.
All that just makes her insanely good. Because right now, for example, I think some axes kind of weigh her down. Depends on her space strength. I think 11.
Yeah, she gets 15, she can wield steel axes unimpeded.
Yeah, and I think she might even have issues with Iron Axe, but I'm not completely sure. But with the energy drop and or some transfers, oh, she's actually fine, okay. But yeah, with the transfers, she starts off even better. It makes it much easier to one-round things with her, so... Good units. Even if you don't invest all these resources into her, I still think she's the best, but it will take a bit more time to get her going. But with investments, just absolutely bonkers. Ridiculously good unit, 5 stars.
Right. Well, you pretty much covered everything, so I'm just gonna mention like the few unimportant details that you didn't cover. Yeah, good unit. Really good unit.
I didn't cover that.
Yeah, like good growths and all that. I think the only thing I can really mention is I really like to support her up with Haar. They become an amazing duo together, especially considering they have a bond support in this game, and they support rather quickly as well. So, and since they'll be flying, you can like fly together with them in like Lynch's Gambit, and you can just fuck everything up, which is really cool.
You know, I don't even do that, because if you just split them apart, they cover more ground. They don't really need supports. But I can see how it works better to support 2 flyers than to support Jill with like Nolan or something.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't really know what else I can say. I agree with pretty much everything Mecha said. So I rate Jill 3 out of 5 stars. I think she's a pretty... I'm just joking. 5 out of 5 stars.
Thank you.
5 stars.
Where are my scissors?
no scissors, please. She's a good unit.
Gonna cut all your cipher cards in half.
Right, so that was a pretty long battle. So, first thing I'm gonna do is goodbye Ilyana, goodbye Leonardo, hello Zihark and Fiona. Yes.
Fiona. Oh god.
She can rescue.
We need to talk about her, actually.
Oh, yeah, fuck, we need to talk about her. Alright, let's see.
You have her growths, because they're good.
I have her growths. They're not that good. So...
Not that they matter.
So, in a long list of bad units, we have... I'd say, like, this is the 3rd unit that everyone won't shut up about. She follows the same trend as, like, Aran, in that a lot of people really like her. They love training her up, which is completely fine. If you enjoy training her up, then by all means. Like, I understand why people enjoy training this unit.
I don't. It's a pain. It's such a pain.
I agree, but I understand why people enjoy training a hero, like, from 0 to hero. I get the appeal. And Fiona, if you want to do that, I mean, it's not very doable on hard mode, but on normal mode, it's a lot easier, because you can just bathe her in bonus experience. What can I say about Fiona? Her bases are bad. Really bad. She's a Lance Knight, which is at least better than being a Sword Knight. I'll give her that. At least she can throw javelins, but it still sucks that she has 8 base strength, because she, like, you want to use the Steel Lance on her, she's gonna get slowed down by 1,000,000. She's gonna get doubled by, like, fucking Armor Knights on this map, which is just fucking stupid. Like, as you can tell, her bases are atrocious for this part of the game. They're, like, Meg tier. But her growth rates are, I guess, respectable. They're not as good as many people think. Like, 45 hit points, 40 strength, 15 magic, 40 skill, 60 speed, 55 luck, 55 defense, 50 resistance. I guess her defense and resistance growths are pretty good, so she'll end up being tanky if you feed her a lot of bonus experience, I guess, but I don't really see it. Like, 60% speed is alright, but 40% strength is really bad when your base strength is 8. Like, she hardly damages enemies on this map. You gotta carefully spoon-feed her kills, or shower her in bonus experience if you want her to be good. But she does have 2 things that makes her sort of stand out. The first thing is, at least they were generous enough to give her C and Lances, which means that she can use some Lances at base. Like, it would make sense if they gave her, like, D and Lances, because she's, like, a new unit. Like they did with Nephenee or, like, other units. But at least they gave her a good Lance strength, so that's good. She also has 2 skills. She has Savior, which allows her to pick people up without penalties. Honestly, it doesn't really matter, because, like, like, I think she's like, oh no, her skill and speed halved. Now she'll still get doubled, even without Savior. But I guess it's good if you train her. So having the ability to pick someone up is good, I guess. And she also comes with the skill Imbue, which heals her each turn based on her magic stat. And you may have noticed that her magic stat is actually kind of high. 6 base magic and a 15% growth. So, yeah, if you put, like, Imbue will heal her more than Renewal at this point. So I guess a lot of people like to, like, have a magical Cavalier that heals, but Personally, I think it's better to just take Imbue off her and give her to, like, a better unit like Nasir or something. That's actually a pretty funny thing you can do with it. Or you can give it to any unit that has a lot of magic. Although you can't give it to mages. If you could give Imbue to mages, that'd be fucking great. But you can't do that. So you can't, like, give Imbue to a unit with, like, 30 magic and have them, like, self-heal at the start of every turn. So what can we say about Fiona aside from that? Her availability is pretty shit. Like, I think she's available in the grand total of, like, what, 2 chapters in this arc?
Yeah.
It's really bad.
That's it.
That's really, and then she comes back in part 3, very late into part 3. So,
yeah, well, to be fair, all the Dawn Brigade comes back that late. Like,
yeah.
She's not available any less than any other Dawn Brigade. But, yeah.
Well, she sort of is, because she joins late into the Dawn Brigade arc.
Yeah, I meant in part 3.
Yeah, in part 3 she's not less available, but the fact that she's hardly available in this arc makes her even more hard to use. So again, like, on normal mode you can make her viable. On hard mode, I think she's borderline unusable. I give her 2 out of 5 stars merely because she has a Mount and Savior, which I think are somewhat good tools. I don't find it fair to put her at 1 stars because I don't think she's Meg. But she's like Meg on a horse, I guess, with a better weapon. So I think she's like deserves the 2 stars for that reason alone. What do you have to say about Fiona, Amika?
Okay. I guess I'll talk about the one thing that I think stands out for Fiona for me is the horse. That's the most interesting part about her because you don't really get that many mounted units. You have Jill, and that's like it for the Dawn Brigade for now. So that stands out. Unfortunately for this chapter, it actually means she gets a movement penalty because it's indoors. So there's no dismounting in this game, but she still has less move than she would in outdoors. Kind of interesting. The other annoying thing is that like she's not available next chapter because story reasons. Even though almost everyone else is, just not her and Jill, I think. That's it. Kind of lame to penalize her for that. She would also be bad in that chapter, so whatever. But the horse also makes her take heavy terrain penalties, so she sucks at moving up ledges. She can't do that. She sucks at moving through terrain, and that really hurts in part 3 in particular. That reduces her movement a lot in 3-6, for example. It's really annoying. Of course, her stats are really bad, or like she's not going to get trained in any kind of efficient context. She sucks. Like even if you gave her like 5 level ups and they're all pretty good, she's still going to be pretty mediocre compared to the rest of your cast. Like you said, her grosses aren't that amazing. I think her main use is just picking up people and dropping them off. And I like in theory, Savior helps with that. But the thing about skills in Radiant Dawn that units have when they join is you can take them off and put them on anyone. So I count them towards them the same as I count starting inventory, which means none. The only credit I think they deserve for their starting skills is the fact that they can use them without penalty. And that's only if you never take it off of them. Like for example, Wrath on Edward. If you take it off of him and give it back to him, it actually costs him a capacity. Right now, it doesn't cost any capacity to use it. If you take it off of him, the benefit is gone. So in order for Fiona and Savior to be a good point for her, she would have to hold on to it for the rest of your life. But the problem is, Savior is much better used by units that are actually fighting, and Fiona I don't think is very good at fighting Savior or not, so you don't really want her to have Savior. You want to have it on a unit like Muarim, or Haar, or Titania, or Jill maybe, but not freaking Fiona. So I don't really think Savior is really a bonus point for her. And the same goes for Imbue, but Imbue isn't as useful. Like I said, you can't put it on mages, and you can't really put it on anyone that makes really good use of it. I usually sell Imbue, surprise, surprise, because I don't think it's very good.
Mecha's selling a skill for money?
Unheard of, right? Yeah, I don't like Imbue a whole lot. People generally have too low magic stat to make use of it. Like, I think it heals equal to your magic stat, so healing 6 HP on a unit that dies to everything to begin with, it just doesn't seem good to me. I mean, I guess Savior and Imbue let Fiona have like a really high ceiling of how good she can be if she's trained up, because then you could do funny things like you can give her an A support with someone, like an Earth support. I think she has the Earth.
She does have the Earth support, which is
yeah.
really
So you
good.
could like A supporter with like Zihark or something, and then keep Savior on her, have her pick up Zihark, and then she gets the double Earth benefit without Zihark even being on the field.
That's
so
kind of funny, actually.
That's pretty funny. It just takes a lot of XP. I think one thing that people can do to make her good if they really want to is, I think next chapter you get a unit with the Glare skill that can like paralyze enemies. It turns into stone, in fact. And she could just, you can do it to a priest in the final chapter of this arc. And you can keep poking that priest, and the priest will keep healing itself with his heal staff.
That's hilarious.
Like Laura did last chapter, and then she just keeps getting level up after that. That's how you can boss abuse Fiona. Because if you try to boss abuse Fiona against an actual boss, if you don't glare, she just dies. So we've got to use a priest for that.
Yeah.
Long story short, I think Fiona's bad. I think rescue and dropping has some utility, but not enough to get her beyond 2 stars. I'll actually give her 1 star, because I think she's like bottom 3.
Alright.
4. And if I'm not giving Fiona 1 star, then I don't know who the hell I am giving 1 star to.
That's a lot of units.
I will say though, I think there are certain parts where the rescue dropping is nice, but I don't think she's good. Not by any stretch of the imagination.
Yep. Alright. Let's get to it. So, what do you want to begin with?
Tormod.
Tormod. So Tormod, Fire Sage, actually got pretty good bases, funnily enough.
Yeah.
Like 20 speed, that's really good. He does struggle, like, at this point in the game, he does struggle a little bit with availability, but so does everyone who joins this late.
Basically Rainy Dawn in a nutshell.
So, I think we can both agree that if Celerity was locked to Tormod, he'd be a lot better, right?
Yeah, if he was around, that would also help.
Yeah.
But, yeah. If he was around and the Celerity was locked to him, then he'd be really good, yeah. So, you can probably see where that's going.
Yeah, but because you can take skills off people in this game, Tormod just, like, I feel like he gets completely overshadowed by his skill. Because it's like, oh fuck yeah, Celerity, let's give that to everyone who needs it, you know? It's like, it's so good, it's like a boost that you can, like, pass around to whoever needs it the most. It's great, although we're probably gonna, probably give it to Jill or something. Or probably to Rafiel when we get him. So, what can we say about Tormod? Well, he's pretty good.
You always say that with every unit. What can we say about this unit?
Because I don't really know what to say. I mean, he's got good stats, decent growth rates. I've never really used Tormod, so I don't know how good his endgame potential is.
Well, you can use him, that's the whole point. That's the whole problem with him, you can't use him.
That's my big issue with him. Got a bond support with Muarim. He's got the fire affinity, which is alright, I guess. His weapon ranks are pretty good, A fire, B thunder, wind, C wind. I'm not really sure if transfers help him out in any way, maybe they do. I guess he's one of the units in Path of Radiance that is sort of easy to get transfer bonuses on, seeing as it's pretty easy to give him experience in that game. But yeah, I just, at the end of the day, I don't really know what to say about this unit other than the fact that he is a free boot skill that you can pass around. So I give Tormod 2 out of 5 stars. I don't think it's fair to rate him based on, like, the skill that he comes with, because that's, like, outside his utility, so...
Well, you rated Fiona higher for Savior.
I guess I did, didn't I? That was a bit silly. I mean, it's free celerity, I guess that's sort of good? I don't know. But anyway, 2 out of 5 stars. Bad availability. He's like a sage that's there. Yay.
Yeah.
Maybe you can say something about Tormod that I forgot. I just don't actually... I have no idea what to say.
I mean, I like Tormod in part 1. He's actually really good. I like to keep celerity on him for a little bit, because no good reason to take it off of him. He's actually useful in the next chapter. And the final one, I think I should take it off of him, because after that he leaves. So, you gotta take it off of him. And he doesn't rejoin the Dawn Brigade in part 3. That's the thing that hurts him when we say no availability. He leaves after the last chapter in part 1. And then he doesn't come back in part 3, but instead he comes back in, like, one chapter before Endgame, basically. It's like, yeah, the last chapter before Endgame. And at that point, he's still this tier 2. He's not going to promote to tier 3 in time. So he's really bad when he comes back compared to your other units. So very few people are actually willing to raise Tormod for good reason. He's just not good when he comes back. So it's another one of those units that's, like, really good at one point in the game and then really bad at another point. So for that reason, I think 2 stars is perfectly fair for him. You can use celerity for free for a little bit, but it's not so great as to raise his rating a whole lot. But he is really fast. I think the only fast unit right now is, like, Zihark, and that's about it. 20 speed is really good. 1-2 range is really nice. He's one of the few people who can fire up walls and actually probably hit, because his hit rate is just that high right now. So that's okay, I guess. But other than that, not a whole lot going for him. So good for 3 chapters, then bad for the rest of it. So 2 stars.
Right. Yep.
Oh, also, as for transfers, because you asked, I looked up how likely he is to cap stats, and I literally just looked at it. But I already lost track. Where the fuck is it? Alright, he joins mid-game. There we go. Okay, so it's like a 7% chance to cap magic, but like a 23% chance to cap speed, for example. So those could be using transfers. He has like small chances to cap everything, basically, or almost everything. So if you give him some stat boosters or use bans, he might cap a little more. So it is possible to give him transfers. It just doesn't do a whole lot for him because he's never around. Yeah,
popularity-wise, he's like 35 with 432 votes, so people don't really like him all that much. I forgot to mention Fiona. Fiona's around... wow, she's really low as well. Holy shit, Fiona's actually... Wow, okay.
Yeah, you had to count, don't you?
Yeah, I did. She's like 30. Okay, I thought she'd be higher, actually.
Yeah, I think Meg was a lot higher.
Meg was super high.
Meg is a bigger meme, I guess.
Anyway, Muarim.
Hey.
Muarim's strong. I like Muarim. Like, those are some pretty fucking good transformation bonuses right there. Like, holy shit. 36 base strength. 22 speed. That's really good. I don't remember how... Can you refresh me. How do tiger gauges work in this game? Are they slow?
Pretty much every gauge in this game is the same. Cats transform faster and untransform faster.
Yeah.
Dragons are not relevant right now. Everything else is like the same gauge. So I think they take like 2 turns to transform if they use Olivia Grass on both turns.
Right.
And if they wait, it takes forever.
Because story-wise, Muarim just comes in with full gauge in this chapter, which gives a bit of a skewed representation of what he's
Next
like.
Next chapter 2.
Yeah, so he actually sort of gets like a free transform.
He doesn't, I think. Let me think. No, wait, he transforms in the cutscene and then he is untransformed in the chapter. So it was actually just this chapter where he has a free transformation.
Yeah, so right away is pretty good. He'll kill everything. It's kind of like Volug in the previous chapter. He comes in, he murders everything. His growth rates are actually sort of good though in this game, like higher, although his speed growth is atrocious at 20%. That's like really low, but he's got pretty high strength, hit points, skill and defense, at least compared to other Lagoos, considering effectively whenever he levels up one of these stats, he gets +2. If you can somehow give him transfers from Path of Radiance, he'll double those as well. So like if you give him a strength transfer, he'll get +4 strength, which is, I think, just overkill at this part of the game, but it might make him more viable in the end game. I don't know, I'm just sort of theorizing. He doesn't really have any skills. He comes with a bone support with Tormod, but that's sort of worthless. His Thunder Affinity is okay, I guess. Aside from that, his stats are really good, but that's sort of the only impressive thing about him. I haven't really used Muarim in the late game, so I can't really say how good he gets. I think maybe if you put a lot of investment into him, you can, but like, why would you? You get like the Royal Lagoos in the late game, and a lot of other Lagoos who are just way better than him, so I think Muarim is just sort of in the same territory as Tormod, just like, yeah, he's got good stats when he joins, but he just isn't good after a while, so I just give him 2 out of 5 stars.
Yeah, you compare Muarim to Volug. I think he's more like a Tauroneo that has more move, but is Lagoos and has 1 range only. He is ridiculously powerful. Like 46 attack with his Fang. Like he 1-round kills Armor Knights. I think he almost 1-hit kills them, to be honest.
Wow.
Ridiculous. 30 defense. He just never takes damage from anything physical. It's insane how good Muarim is at this point in the game. But just like Tormod, he's never around. And I think this is also the problem for them when it comes to supports. Like you mentioned their affinity, but they just don't have the time to build up supports. They just vanish and come back, and the only thing they can support is each other, because, you know, they're always near each other pretty much. Like in the next chapter, they're rigged to be next to each other here.
Yeah.
Here they're rigged to be next to each other, so they can only really support themselves, like this little trio of units that we're talking about. So, and that's just not a great thing, because you know you only really have the resources to use one of them, to be honest, because they take so much investment to make good for endgame. And then
yeah,
this part of the game they're all so invincible, it doesn't really matter. So Muarim's super strong right now, like 5 stars easily at this point, and then he's probably the most viable of these 3 in the late game because his stats are good enough. And if you give him like Resolve, I think it can be sort of salvageable. But lack of 2 range is just so bad at that point of the game. It's awful.
Yeah.
So same thing as Tormod, really, 2 stars for me.
And then finally, oh right, I forgot to check how popular he was. Not very. Oh wow. Okay, Mecha.
Least popular?
Almost. He is the 4th least popular character, only beaten by Kisa, Nealuchi, and Oki. Wow.
Wow, I didn't expect Oki to be here. I love Oki.
Oki is the lowest rated character.
Oh damn, I hate you guys. I hate you all.
Wow. Holy shit. That I did not see that one coming. Jesus Christ. Alright, anyway. Let us go over to Vika. So Vika! I think a lot of people, myself included, I've even said this in Path of Radiance, I think Vika has one of the best female designs, Lagoos designs, probably. Like, I think her character art is absolutely drop-dead gorgeous, and I think it's a shame that, like, she has 1 line of dialogue in this game. Like, literally. What can you tell me about Vika's personality, Mecha?
She feels uneasy about Micaiah because Micaiah is branded. That's pretty much all I know.
Pretty much, yeah. So Vika really got screwed over by the fact that there's no supports in this game. But, I mean, let's talk about her as a unit. Her strength is really low. Like, it's really low. 18. That's not good. I mean, at least with Muarim, when he comes back, he can still damage things. But Vika? Sure, she's really fast because she's a Raven. So 30 speed is pretty good. I think she can double things even when she comes back. But 18 strength is really bad. 14 defense and 38 hit points is not good for a Lagoos. Like, if you want a Lagoos unit to be good, at least they have to sort of be able to survive things, and they need to be able to do somewhat decent damage at 1 range. Vika can't do either of these things. I mean, is just really hard for me to find a good use for her. Even though she's a flyer, even though she has Kanto, she can like shove and rescue people, which is alright, I suppose. There's some merit in that. But her combat stats are just so bad. I mean, for this part of the game, they work, but she quickly, like she falls off even quicker than some of your other units. And her growth rates are not particularly spectacular either. I mean, they're sort of like in the same boat as the other Lagoos. I mean, I guess she's got good skill, speed, and luck, which is good, but like...
Yeah, speed is really high, right?
Yeah, 60% and 65% luck. And she's got 65% rest as well, so her rest will grow, but her defense is 15%. Her strength is 25%. That is really bad for a unit that relies on strength to deal damage and only targets physical. She has the Shriek skill, which sometimes when she gets attack into range, she like reduces enemies' luck to 0. I've never seen this be useful. So yeah, really gorgeous unit, really terrible unit. 2 out of 5 stars.
Yeah, Vika has like the same availability as Tormod and Muarim, which is obviously her main flaw, but then she's also just not that good stat-wise. Like, her strength is just too bad. She is really fast, but as some people like to say, 0 times 2 is still 0. So that really sucks late game. It's good that she's a flyer for part 1, because you don't really have that many. Next chapter, in fact, you don't have any besides Vika, and she can be useful sometimes for some things in that chapter. But she doesn't start on transformed like here, so that kind of sucks. Not a very good unit overall. The flyer utility kind of wears off after that, not really much of a point to it. I don't know if there's even a slot for her in the end game. There's so many units you want to bring there. So unlike Muarim and Tormod, who are just like invincible, she's just kind of there and not that strong. I think it's fair to just give her a 1 star, because when she comes back, she can't do anything at all. She can unlock some chests and doors stuff, I guess. It's just not a very pretty sight for her.
Yep.
Yeah, not a good. There is one fun fact I will mention about Vika though. There was this series a long time ago hosted by Goldie. I don't know if you've heard of her. She made these videos where characters with like maxed stats would fight each other in Radiant Dawn in like various scenes and stuff. It was pretty cool. Pretty fun to watch when you have like nothing to do.
I think I may have seen some of that.
Yeah, and at some point she decided to do like an average stat special where she would use units as if they had no caps, but they just keep growing beyond their caps. And Vika has such absurd speed and luck that she became so dodgy that like some things just had 0 hit rate on her, or just so low that they couldn't hit her. So she would just win against random stuff completely out of the blue. It was just amazing to see Vika finally could be good at something. It was really weird.
If you just remove caps and change the rules and gives everyone infinite experience, Vika finally becomes good. Is that what you're saying, Micah?
Yeah, so
is that what you're saying? Oh my god, my wife will come be good! Comment section right now.
1 star.
Yeah. Alright guys, we're gonna make a cut here and continue in the next part. What should I do, Mecca?
Like and subscribe.
And remember, even if your waifu is good looking, she's still trash. Right. Like, alright, so what can we say about Nailah? She's...
You said it again.
I know. She's massively overkill for this part of the game. Like, holy fucking shit. She's even good in like part 4 and 5, although... I mean, she's the first royal you encounter, and older royal Lagoos have a skill called Form Shift, which allows them to stay transformed indefinitely, as if their stats weren't broken enough before. She is, like, look at her stats. She kills everything in 1 hit, and doubles, and she's just fucking ridiculous. I do find her to be the weakest among the Lagoos royals, though. Like, if you...
Sexist.
I just, like, she... Like, you got Tibarn and Nailah that flies, and you got fucking... Kainagus, who just murders everything. And who else is there? It's just those 3, I think.
Gifka, I guess.
Gifka could be considered a royal, I guess, but he doesn't have Form Shift. So I find Nailah to be like the weakest royal, but that doesn't say a lot. That's like being the weakest, best person on Earth. And I like, it's just not, like, she's super good. She's just here in case you want to just trivialize this chapter, although... I guess since everyone's like spread out, Nailah can't really be everywhere, so it's not like she can like kill everything on this map. You're gonna have to use your other units, and I will say that, yeah, I'm of course gonna kill units with her here and there, but I will also try to give experience to my other units. I don't want Nailah to just solo the map. I think you mentioned in a couple of episodes back that she has like a skill called Glare. You can do something cute with it. You can like paralyze a cleric.
Yeah, I don't know if it's exactly called Glare, but yeah, that's what it does.
She can like petrify a unit, but it has a pretty low hit chance against units with high rest though.
I thought it was like, I think you can, it's like an activate skill, like Gamble.
Yeah, but it has a hit chance. Like,
does it? Wow.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Oh, whatever. The priest is not gonna like dodge or anything. I mean, you might dodge.
You might be surprised. I checked earlier. It's like 30% against the priest.
Oh well. I mean, you can just trap the priest.
Yeah, sure. But yeah, she's really good.
I don't really know what else to say about her. You got anything to add about Nailah, like her endgame potential or anything like that?
I just want...
I don't even know what rating to give her. Like,
I know.
I'm probably just gonna give her 4 out of 5 stars, because I'm like... Yeah, I figured that was a good rating to give her. I really don't know what to say about this unit, so you're gonna have to carry me on this one.
Yeah, I mean, super strong, even at the end. Like, it really says a lot about a unit that joins... They just leave for the rest of the game, and they come back for the last part, and they're still super overpowered. Like, what the fuck? Just, like, for a moment, can we compare Nailah's untransformed stats to, like, Edward or something? Just to show how stupid it is? There's, like, 17 strength and 19 speed. Untransformed.
She's better than Edward untransformed.
When she's punching people, she's better. Like, fuck, I don't even know. I mean, her weakness is, of course, not having 2 range. That does kind of suck in some chapters, but she's really good in this map and really good in the next map. For end game, like, once we get there, I guess I'll talk about it a little more, but she has... Her speed benchmark is a little on the low side for, like, the things you want in end game, and her strength also isn't as high as the Lion, so in a way, yeah, she's the weakest among the Rouge Royals, but she's still, like, top 5 or something. Stupidly, insanely freaking strong. Just not available very much. Only 4 chapters before endgame. So 4 chapters, 4 stars, I guess is what I'm going with.
Yep, pretty much. And then, of course, oh boy, Rafiel. Love this guy. Absolutely love this guy. You get 3 heroines in this game. Rafiel, Leanne, and Raisin, and they each work differently. And there's been a lot of discussion about which heroine is the best. Just to briefly cover it all, Rafiel's gimmick as a Heron is that even when untransformed, he can dance for 4 units, which is ridiculously good. However, he is he doesn't fly around like Raisin does, so he's actually on foot. Leanne's gimmick is that she can dance for people in front and behind her, even when transformed, but she flies. Raisin can only dance for 1 person transformed, but he flies. I still think Rafiel is the best of the 3 Herons, simply because being able to dance for 4 people while untransformed is ridiculously strong. I like to take Tormod's celerity and put it on him. Actually, could I have done that prior to this chapter?
You could have.
You know what, I think I'm gonna go and do that, because I actually forgot. That's actually a really good trick. Yeah, you can put the celerity on him, and that'll give him extra move speed, and I think that's definitely worth it.
I will say for this chapter, Rafiel doesn't really need to move around very much, so I never really do that with moving celerity around to Rafiel in this case. It can be good in some chapters, but I never do it, actually.
I actually want to do it.
Okay, well, it's up to you.
So, but yeah, he's the dancer, he's ridiculously good. The Herons get some stuff. They get some shit, I can't remember, like, they get some Galders at higher levels that they can, like, manipulate biorhythm, and they can, like, fill up a Lagoose gauge. I never really see these in action because they're so high up the level. And I find that just regular dancing is already good enough. I don't really see why you need these little cute tricks. Maybe someone can make good use of them, I don't know. I never really seen anyone make good use. Maybe there's like a speed run that takes it into account, maybe you can tell me about that. But yeah, Rafiel, 5 stars, really good unit. Amazing, amazing dancer. Love this guy.
Yeah. Making 4 people move at once, again, is just so freaking strong. Like, it's very easy to make a diamond around him, especially when you get units with Kanto that can attack and then go back in a good formation for him to dance for. Of course, he's really fragile, like he dies to literally everything, just like Laura. He has more HP, strangely enough, but he just dies. That sucks, but whatever. It pales in comparison to how good dancing for 4 people is. You can't really describe it in words. We're just gonna have to see it in action. Again, the issue of availability is only around for... Again, I think it's the same availability as Nailah, actually, for 4 maps. So that actually kind of cuts into it for me. Not flying, it does kind of suck. I think his capacity is a little higher than Leanne, so that actually lets him equip celerity where Leanne can't, which is probably significant if you like moving celerity to your Herons. There was one more thing I wanted to say. I guess the higher level Galders, those aren't very useful for most people. The speedrun does incorporate it at one point, at a very niche point, but it's only to... Like, it manipulates Alex biorhythm at a point in, like, part 3, just so it is at the right point in part 4. It's really contrived and weird, but it is a pretty funny thing. It's to make sure that Ike has a high hit rate against the final boss or something. It's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah. Rafiel, though, like, by far the best hero to take in the endgame, for sure. And the best hero overall in a vacuum. I do think you can make a good argument for Raisin being better, just because he's around in more chapters, though. So... That kind of makes me doubt it, but definitely the best one if you compare them straight up. And I will... I like Dancer so much, I want to give him 5 stars, but that availability really cuts into it. But at the same time, I'm having trouble coming up with 5-star units besides like Joe, Haar, and maybe like Ike or something. So I guess I will give him 5 stars for lack of better candidates. I like Rafiel a lot. It's just Radiant Dawn doesn't give you a whole lot of Rafiel. Oh, I forgot one amazing thing about Rafiel. He can actually transform, and when he transforms, he loses the ability to move up ledges. I don't know why.
What? Really?
But yeah, and also he can't fly because his wings got burned in the Serenus Forest massacre.
Oh.
Long ago, so that's why he can't fly.
Sorry about that. Oh wait, that wasn't my massacre. That was another one.
No, you massacred it after it was massacred. It was actually arguably worse. It was already a very fragile eco state, but you fucked it up even more. So. Thanks, Mangs.
We'll be right back as soon as I let's start by talking about the new unit that we just got. Ultimate example of bases over growths right here. This guy's got insane bases and 0% in every growth.
Oh, must be bad then.
You know, if this was Fire Emblem Wiki, they'd say he had poor growth, so don't train him.
They would also say he has no levels to gain though, so it doesn't matter. So just don't feed him kills, I guess.
I mean, so Black Knight is sort of similar to Tauroneo in many ways, in that he just murders everything that comes his way. He's like even more overkill than Tauroneo, if that is even a thing. I mean, Tauroneo kills everything, Black Knight kills everything. I think it's fair to just treat them as the same kind of unit. You get control of Black Knight in like 2 chapters total, and I think he shows up in Part 4 as an allied unit at some point. I don't think he can die in any of those chapters he's in as a playable unit, but I know he has a death quote. It's kind of funny. If you like hack the game, you can see it, or make him die by poison. That's the way you can kill him, I think. And it's like funny, Micaiah goes like, what the fuck? Like, how did you die? And it's really funny, actually.
I think she's actually like, impossible. How can the Great Knight be defeated by such a complete nobody?
Yeah, she says that, which is kind of funny. I guess they just had that in case they figured someone might hack the game and make him die just to be curious. It's kind of funny when they do that. But yeah, I mean, he's just there to slaughter everything in your way. In order to unlock a secret character, though, we have to field him in the next chapter.
Oh no.
You don't actually need to kill anything with him, though. But in this chapter, you'd sort of want to kill him. Do you got anything to add? Like, I don't think we need to say much about this guy.
I think he has the Imbu skill. I forgot.
Yeah, he does.
I've heard somewhere that it changes between difficulties whether he has it, but I've never really seen proof. If he doesn't have it, he can die to poison, but if he does, then there's no way he's gonna die to poison ever. So
I think he has it on hard mode.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be either way. Anyway, infinite use one to range weapon is pretty good, and also he's around in 3-6 if you take long enough.
Oh yeah, right.
He joins pretty late, but what you can do in 3-6, it's kind of funny. You can you're only forced to field Sothe and Micaiah. You can have Sothe rescue Micaiah and then wait for Black Knight to come, and then solo the chapter with him. That's kind of neat. And yeah, he's in a Part 4. He's in the desert chapter. That's also great, but only as an allied unit. You're right. And besides that, it's just 2 chapters, so I don't really know what to give to this guy. Like,
no, you may have noticed I didn't give him a star rating. This is because I honestly. You can hardly call him a playable character, can you? He's sort of like a plot object. Like, I don't know what to rate him. Like, we could give him 3 stars, I guess, same as Tauroneo, but it just doesn't compute because, like,
he's a microcosm of why Radiant units in Radiant Dawn is just so ridiculously hard, because you can give him like any kind of rating and justify it depending on how much you value.
Yeah, you can say 1 star because he's not around, or you can say 5 stars because he slaughters everything in the chapters he is around in.
Yeah, exactly. So use him when he's there, and then if he's not there, I don't think it's any different from like Tauroneo or whoever. Anyway, I think if you're gonna rate those, you might as well rate the Black Knight, because
Tauroneo, he can be used in the endgame. Like he can be a unit that's there in the endgame, whereas the Black Knight, he's not.
Okay, but I don't think being able to use a unit in the endgame is like the prerequisite for a rating units. That seems kind of arbitrary.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I would give this guy the same rating as like Nailah and Tauroneo though.
4 stars?
I forgot what. I think so, but like, if you don't want to rate him, sure. But like, it is a completely pointless rating because everyone knows he's good when he's there. But the same goes for like every other unit though. Well, not every other unit, but like.
Post in the comments section what we should rate the Black Knight.
10 stars out of 5.
10 stars. Anyway, let's talk about Old Man. So Nealuchi over here, he's sort of like, I'm just gonna trigger Mecha to fucking Hell and Beyond, but he's sort of like your Jagan, this art.
How?
He's like a good unit that's available only at the start.
But Jagan is available all game.
He's like a semi-available mini Jagan. It's like a proto Jagan. I'm just making up new archetypes.
It's more like, if you want to compare it to anyone, it's probably best to compare it to like Avel, but even that doesn't make sense because Avel's like by far your best.
He's an Avel, perfect.
No, it's not perfect because like he's not even that much better than everyone else. Like Avel is like a god; he can't die literally.
Nealuchi
is like okay, not great.
He's really fast. 36 speed is enough to double most enemies in Act 2. He's also decently strong. I mean, 20 strength. He's got 27 attacks. He can't one-round the Wyverns here, but he can, like, take away half their health. He also has Wrath, which is kind of interesting. So if he gets knocked down to low health, he crits a lot. He's around here in Part 2 just to make the start a little bit easier. When does he come back? I think it's in Part 4?
Yeah, he's around for this chapter, then 2-2, and then 2-final. And then leaves until Part 4 for no reason.
Yeah, and when he comes back, it's not easy to get this guy a spot on your team. Like, I mean, if you really want to, you can make something out of him, but his growth rates are really shit. And he's just not a really good unit for when he comes back. I'll use him for what he's worth in this chapter and the next. He's sort of there to help things out. Then he sort of becomes irrelevant. I think that's very much his design. I don't think this guy was really intended to be used in the endgame. Got a bone support with Leanne and Nailah. I just rate him like... I would rate him like maybe 3 out of 5 stars for his early game utility, but overall I'd say he's like a 2-star unit. What do you got to say about Nestling?
Oh, he's old.
I'm old!
He can one-turn the final chapter of this part if you set it up properly. That's pretty interesting. It takes like a buttload of work, but you can do it. What else can he do? Well, he's fast, he doubles things, they don't die generally. He can't see anything in Fog of War. He sees like one tile in front of him.
Oh, that's right, because ravens have no night vision or something, isn't it?
I think so. I'd like to think that it's because he's old.
I think hawks are the same, aren't they?
Yeah. I like how he uses up a Lagoon Stone in the cutscene here, so you don't have to use it.
Oh my god, I just noticed. Holy shit, that's annoying.
He hogs a Lagoon Stone like it's canon. Yeah, he's fast, and other than that, pretty much sucks and is very unavailable. 2 out of 5. But he's, he's very hard to hit, and he's very bulky in Part 2. He is a pretty, like, solid unit. He's good, but not amazing or anything. And then he becomes unavailable, and then when he comes back, he's bad. So 2 stars. It's fun to use units like Nealuchi for a little bit because that's the game designers like play around with a lot of different design philosophies. Like they just keep changing your team over and over, so they can keep trying like new compositions and new combinations of unit without like a unit being really overpowered, screwing you over all game long. But you keep changing armies, so it's kind of fun to have units like Nailuchi who are just probably too strong to have around for almost all of Part 2 or Part 3, but you can still play with him for a little bit, which I think is kind of fun.
Never get old enough to play! Right.
Let's talk about a different unit.
Leanne! So, Leanne is the second heron you get out of the 3. I'd say she's probably the worst of the 3 herons. Because, as I said with Rafiel, while Rafiel can dance for 4 people all the time, and Raisin can dance for 1 and then 4 when he transforms, Leanne can only ever dance for 2 units, both when she transforms and untransforms. She can fly though, and she's got Kanto, which is kind of nice, but I find that dancing for 4 units is a lot better than 2. And in the endgame, you usually have like Olivergrass and Lagoon Stones to give to Raisin anyway, which makes him pretty good.
Olivergrass, get out of here. Who puts Olivergrass on Raisin in endgame?
I don't know. Later on. So she may not be the best heron, but she's certainly the best looking heron. Yeah, I gotta comment on it. Leon's like my Path of Radiance wife. I really like her. She's adorable. Shabla, shabla. I like the way she speaks. I don't think she actually sounds like that, though. I just made that up in my head. So, yeah. I mean, she's a heron. She dances for people. 5 stars. I know people get triggered when we rate all the herons 5 stars, but, like, honestly, even having the ability to just make 2 units move again is just so good. Because it's like, 2 of your best units can take another turn. How can you not rate that 5 stars? I don't really know what else to say, really. Good unit.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about Leanne, it's like better than Lalum and other like 1 target dancers. She's still really good. She also flies without having to transform and everything. That's pretty good. Unfortunately, she's not very available. She's only around in this chapter. It's basically the same availability as Nailuchi, except 1 more Part 3 chapter. Because for some reason, somewhere in Part 3, Raisin just randomly leaves and you get Leanne in the middle of the map. It's really weird, but you do. So that makes her like a little more available, which is okay. I don't know if I want to say 5 stars. I forgot what I gave Rafiel. I'll probably give her roughly the same.
You wanted to give him 4 stars, but then you gave him 5.
Okay, I kind of want to do the same thing for Leanne, to be honest. I'll give her 5 stars, even though, like, Rated Dawn is just such a clusterfuck when it comes to rating units. There's just no way to be, like, completely satisfied with the way you rate units in Rated Dawn. But there you go, 5 stars for Leanne, because just dancing 2 people is great. It is kind of limited by the fact that they have to be, like, vertical or horizontal next to her. You can't do, like, a corner shape, like an L shape. So that kind of sucks sometimes. It makes positioning kind of annoying, especially in part 2 when you don't have many units with Kanto. But it's still just so good.
Yep, pretty much. Alright, let's talk about Elincia. So Elincia, she's pretty good in this game. Too bad she doesn't get her personal sword until the last chapter, though. I think she's only available in 2 chapters total in part 2, like the first one and the last one.
Yes.
And then she doesn't come back until part 4.
Yep.
Her bases are ridiculously good, but the queen class that she is actually a 3rd tier class. This sort of makes Elincia a little bit hard to use in the endgame, because while her growths are decent, she doesn't have much potential to grow because she only has 19 levels to grow.
Come on, she caps everything. Get out of here.
She does?
I don't know about, like, she has 19 levels still. It's a lot. She is fine. Don't worry.
Well, I didn't find her very good in the endgame at any rate, because, I don't know, I feel like when she joins in part 4, there are other units that are better than her, but she's a viable staff bot, I guess. Is she forced in a tower? I can't remember.
No.
No, she's not.
She's not.
But for this part, I mean, they have the fucking audacity to put a fucking slim sword on her. So while her stats are really good for this part, she struggles dealing any meaningful damage to the Wyverns because, again, she has 21 attack due to having the worst sword in the game. If they gave her just like a fucking iron or steel sword, she would have been so much better in this part. But I think the point is to just have her play a supporting role. She can still heal, which is really nice. She does have the stun skill though, which gives her a chance to deal triple damage, which is still not enough to actually one-shot these Wyverns. That tells you about how shitty her damage output is. But it paralyzes them for 1 turn, which is sort of nice. And once she gets her personal weapon though, the Amiri, she can kill everything pretty much. Like, I think the final boss of part 2, I think she can, like, one-round him quite easily if she proc stun, which is kind of funny. Because she's like, oh, you're such a weak ruler, and she just goes and fucking one-shots the guy. So yeah, I like Elincia. I rate her 2 out of 5 stars. I think she's a perfectly serviceable unit.
3?
3 stars, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Her turn.
Yeah, Elincia is, like, widely different depending on what chapter you're talking about. Like, this chapter, she's pretty much a staff bot that can kind of defend herself and, like, tickle enemies with her slim sword with, like, no damage. Which is kind of funny, but at least in normal mode it gets her weapon triangle, which is kind of cool. And then, like, end game of part 2, she, like, gets the Amiri, she gets +3 defense, +3 resistance, and an amazing offense boost that, like, it hits 4 times. And Amiri in Path of Radiance, it was, like, super weak. It had, like, 6 might or something returned like that.
Yeah.
But then in this game it has, like, 12 or something. It's insane. It's, like, a super good Brave Sword that also gives you, like, a lot of chances to proc stun and gives the defense boost like I just talked about. It's just really good. And my phone just gave me an alert, but I don't care.
Fire Emblem, heroes!
Yeah, you haven't played
Your
for a while. What are you doing, Mecca?
Your stamina's been restored.
Yeah, so endgame she's really good, and then she disappears until part 4. When she comes back in part 4, her stats are kind of low for that point in the game, because as you can see, these bases are like maybe on par with like the Gruul mercenaries at the start of part 3, but by that time it's like the end of part 3, beginning of part 4, so that's like very underleveled, but there's like plenty of bonus experience at that point to get her up, at least in normal mode. Not sure how your bonus experience is going to look in hard mode, especially when you're planning on raising choke units, I'm sure. So it might be hard to get her up to par, but I will say, like, her potential, like, if you want to talk about the number of levels she could potentially get, she's totally fine. On average, she caps strength at level 20. She gets like 30 skill, which is not nearly her cap, but it's still good enough. She caps speed at 35. She caps her luck at 40. And with the Amiri taken into account, she has like 25 defense and 33 res. I think that's like a perfectly serviceable unit for endgame. If you're talking about potential, like, I'm not saying she's always going to make it to level 20, but if she does, she's as good as any unit you get in like tier 1 or tier 2. I don't think the tier 2 class is really hurting her. It does hurt her XP gain for this part of the game, because you can't really give her like experience by killing enemies, but she can still heal and everything to get XP. You get a Min staff now, you get a Physics staff later. She can get quite a bit of experience with that, so I think that's actually pretty good. I like Elincia a lot. It's just she's not around a whole lot for that reason. I'm sort of torn between 3 and 4 stars, and as I said, Radiant Dawn ratings are just so hard to do. But I will go with 3 stars as well.
Right.
I think she's good, but she's not around enough for me to justify 4 stars.
Okay.
But she's very, very good. Also, she flies.
Yep.
Flying is great.
Yeah, and she's got great staff rank, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
Enter first unit that we get that actually has transfer bonuses. Marcia.
Ooh.
So, Marcia in our Path of Radiance playthrough, she kept skill and she kept defense. And she also got a better weapon rank. Now, I thought that her sword rank would actually be passed down, but it turns out it's actually only her lance rank that gets passed down. So, while Marcia usually has B rank in lances, our Marcia has S rank in lances, which is nice, I guess. I mean, it's a nice little bonus. And +2 skill and +2 defense, well, it's gonna help her a little bit. Too bad she didn't, like, get strength or speed. That would have been really good on this map. I think, actually, with a strength transfer, she would have one-rounded, or did... I'm not sure if we would have one-rounded, but she certainly would have dealt a lot more damage. I think she, like, would have two-rounded these guys. I'm sure I did the calculations, and I found out the strength transfer would have been really good. But that's really hard for her to get in Path of Radiance. But still, the +2 skill and the +2 defense, it's certainly going to come in handy here. It's going to make her a little bit more beefy, take a couple more hits from the Wyvern, so that's nice. I will say that on hard mode, it's actually kind of nice that the weapon triangle's removed, because Marcia's lance blocked and all of these Wyverns have access. That actually ends up helping her a little bit, which is kind of funny. Marcia, though, her availability is not great, as with most units that are from Part 2, but I still think she's a really good unit. I mean, she's a good Pegasus Knight, she has good potential, her growths are pretty decent. A little bit low of a strength growth of 30%. That's kind of iffy for Radiant Dawn, but then again, you got that bonus experience, which you can use to patch up these things once she caps skill and speed, which she does pretty early on. Her defense is also actually really close from capping, but she only has a 35% growth in the stat. I think her cap is like 21 or 22. So theoretically, because of her transfer bonuses, it could be actually a little bit easier for us to do that, and then we could give her bonus experience to give her strength, which would be a nice thing to do if we want to use Marcia long term, which, you know, we may or may not want to do, not sure. But I think she's a pretty good unit. I've given her 4 stars. Maybe 3 stars without the transfers, but with the extra transfers, I think she's a 4-star unit for sure.
I'm not sure what to rate Marcia. The problem with all these Part 2 units is that they're around for here, and then a lot of them just kind of bugger off and go somewhere else without ever being around again until late Part 3. And the only thing about Marcia is there's a lot of units that you can get back in Part 3 from Part 2, but Marcia is the only one out of them that joins after battle preps in the final chapter of this game, or this part. That's what the word I was looking for, part. So what it means is you cannot give her all of the ridiculous amount of bonus experience that you get in Part 2, and that means that she can't take advantage of that the way that someone like Nephenee or Haar could, and I think that really hurts her, because if she couldn't have gotten all that bonus experience before going into Part 3, it would be really good. Then again, I guess if you really wanted to give it to Marcia, you could just do it in her one Part 3 chapter that she's around in, the 3-9, the one with Geoffrey's knights and everything. That could still work, I guess, but it still kind of hurts her, I think, because someone like Nephenee, for example, she could take all that bonus experience in the final of Part 2, then go into Part 3, join pretty early, and make use of it. Marcia just isn't around very much, and like you said, her strength is also kind of garbage in this game. She's not nearly as good as in Path of Radiance. Thinking about it, I know that like really fast playthroughs can sometimes kind of make use of Marcia, but I haven't really ever seen it in action. I'm not really convinced it's worth of more than 3 stars. So I'm gonna go with 3 for now. Maybe she'll prove me wrong, but I'm open to being proven wrong. But for now, I'm gonna say 3 stars because she's not around a whole lot.
Okay.
Oh, I love Haar so much. He is so freaking strong. He's so strong. He's like, I think he's the easiest unit to use ever in Fire Emblem, probably, because he's just an invincible flyer. You can't really go wrong with that. He's like lady level strong. It's so stupid. He's got a lot of HP. His HP growth is like garbage, but his HP base is super good. So whatever. 46 is bulky. 23 defense is also super tanky. What else is good about him? Strength is really high. Uses axes, best weapon type. Again, wyverns are weak to thunder magic, not bows, so he doesn't care about crossbows and any of that jazz. He has cancel, which doesn't matter. His res is kind of bad, but like res is like, if you're gonna pick a bad stat for yourself, you might as well pick resistance, because you can patch it up with pure water if you really need more of it. And you can also just avoid mages. Haar can even like kill him with the brave axe, or just want to KO them at some points in easier difficulties. It's so stupid how easy it is to get around Haar's weaknesses. His only other problem is like speed a little bit. He has some doubling issues, but they are So easy to fix with like just one pair of speed wings or bonus experience. He caps some stats in tier 2 just in time to get a little bit of speed, if I remember correctly. And then in tier 3 you can also bonus experience for speed fairly easily, I think. So pretty easy to patch up. He's not that far below doubling speed where this is not doable. This is not Aran we're talking about. This is not Boyd. This is Haar. Haar is pretty fine speed-wise if you just give him the right resources. And speaking of resources, I talked about that bonus experience dump with Marcia. Haar is one of the units that can take advantage of it in the final chapter. So you get like the 2-3 gives you like tons and tons and tons of bonus experience, like 50,000 or something stupid like that.
Maybe if you keep the green units alive.
Yeah, if you keep it's like if you don't kill enemies, you get more bonus experience in that one, and it's fairly easy to finish with like I don't remember the exact number, but it's a lot. It's enough to get him like to like 3rd tier, and it's so good when you do that. He ggets like he goes to 3rd tier. He gets an extra point of movement. He can fit 2 really good skills. He can use like a combination of like celerity, savior. What's the 3rd one? Pass, also really good on him. He can just use any skill combination you want. It's really broken. He can use resolve as well. So ridiculously powerful. This is easily one of the best units ever made. He's so strong. God. Like you can't really tell that this guy died in Path of Radiance. He came out pretty good. He's pretty good. He's pretty goddamn good. And he's got an eye patch. Everyone loves the eye patch.
Right.
Yeah, 5 stars. 6 stars if I could.
6 stars, alright. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add. I pretty much agree with everything you say. Although his speed growth is really low, so 3 stars.
Okay.
I wonder how broken Haar would be if you gave him some good transfers. Like, you could literally have him join with capped skill, would be pretty funny. And capped defense too, I think.
You can't really get much from transfers if I remember correctly.
Nah, his growths are too low in Path of Radiance, but if you give him stat boosters, maybe. So yeah, nice, really good 5 stars. I agree with everything you say. I don't think there's any need to stroke Haar's stick anymore. Okay. So yeah, here's Brom. I like how Nephenee goes like, "Oh, you wield axes now, don't you?" He's like, "Yeah."
Yeah, it's like the most casual way to change his weapon possible.
He's the quote-unquote axe general. So that makes him pretty good, I think, because I mean, like, I guess as far as Armor Knights goes in Radiant Dawn, I guess Brom is the best one because he got like Meg, he got Geoffrey, which is okay, I guess.
Better.
Is he? Ah, yeah, maybe.
Stronger.
So Brom, I mean, he's got decent stats on him, at least for this chapter. I mean, his availability is alright, I guess, for a unit. I think, isn't he available in Part 3?
Yeah. Same as Nephenee and Haar.
Yeah, so his availability is pretty alright, which is nice. I mean, what can we say about this guy? He's got 21 defense.
Said it again.
I know, right? It's pretty... He's got very decent defense, got good strength on him. 16 speed is not too bad. It's not fast enough to double anything on this map, though. His growth rates are alright, a little bit on the slow side with 30% speed growth, but he's got a lot of luck on him, 70% luck, 60% defense. I mean, normally I would consider that pretty bad, but capping out stats in Radiant Dawn is pretty good if you want to give them bonus experience. Good, pretty decent hit point growth and the base as well. He can use swords actually, but he's got E-Rankin swords.
That's amazing.
Yeah. He's got C-Rankin axes. He also got his bond support with his daughter, which we killed. So that's pretty funny. And it comes with the disarm skill, which is alright, I guess. I mean, you can like disarm people and steal their weapons, can't you?
Yeah.
That's a pretty funny combo.
If your heather is strong enough.
Yeah, I think I rate Brom like 3 stars. I think he's a perfectly serviceable unit. Not fantastic, but alright.
I think he's a bit worse than you rate him probably, because his speed is bad and his move is so low. And Part 3 you have so many units that are better than Brom. Like, Geoffrey is just one of them, but you also get just a lot of better foot units. I think Nephenee is a better unit than Brom, actually, which you might not agree on. Its defense is alright, but you get so many... Like, durability generally not a problem for people in Radiant Dawn, especially not in Part 3, where he's mostly available in. So I don't think he's all that useful. He's good for now, like this chapter and the next one, and then maybe the final chapter he can do some stuff. So that's like nice. That's good enough to get him to like 2 stars, but I would never consider using Brom in Part 3 because there's just so many units that are better than him. He doesn't really get a whole lot done, so I gave him 2 stars. I think he's alright. You can probably train him to be good, but not great for long term overall. He's very good in this chapter though.
Yeah. Okay. Then it's time to talk about everyone's favorite waifu. It's the Nephenee.
Yes, I like Radiant Dawn Nephenee. I like her.
I like her too, but it annoys me that she comes with the Steel Great Lance in this mission, because it slows her down just to the point where she doesn't double a lot of these units.
I'll throw it away then if you don't like it.
Well, what am I supposed to use then? My fists? She's not a Lagoose. So Nephenee is a lot better in Radiant Dawn than she was in Path of Radiance. She's got way better bases compared to the chapter she joins in. She's really fast, like 20 base speed is pretty good. I also think transfers would be really good on her, considering she starts out at a pretty low level in Path of Radiance, but she's got really good growth rates. I think she has a good chance of capping some stats. And like having her start with like a strength or speed transfer would be really good actually. Wrath is nerfed, but it's still a decent skill. It's just a little bit more risky than it was in Path of Radiance, because it's 30% instead of 50%, but it still allows her to kill some enemies here and there. And you can sort of like carefully calculate the damage the enemies will do and like make sure that you get a Wrath without necessarily putting Nephenee at risks. It's good if you're good at math, unlike me. She has really good resistance in this game actually, like almost as much as she has the defense. So she's a really like nice overall tank. Decent defense and resistance, and her growth rates are really lopsided, but again, that's not necessarily a bad thing in Radiant Dawn. She has like 70% skill and 65% speed, and as you can see, she's not that far away from capping those stats, which again mean that if you really want to invest in Nephenee, which I think a lot of people do, bonus experience can be used very cleverly on her, because you cap out skill and speed, and I think you're guaranteed to get at least strength, and maybe even defense. So, she can become a pretty darn good unit if you want her to. And I mean, like, Halberdier is a pretty good class. They get extra crit in this game. And, yeah, just overall a really effective unit. I rate her 4 out of 5 stars. I think she's a pretty good unit.
Okay, cool. I like Nephenee too, better than Path of Radiance, like you said. I actually looked up her chances to cap according to Strength Forest in Path of Radiance. There's a 27% chance to cap Strength, 77% chance to cap Skill, and this is before Night Ward. There's a 96% chance to cap Speed in Path of Radiance. So if you give her the Night Ward like ever, she's gonna cap Speed probably. So that's pretty good. And then if you get her like Strength plus Speed as a transfer, she's even so much better in this chapter because she loses Speed from the Steel Great Lance, but she effectively gets +4 AS from that as well as +2 Strength. And since she doubles more often, she will do 4 more damage than she already would. So it's a huge improvement over what she already was. And the same goes for later on. And just generally Nephenee just has a lot of things going for her that work to her advantage. Like, I don't know, using lances is nice. Not as good as Axis, but still pretty nice because it gives her good one to range, good enough. She is like, her strength is, you can patch it up with bonus experience, like you said. She caps skill and speed pretty quickly. Like I said in my last thing about Haar, you get a lot of bonus experience in part 2 that she can actually utilize and then take with her when she goes to part 3, which only her and Haar and then like Brom, but he doesn't really do a good job of using it, can really utilize, and that really makes her viable for the long term, I feel like. I think for a foot unit in part 3, she's pretty good. I won't say she's not like among the top of the growth mercenaries, but she's pretty good there. I don't know if that's worthy of 4 stars or not. I forgot what I gave like other units like this. I don't think we have ever even seen a unit like that. I guess I'll give her 4 stars as well. I'm leaning towards 3 stars too, so I'll just say 4 stars for now. I don't know if you plan to use her or not. We'll see. She's pretty decent though. She's pretty good.
I like how you
Okay. So, Heather. Just get the obvious out of the way. I think she's hot. Don't think anyone's gonna be surprised. So, what can we say about Heather? She is, not a fantastic unit in my opinion. She's really hard to use. I mean, she's good for stealing and whatnot. Like all the roguish things you need rogues for, but I find training her really difficult, especially on hard mode, because 15 strength and a 25% strength growth just makes it really hard for her to do any meaningful damage.
Her weapon has 1 might.
It's really so bad. It's really bad. I mean, I guess you could always like forge her a good knife, but even then I find like she can kill maybe some mages every now and then, but go up against anything even remotely resembling a defense stat and she fails to deal any meaningful damage whatsoever. She's fast, she's got a lot of avoid, but not enough that I feel comfortable having her on the front lines against multiple attackers. So I just like, yeah, I think Heather is like okay for the utility that she brings, but she's not a combat unit, nor will she ever be one. Like, even if you train her up, I find the Whisper to be such a shitty 3rd tier class. Like, no, I got a mastery skill that doesn't kill things. Whoa. It's like, what? Why not just give the Silencer skill? Why? You know?
That's for Volug.
It's so dumb! So yeah, best looking unit, but one of the worst units in my opinion. Although, you know, stealing utility and shit is nice. Pass utility is also nice, like, especially for this map, so I don't know how to rate her. Like, I'd rate her like 2 out of 5 for pure combat utility. I'm not sure if like stealing and shit brings her up to 3, but I think I'm just gonna stick with 2 out of 5 because I think Heather is a really unimpressive unit overall.
Yeah, it doesn't help that like the one thing that really helps Sothe as a thief is that he can find all the hidden items in part 1, and those are pretty good. But part 3 has like almost none of them. There's a couple of good ones. There's a rescue staff that's really good, and you can get like a second Etard for Ike, which doesn't really matter, and that's like the second best one. Like everything else is kind of there. Like it's like olivey grass and coins and that kind of stuff. It's not really that good. So and there's like no chests, like nothing you can open.
This game doesn't have chests, does it?
It had chests in part 1, but not many. And part 3 is mostly
yeah.
outdoors, so it has like no chests, and there's like almost no stealable items. I think she can get a gem somewhere. That's pretty nice. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of thief utility for her, and her combat is garbage. I will also say, like, personality-wise, I think she's really annoying. Like, she's like female sane, except people call her out less because she's a girl. So flirty girl is hot, which is like, hey, I love flirty girls.
She's like, hi, I'm lesbian. Did you know how lesbian I am? Look, I like pretty girls.
Yeah, it's basically Nealuchi except lesbian instead of old, really. It's like,
yeah.
Oh, we're going to Elincia. Well, I hear she's hot. Oh, hey, Nephenee, you're hot. Oh, hey, Brom, you're a guy, so I don't like your kind. And,
I'm old. I'm lesbian. I'm old. I'm lesbian.
Literally an awakening character in Radiant Dawn. Get the hell out of here. This is so stupid.
Yeah, I agree.
I hate this character so much.
But Mecha
yeah.
LGBTQ character representing.
It doesn't work when you do them like this. It makes it worse. It just makes it worse. Speaking of worse, 2 out of 5. Not a good unit. But she can steal like the only bolting in the game if you raise her strength like 5 times or something. So I don't know, man. Maybe that's worth something. Probably not, because like only Ilyana can like easily use it. It's like really bad.
Let's talk about. Let's start with Lethe, the angry cat girl. So Lethe is
an angry cat girl.
She's an angry cat girl. I mean, she's pretty similar to her Path of Radiance counterpart. I say she's like, compared to Path of Radiance, she's a lot weaker compared to the enemies that you face. When you first get Lethe in Path of Radiance, she does really well for herself. Here, she struggles a little bit more with one-running people, especially on hard mode. She's really fast, she'll double pretty much everything. Her attack power is a little bit lower than I'd like. Also, the cat gauge in Radiant Dawn doesn't do her any favors. I just find that cats untransform way too quickly, so they're very unreliable. You've got to be really careful, keep an eye on their gauge, and if they somehow take on like 3 or 4 enemies on enemy phase, they can very quickly untransform, which, you know, leaves her with 9 HP. She's got a very nice hit point pool though. 51 hit points is really good. And 12 speed is, I'm not sure if a lot of enemies on this map double her. I think they might. I think they're on the cusp of doubling her, at least some of the faster ones. So you gotta take a little bit care of her, but she's alright for the chapters she's around in. She comes with a Legoo Stone, but I prefer saving my Legoo Stones for the harder chapters. She can just sniff some of Mordecai's Olivey Grass and she should be good to go. So I'm not super sure about her endgame potential. I gave her 2 out of 5 stars. She's good now, but I don't consider her one of the more viable Legoos for the end game. Again, I think she's like 3 or even 4 stars for the early game, the chapters that she's around in, but her overall rating isn't that good in my opinion. Her growths are also sorta low, but that's a trend that most Legoos share, and this is because of how transformation bonuses work in Radiant Dawn. Like, if you take a look at her growths, you might go like, what the hell, why did they nerf her so bad? Like, 35 strength, 30% skill, 40% speed. Like, is she supposed to be the fast one? But the reason why her growths are so low is because Legoos growths are effectively doubled in Radiant Dawn, so if Legoos had really high growth rates, they'd scale like insane. So, but I still think it's like, they could have at least given her 50 or 60. Come on, she's like supposed to be the quote-unquote fast Legoos. Like, why did they shaft her so much in this regard? So, yeah, what do you have to say about Lethe?
Not a whole lot beyond this. I agree that she's not all that good, basically. She's good in this chapter if she transforms, which, you know, she can do if you want. I usually don't conserve my Lego Stones that much because I don't care, but I can see why you would want to. 24 speed after transformation is good enough for this chapter and the end game of part 2. Part 3, it's already, like, not reliable doubling. It's fine, but not great. And Legoos grow so slowly that it's hard to improve that, really. And if she misses that 40% speed growth, she could actually just not double. That just makes her damage output garbage. Like, 9 strength, even transformed is like 18. It's pretty bad. Her claw is pretty weak, because I think cats have the weakest Legoos weapons.
They do.
That sucks. No 2 range really sucks for someone who really wants to, like, make the most out of every battle, because as you said, she transforms so quickly and also untransforms quickly. So if she just gets hit by an archer and loses like, I don't know, 5-6 gauge from it or something, it's like, damn, you just got nothing out of your transformation. If you use like a Lagoon Stone just for that, that's like super bad. So yeah, not that good of a unit. Cats just get shafted in this game pretty hardly, or pretty badly. I don't think there's a whole lot else to say about her. She's good in this chapter and the next one. She's like pretty available in part 3, but she's just not worth deploying, so it doesn't really count for much. She has to have an affinity, which sucks, which just gives hits, which no one really needs.
Yeah,
so
it's garbage.
It's garbage, and like if you really wanted to make her good, you could give her an energy drop, and then she gets like +4 damage per hit. But it doesn't solve her core issue of no 2 range and transformation gauge. So I will say 2 stars just because she's around in this chapter, which is her best chapter by far. But otherwise, she's garbage.
Angry cat girl. Rawr, you are human. I don't like you. Rawr,
basically Lagoo's Heather, who is, let's be insane.
Enter Mordecai. This guy is cool still, but again, I wouldn't say he's as useful as he was in Path of Radiance. I mean, that pretty much goes without saying. He's still very bulky, but he's very slow. I don't think he doubles anything in this chapter. 9 speed becomes 18 when he transforms, and 18 is just not good enough. Enemies grow so quickly in this game. Now, he does strike pretty hard, but he's no Muarim, that's for sure.
Muarim. People are so annoyed by you saying Muarim and Muarim.
I'm doing it deliberately now just to piss them off.
Good.
Muarim. Muarim. His growth rates are really bad. I mean, I have to point it out. 25% skill, 15% speed, 35% strength. That is horrible. Like, no. I mean, like, his chances of growing in the stats that he really need to grow are so low. And with 9 speed, he will actually get doubled by a lot of the enemies here. And while his untransformed defense of 16 is pretty good, he'll still get whittled down pretty darn quickly by the archers and soldiers on this map. So if you don't transform him, he's actually gonna tank really fast. Even though you might think those 57 hit points might last him a long while, they don't last him a very long while when all the enemies double him. Good part is, though, he'll get his gauge up pretty quickly if he takes a bunch of untransformed hits. And he can sort of survive it a little bit better than Lethe, but not by much. So he's like, he hits really hard, he tanks well while he's transferring, but I feel like he's still shafted. He comes with the smite skill, which is still very good. Still take it off him. I'm sure there's someone who can benefit more from it, but it's sort of useful in this chapter. Like, I think smite still counts when it's untransformed, right?
Yeah, you can still use it.
So, unlike Lethe, Mordecai actually does have some use while he's walking around untransformed. He can, like, shove units forward, which is nice. So, I still don't think that warrants an extra star, though, so I still give him 2 out of 5. But I like, if we used half stars, I think maybe 2.5 would be more viable for him, because I think he's better than Lethe, but not enough to warrant me rating him 3 stars.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I like Mordecai a whole lot more than Lethe, but that's mostly his character. I just think he's so wholesome that he deserves a couple of bias points somehow. I don't know if I can like actually rate him 3 stars for that though, like not viably, but holy god, this guy has so much HP, strength, and defense with Transformed. It's ungodly. It's a shame he's so slow, because that really hampers his offense. I forgot to say about Lethe, like one of the things that made her so good in Path of Radiance was that she could instantly transform.
Yeah, this is true.
One at no real cost. Whereas in this game, every Lagoose just starts with 0 gaze, and you got to build up with a leafy grass or Lagoose stones, and that hurt Lethe. Relatively speaking, it's hurt Mordecai less because he always started untransformed anyway. But just like last game, he can smite while he's untransformed. It's still kind of useful. And I don't think there's ever a reason to take smite off him, because Mordecai has like the highest weight out of anyone you get for a long time. So he's the best at shoving and smiting, so you might as well keep smite off him. I've been like pretty, I don't know, meticulous about saying you can take the skill off him, so like Savior doesn't count for Fiona, and Nailah doesn't count for Nolan, and Wrath doesn't really count for Edward. But in the case of Mordecai, there's just no reason to take smite off, and he doesn't really need any other skills. Although you can do some funny tricks with him. If you leave him untransformed and give him like resolve, it's easy to get him in resolve range because he gets damaged so easily. He gets doubled by shit. And then when he's in resolve range, he's probably also filled his gauge because he got into combat, like you said. And then you transform him and you can kind of go to town. He will have like 26, 27 speed, I think, when he's transformed and in resolve range, which is...
I thought resolve only affected strength and skill in this game.
No, it affects skill and speed, so almost.
Oh, right.
Almost. Not quite. And then he's pretty good on offense, but still no 2 range, which sucks. And then at some point his gauge will run out, and then he's stuck, untransformed again, but now he's at low HP, so it's pretty bad. But Resolve...
Gambling style.
Resolve punching is pretty fun with Laguz. It's a fun novelty, but it doesn't really get Mordecai like any more viability points, I think. Just rounding off stuff. I think the only annoying thing about Smite in this game for him is that he doesn't gain like Laguz gauge with doing it. He'd rather be sniffing Olivia Grass, so it's kind of a dilemma. Do you shove this unit or do you Olivia Grass up? That's kind of annoying. I think if you do like Olivia Grass and then get hit by an enemy and do no damage back, because that kind of makes a difference for some reason. If you do that, I think you can transform turn 2, but that depends on the enemy type, I guess. So I'll give him 2 stars, I'm afraid. It would be 3. He is quite a bit available, but he's just not good enough to really warrant it. The Goose just kind of stuck in this game for the most part.
Okay, enter Supermodel. Hi, Lucia. You actually got really good bases in this game. Too bad you're not around, though. It's like, I feel like
she's here. What are you talking about?
Not for long. She's gonna go to the barbershop.
I'll take you to the barbershop.
I'll take you to the barbershop.
I'll let all of your hair drop.
I want to make that shit post so badly. Oh. Okay, so yeah, Lucia. She's again like she's the unit that's supposed to carry you through this chapter. Problem is, her availability really sucks. I think she goes away after this chapter, and I don't think she comes back until part 4.
Correct.
And when she comes back in part 4, her stats just aren't that great. You get Stefan in part 4, which I think just outperforms her. Although,
if only that was our only problem.
Yeah, of course. But you do kind of
class by class pitfall.
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 Fine. You know, Mecha one. Okay, you go ahead. You go ahead. I'll go last on this one. Jesus Christ.
She's really good in this chapter, and then when she rejoins, there's like 5,000 units that are better than her. That's basically her story. It's like less problem, but exaggerated. She's really good for this one because she doubles everything. She doesn't one-round kill everything with the Wind Edge or with the Silver Sword. Silver Sword is pretty good, but it only has one range. It's kind of annoying to switch between them. But she's pretty good on offense overall, but not like super OP. Like, she's not Haar, she's not Sothe, she's just Lucia, but she's still pretty good. And then she goes away for like a year, so 2 stars, I guess. Not like she's fantastic right now, but that's it. That's literally it. It's all she has.
Pretty much.
27 speed. I will say, like, if you want her to be good in part 3, you could like stuff her with bonus XP. She would be.
You mean part 4?
Okay, part 4. Yes, part 4. Thank you. So she could be good if you put favoritism in her, but it's like more work than it's worth. Doesn't really have anything to do with Stefan. It's just not like it's 5,000 units like her.
Yeah, pretty much. I agree. 2 stars. I had actually written down 1 star, but I think that's a typo. I don't think I meant to do that because 1 star, like,
right.
That's Meg tier. I don't know. I think it's a misclick because I don't think she's a 1-star unit. And maybe I was drunk when I wrote this. I don't know.
Or a high on monster.
That could be the case. Anyway, you were saying?
Yeah, 2 stars.
Oh yeah. She also has parity, and at least it's an activated skill in this game. Thank God. So it's not as shit as it was in Path of Radiance. Like, hi, I take away support bonuses.
Yeah, parody has like pretty good use in 1 chapter, I guess, but that's not it.
That would actually be kind of funny. Anyway, let's talk about Geoffrey. So, Geoffrey, there's a lot of guys in this group who has transfer bonuses, actually. Geoffrey's one of them. He only got a speed transfer from Path of Radiance and a lance rank transfer, so not the best. So he comes with 22 speed instead of 20. I don't think... Actually, it does change something. He doesn't get doubled by the Swordmaster boss in this chapter, but he doesn't do that much damage to Geoffrey anyway, but he does have a lot of crit, so it can actually be a little bit nice. So
nice.
Because the Swordmaster boss in this chapter has 24 speed, so Geoffrey getting up to 22 actually matters. But a strength and speed transfer would be nice too, although in this chapter you sort of want to hold Geoffrey back, so a transfer doesn't really do a whole lot for him. He still doubles, I think, almost all the generics in this chapter. So Geoffrey, like, he's, again, sort of similar to Elincia. He's really good in the chapters he's available in, but his availability is really shit. It comes with Paragon, which you're not really going to notice a whole lot of in part 2, because it's just going to mean he gets 2 experience instead of 1. Woo!
Still good. I like it.
Still doubles his experience gains, though. But yeah, his bases are really good. His growth rates are even pretty good. So if you want to use him in the end game, I think you could turn him into a good Gold Knight if you wanted to. But his part 4 availability is actually really low. I think he's only available in 2 or 3 chapters in part 4, which kind of sucks.
Well, that's part 4 is only 2 chapters for everyone, but Geoffrey joins in 4-5. So
yeah, that's what I mean.
Big map.
Yeah, he misses one big map, which is a big deal in part 4, because there's a lot of experience to begin there. Still think Geoffrey's a good unit, though. I figured I'd give him the same rating as Elincia, 3 out of 5. Calm down, calm down. So yeah, 3 out of 5 I think is solid for him.
Yeah, is it my turn? Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, really, he's really strong in this chapter, but it's like a chapter where you don't really want to kill anything, but he's still super useful because he's so bulky and he needs to get to the throne anyway, so you want him to be in the thick of the action and helping you out. So I consider him a 5-star unit for this chapter. He comes back in 2-E if you take a really long time, which I know I'm against because, you know, Mecha only speedruns games. But yeah, I mean, I don't think he's even that good in 2E when he rejoins because he's like in a corner somewhere tucked away from where the boss is. So it's not like he helps you complete it any faster, even when he gets there. And he's really just there for self-improvement, which doesn't do a whole lot. Then in 3-9, he's your best unit, and that's his only Part 3 chapter, which is horrendous. And then Part 4 rolls around, he's not in the first big map, but he is in 4-5, which is a swamp, so he can't do anything because his class is mounted, so he can't move for shit. And then endgame, his caps are kind of low for the endgame. He doesn't really have the speed needed to double like important things. He doesn't reach the right benchmark for it, which kind of sucks. I forgot if he can one out the generals somehow in the first part of endgame, which would be like the only other thing he'd be really good at contributing. I don't think he's really a good choice for endgame overall. Paragon is nice, but you can take it off of him in 3-9. Not in this chapter, but it doesn't really matter here. But in 3-9, you can just give it to someone else. And I actually recommend you do that, because if you take it off him, you get it back earlier than if you leave it on him. Yeah. And there's not a whole lot else to do. I'm pretty amazed he didn't get a strength transfer, but I guess we just missed it or something. I think it was during Clash.
It was 1 away, I think, from capping strength.
Yeah, that sucks. I guess it might help you in this chapter, because then he doesn't one round some things, which is pretty interesting. So, yeah, I think he's okay. I think he's... I don't know if he's better in Path of Radiance or this game, because in Path of Radiance he was really good, but he was around for a little bit. In this game it's kind of the same, only he's around earlier, but it's more spread out across the game. It's kind of weird. But yeah, I'll go with 3 stars. I think he's pretty good, but not around enough to give like a higher rating.
Also, 2 fun facts. With his transfer bonus with Khalil, he has 5 bond supports. I can't view them because it crashes the game, but he's got 5 of them. You can also get 2 free Brave Lances if you unequip him.
Oh yeah.
In the next chapter he joins, and then in the chapter after, and then you unequip him in the same chapter, you get 2 free Brave Lances, because he just spawns with a Brave Lance. The game just puts a Brave Lance on him when he comes in, because it is, oh shit, he doesn't have a weapon, and that makes the chapter impossible, so just give him a Brave Lance. So Ray taught me that trick, thanks Ray.
Never done that, but cool. More Brave Lances for Mecha, I guess.
Yeah. Look, they're next to each other, because they're a cop.
Did you just rate this couple 4 stars? Oh my god.
Yeah, oh my god, people hate Makalov.
Why does Makalov have a coin? He's supposed to be poor.
Yeah, that's kind of funny actually.
I think it's his last coin.
I think it's because it's supposed to represent that he has like 1 coin left to gamble with or something.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's the coin he flips like to heads or tails. I don't know, because he's like Joshua. I don't know. Anyway, here's Makalov.
He's a blade pal, whereas Geoffrey is a lance pal.
But both of them are great pals.
Yeah. Geoffrey's such a great pal. He has 5 bond supports.
he does actually. So yeah, Makalov, he hits things with swords. Yay.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky. I think he's got a horse, which is cool, I guess, but stats aren't that great. He's sort of not very available, locked to the worst weapon type. Not a great unit overall. Maybe he can be a little bit salvaged if you put some transfers on him, but aside from that, I never really liked Makalov much. He has a lot of luck in this game for some reason. Like, really high base luck, so that's great, I guess. Can't be crit all that much. He doesn't even have his skills. Like, he joined with Tempest in Path of Radiance, but he doesn't have that anymore. And in this game, Biorhythm can sort of matter. I'm not sure.
He probably sold it for money. Just like me.
Oh, that'd be funny, actually. It's like, oh, I sold my scroll skill to gamble. That'd be funny. So not great. I rate him 2 out of 5 stars. I think he can't be a 1-star unit because he has a mount. And a mount is always good, because he can like hit and run shit. And if you promote him, I don't know if you ever would, but then at least he can get a better weapon type.
What does he get? I literally don't know what he gets.
Don't you? You don't pick in this game, do you?
No. I forgot if it's like a gold knight or a silver knight. And I think one is like, I think silver is lance and bow, so that would probably make the other one sword and axe.
He becomes a gold knight, so he gets X rank, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's good if you want to use him for the end game, but I don't see why you would.
Yeah. I think he's pretty garbage. Yeah, he's around for the Crimean Royal Knight chapters, which I think counts as a utility, because for these chapters you kind of need everyone you can get, however bad they might be. So Makalov is helpful in those, and not a whole lot else. So I'll be honest, I've never used this guy. I've never really looked into his stats much, but I know his stats. Its caps don't really reach the right benchmarks, just like Geoffrey. His availability is a little better than Geoffrey's, but his utility in combat is so much worse. I think it comes down to 2 stars. Yeah, it's just not that good.
Yeah.
Not really good for anything.
The only thing he really got in this game is a really fast speed growth. He's got 75% speed, but I don't think that really offsets his other weaknesses.
No, I mean, it can help him bonus experience up his other stats, I guess. But
yeah.
As I said, just not. Like, also, horses in this game just aren't like an automatic win like in other games. In this game, you have like ledges, and part 4 is a lot of terrain. So that alone cuts into the utility of having a horse. In fact, you could argue that in 3-9, the best units you have are the ones not on horses besides Geoffrey, because it's just that strong.
Yeah.
In like 3-9, you got so many ledges and things to climb up on that you'd rather be like Marcia or Mecca or Khalil, because they can all climb ledges or fly over them,
pretty much
go through forests. So having a horse, not actually the super best thing in this game.
And they get -2 on indoor chapters.
Yeah, that too. And they also just get shit caps, all of them.
Yep. Wow.
Next one.
Astrid, she's bad. Kieran?
Yeah.
No.
I actually think Astrid is so bad that I undeploy her for this chapter. Like, legit, I think she's more harmful than helpful to your team. She can die.
In my strategy, she doesn't do anything, so that actually wouldn't be a bad idea. Unlike in Path of Radiance, where Astrid can grow rather quickly and get a good weapon type when she promotes, which she can do very quickly and become a sort of useful unit, in this game, she just doesn't. Her stats are by far the lowest of her starting group. Paragon doesn't really do a lot because she's not around a lot to gain levels, and even if she did, her growth rates aren't really that good either, and she's locked to bows before promotion, which is just so bad. She needs to like ride around 18 levels with her bow before she can get a better weapon. In Path of Radiance, it was possible for her to promote a lot earlier and get a good weapon so that she could actually contribute. She can't really do that as well in Radiant Dawn. She's just not a great unit. I rate her 1 out of 5 stars, just not fantastic. Don't really have anything to say about her. You can take her Paragon off her later and give it to someone else, but that doesn't increase her star rating.
Yeah, exactly. She does have Paragon for this chapter, which would be nice to help her grow. But this is a chapter where you don't want to kill enemies, so you don't really want to make use of Paragon. So that makes Astrid like bad. Because then in 3-9 again, you want to take it off of her. Well, in 3-9 it doesn't really matter who gets it, I guess, because everyone joins at the same time besides Geoffrey. But then in part 3 somewhere, you might not want to give it to her. I will say, if you're going to have a unit with stats that are this bad, because Astrid's stats are like tier 1 level as a bow paladin, which is stupid. But if you're going to have bad stats, you might as well get a bow so you don't have to face counterattacks whenever you attack. I think having a bow is fine for her. And when she promotes, well, you wish she get axes, but lances is like the second best thing she could have gotten. So it could be worse. But I forgot what a lance rank is. It's probably not that good. It's probably not great enough, and she's probably better off just repeatedly using bows. But having a horse in this game just isn't as good as Path of Radiance. And Astrid, just like that, isn't as good as she is in Path of Radiance. And there were people, and I really, really hate this, so I'm going to stress it right now. There were people that thought Astrid was better than Gareth, which offended the fuck out of me. So 1 star for Astrid just for that.
Okay. Enter a unit that got by far the most transfers in our Path of Radiance playthrough. Kieran.
Also the most kills. Well, not the most kills, but like so many kills.
Oh yeah, Kieran capped both his strength, his skill, his speed, and his defense.
Wow, both his strength, his skill, his speed, and his defense. Wow, both of them.
All of them. Jesus
All
Christ.
of them.
No, sire. So as a result, his stats are pretty darn beastly. Like his stats are comparable to Geoffrey's in this chapter just because of his transfer bonuses. And just look at this guy. Holy shit! Too bad he's not around a lot to enjoy these stats because they're pretty fucking good. Now, of course, transfer bonuses on Kieran aren't that great because, as you can see, he's pretty darn close to capping most of his stats anyway. Although, I guess you can make the argument that you could use bonus experience to cap out his other stats if you really wanted to. But still, like, you can see He's like 2 points away from capping speed. He's 3 points away from capping strength.
You want to hear something funny? He's actually 1 point from capping speed.
Yeah,
He's
1
capped
point from
3.
It's just really funny. I like Kieran still, though. He's locked to the best weapon type in the game. He's a Cavalier, which we've already talked about isn't that useful, but it's still not bad to have a mount. It's just not as good as it used to be.
It's balanced.
It's balanced. His growths are all pretty good. The speed growth is a little low at 30%, but you see how close he is to capping the damn stats, so it doesn't really matter. 60% defense, 60% strength. He's strong, he's bulky. Gamble is still shit. You can just take it off him, sell it for some money. Give it to Makalov so he can gamble.
I've heard a theory that Kieran and Makalov had their skills swapped somewhere in development, because Makalov could have gamble and be a gambler.
Oh, yeah.
And Kieran is like a guy that's like super Tempest.
Didn't I say that in our Path of Radiance playthrough? That it would be better if they swapped their...
Someone said it on Reddit somewhere, but maybe you've said it too.
I think I said that I thought that Tempest would be a better skill on Kieran, and then Gamble... No, Tempest would be better on... Yeah, Kieran, and Gamble would be better on Makalov.
Yeah.
Because Makalov's a gambler, and Kieran's sort of like unpredictable, and his biorhythm is like up, down, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the guy juggles axes. Like, look at the way he treats Oscar.
So I rate Kieran the same rating that I rate all the really good characters that just aren't around a lot to enjoy their stats. 3 out of 5 stars on this.
Triggered.
Because, you know, he's great. But what does greatness matter if he isn't around a lot to enjoy the greatness? But he's still good for this chapter and the chapters this is in, though.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a solid way to sum him up. He's good, maybe even better than Geoffrey, especially with these transfers, because he's around a lot more. Well, a little bit more. He rejoins in 3-11 and he's around for a couple more chapters. Whereas Geoffrey, like, leaves after 3-9, doesn't come back for whatever the hell reason. I think he's capturing spoiler character or something. It's complicated. But yeah, Kieran is like just very solid when he's around here, and in 3-9 doesn't really do a whole lot else. Mounted unit's not too good in part 4, so it doesn't really help him a whole lot to be around there, but he's like serviceable, I guess, if you want to use an Axe-Pel. I noticed that it says Axe-Pel in here, whereas everything else is just a Pel. That's interesting. That's interesting, especially since Axe is like a short word.
Yeah, what's up with that?
What's up with that? Oh wait, actually, the fact that it's a short word makes sense, because then there's more space in the name for the actual word.
That's a brain fart.
Mystery solved. Okay, so yeah, he could probably use bonus experience to get like other stats, but all his tier 2 caps are pretty bad, so not too great. But 3 out of 5.
Right. And then a brand new unit has entered the field.
Hey!
It's Mecha.
Yes,
now,
pretty amazing.
It's important to say that even though Mecha gets transfer bonuses from Devdon, they are not the same unit.
Yeah, there's like a line, like same person?
Yeah, he specified that very much on his intro. So Devdon capped strength and speed in our Path of Radiance Let's Play, and that means that Mecha is very strong and very fast. It doesn't matter a lot in this chapter again, because we're not going to kill things. But I think it's going to make Mecha a lot better in the endgame. We're definitely going to use Mecha, because he's a 5-star unit. 5 out of 5.
Exactly. 5 out of 5. Fights like 10 men, so 1 star for every 2 men.
Actually, it's 5-star for me, 5-star for you. And that's going to be 10 stars for 10 men.
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. Also, Halberdier class is pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah.
Cooler than Nephenee. Real cool unit. I legit think Danved in some other universe is kind of usable in this game, and Mecha is pretty much the same, although they're not the same person.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he's too bad, although I tried using them once in like a normal playthrough, I remember, and I like bonus experienced him to like tier 3 for 3-E, and he got doubled by a random generic halberdier, and that kind of got a bad taste in my mouth. So since then, I only ever use him on easy mode and pretend that he's good.
He does have a 45% speed growth, and the speed transfer will definitely help that out a lot. So that's nice. I do think it's a bit sad that halberdiers don't get Luna in this game, though, because Luna's just so much better than Impale. Because Luna's an insta-kill, pretty much. It's triple damage, reduced defense, whereas Impale is just times 4. I think Impale procs a bit more often. Don't quote me on that, I might be wrong, but I definitely think Luna's a better skill than Impale.
I think every master skill in this game is skill divided by 2, pretty much. No, not really, actually. Let's see. Impale is skill divided by 2, and Luna is skill divided by 2.
Okay, so it's just the worst Luna.
Yeah, and Impale is like times 4 damage. Like Danved is gonna kill, and so is Mecha when they get times 4 damage.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, alright.
Fine. Also, the enemies that you don't kill with masteries, they tend to have nihil anyway. So generally, mastery is just kill.
Pretty much.
Okay.
we got another unit to talk about before we start. We got this lovely lady right here.
Hey, gorgeous!
Yeah! Raise a man of culture right here. Enter Khalil. So, you may notice that our Khalil is exceptionally fast. This is because Khalil in our Path of Radiance Let's Play capped speed. So she's got a speed transfer. Look at her.
The best transfer.
And that actually is really good on this chapter because it allows us to double certain armor knights here. So that's actually really, really good. Her meteor tome also comes in handy, like, a lot. As far as Khalil goes, though, her availability is really shit, as with many other Radiant Dawn characters, but she is a really good unit. Her stats are all great. She's got really good growth rates. Her weapon ranks are also better now because of her transfers. I think she got just straight up A and everything. Yeah, AAA. Whereas they're usually ABB, so woo! She also is supposed to have a bond support with Geoffrey, but it's not showing up. I think that might be why the game crashes whenever we try to view Geoffrey's bond supports. But I think it is there, I just think it's not showing. So, yeah, I like Nailah.
I like Nailah.
She's got a free one, by the way, just in case you were wondering.
Yeah, she's got Nihil, which is not fantastic in this game. We could take it off her and put it on someone who needs it more. I rate her 4 out of 5 stars because she's gorgeous, and no amount of like bias reader is ever gonna put it down to 3. So yeah, Khalil. You know what, Ray, you go, and then Mecha can go last because I know he's gonna be a party pooper.
I will be. Just warning you.
Oh, gee, thanks. Most of what Mang said about Khalil is pretty apt. Her availability is like a lot of the other Crimean knights, is that it's not so great since they only have around 4 or 5, not even that, just like around 4 maps to go when part 3 is all said and done. She can get something done mostly through chip. Thankfully, her transfers, if she gets transfer bonuses from either her own or Largo's, since she can double up, she can do some reliable. Her output is reliably increased, and she is much more prone to doubling in their chapters, which is great since mages are pretty in Radiant Dawn. Thankfully, she specializes in fire, which is the best magic type. And that goes a long way for her endgame potential, since she can get to the very coveted 34 speed with the Rex Flame, since it grants +3 speed. But other than that, she's not a super game breaking unit or anything like she is in Path of Radiance, and like she's a great help in that game. But here she's not that potential. I love Khalil. She is one of my favorite characters in the Tellius games, but she's not a super juggernaut or anything. I'd give her a 3 stars probably. And that's probably going a little too far. No. 3 stars. 3 stars.
Okay, Mecha. Go ahead. Be annoying.
Okay, I'll be annoying. Khalil is just never around. Like, I bitched about Kieran and people and friends like never being around. They have more availability than Khalil. Khalil is only in this chapter and in 3-9, and then she joined with Premium Royal Knights, which is like okay. Like, she's not Tormod, she's not that unavailable, but it's still pretty annoying. And she's also, I hate to say it, but she's not that strong. She doesn't double reliably. I've never done a transfer Khalil though, so that might be a little different. But I do remember her not doubling reliably in this chapter, in some cases, and then in 3-9, she definitely doesn't double reliably. And she needs some help to get to doubling in part 3, which I'm sure Manx will do if he has like enough bonus experience after getting Danved to 2020.
You mean Heather?
Fuck Heather. I've been replaced. Yeah, I'm not very impressed by Khalil, but maybe Manx will make her good.
BRB, pausing video. BRB, pausing.
You can't use the Rex Flame, but that's only relevant for one or 2 chapters, so don't really count it for much. I'd rate Khalil only I'm honestly tempted to only give her like 2 stars because she's not around that much, and she's also not that good. I don't know which other unit today even rate 2 stars. I don't remember, but I will say 2 stars, so we have a nice average of 3 stars.
Wow.
Saucy.
All right.
Come on,
But
she's not a 4-star unit. She's not freaking Marcia. Kappa.
So yeah, let's talk about this guy first. Ike. Ike is pretty fucking good. The end. Let's move on to Titania. Titania's...
We could do all of them if we're just going to do it like that.
Probably. So, yeah, enter Ike. Ike's got some transfers, and some pretty good ones as well. So, in Path of Radiance, our Ike capped speed and defense. Speed is ridiculously good for Ike, because it makes him start with 25 speed, which is enough to double most enemies, I think, at the beginning. And then due to his, I mean, he's not super fast, he's got a 35% speed growth, but still, that 2 extra speed really reaches a lot of important thresholds, but like, makes it a lot easier for him to just get kills overall, and just get him a lot of experience so that he keeps snowballing out of control. He's ridiculously strong in this game. I mean, look at those stats. They're really good. 24 strength, 23 defense too. I mean, he's got a defense transfer, of course, but it's not like the original Ike isn't tanky without it, but with it, he's like basically more tanky than most armor knights and generals. He is locked to swords, which kind of sucks, but you do have wind swords, so it's not a big deal in Radiant Dawn as it is in other games. And he also comes with his personal weapon, the Etard, which I always think sounds so funny. It's basically a silver sword with a bit of crit on it. It's got a million different bone supports. Earth affinity, which is the best affinity in the game. You saw how powerful Oscar Kieran was. Even that wasn't even double Earth. That was Earth Fire, or sorry, Earth Wind, and that was still pretty goddamn amazing. I just think Ike is really good. I don't remember exactly when he gets this Ragnell. Is it 311?
It's 311, yes.
Yeah, 311. So he gets it eventually. When he gets it, he becomes ridiculously strong. But even before then, he's a really good unit. I rate him 4 out of 5 stars. Just really solid unit overall.
Cool. Yeah, Ike is like probably the best like core combat unit in the game. Like for a unit that only has combat, he's ridiculously good at it, especially with that speed transfer. His base is 23 normally isn't even that bad. He doubles like half the things. I've been playing some Radiant Dawn to refresh myself in hard mode, and Ike doubles like half the things I put him against. It's like a 50-50 shot basically. Yeah. But if he gets some speed procs or the speed transfer, he's pretty much fine for the rest of the game. Pretty good in that regard. Strength is ridiculous. Etard has like 50 uses, and then in 3-4 you can find another one, so you have 100 Etard uses.
Yeah.
And I never even run out the first one. Like I usually don't bother finding the second one because you don't need it. And like the other thing about Ike that I think is important to mention is he doesn't promote until part 4, whereas everyone else can promote when he hit level 20. So again, lore promotions being kind of delayed does kind of suck. Does that mean no access to third tier goodness like the like the extra skill capacity and all that kind of stuff? He also gets Nihil automatically upon promotion, but it does cost him capacity, so it's not really a huge benefit to him. Earth Affinity, like I said, is good. There was one more thing. He does actually get access when he promotes to hero in this game.
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty cool. That's very useful, I find, because at that point he has the Ragnell, and the biggest reason to get access to like want to use access is either weapon triangle, which doesn't exist, or want to range with hand access, which doesn't really matter when you have the Ragnell. There was one more important thing I wanted to say. Oh yeah, I'm gonna rate him 5 stars. That was the important thing.
What?
Because you know, I like looking back at the units I've been rating 4 stars, and some of the units I plan to rate 4 stars. I feel like Ike really is a cut above them, so I think he's worth giving 5 stars to. I definitely think he's better than like I said, some of the units I'm giving 4 stars to. So I wanted to make a difference there. I feel like I'm not gonna rate that many units 5 stars. I think I rated Haar, Jill, and Rafiel 5 stars. And that's pretty much it. I feel like Ike belongs up there. He's, I think, worse than Jill and Haar. But I think you could argue he's better than Rafiel pretty easily. So he's available so much, and he's so good at everything. Like the only thing I can really blame him for is not flying and not promoting earlier. But that's fine. Also, you fight him at some point, so it's kind of scary to raise him and then have to fight him. But there's a trick around that, which I'll get into when that part comes.
I think I heard that you can put him to sleep, but the problem is we're not gonna get the sleep staff because we lost Aran.
Yeah, rip Aran.
So in a way, I guess you could say Aran contributes a lot.
Aran contributes to making chapters harder.
So
yeah, 5 stars.
I think this might be the first time you have ever rated a unit higher than me.
I don't know. Maybe.
You tend to either rate the same or below me. You're a lot more stingy with your ratings.
Likely, yes. Well, I think Ike is good enough for it. This game is weird, though.
I will say that one thing that makes Ike very important is that you have to kill the final boss with him, and he also needs to fight the other boss. He's like the only guy that can fight one of the other bosses.
Yeah.
And there is something funny you can do, like if you have a hammer.
Yeah. It is true that raising him makes it a lot easier, yeah, because on 0% growth it is definitely a bit annoying to have to like save stat boosters for that kind of stuff. So I mean, it's not like it's a detriment to train Ike. He's super good.
Yeah.
But it's one of the few occasions where like I feel like using your lord is like advisable to people instead of like people like Lynn and Eliwood. I'm like, yeah, you can train him at whatever, or Roy, it's like whatever. It doesn't really matter. But for Ike, it's definitely easier to just train him. Yeah. Especially since this basically happens automatically.
He's also really close to capping a lot of his stats.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. Bonus experience on him also works really well, for his speed especially.
Yeah, yeah. Alright, let's go over to Titania.
Yes, she's alive.
She's alive. I mean, they found her buried in a pitfall somewhere. And she just came out. I was like, I'm fine. I'm fine. You think I can die? No way. Titania in this game is still ridiculously good. She's not the god she was in Path of Radiance because you don't get her as early, but she's still a very good unit in her own right, although she is more closely followed by Oscar and Kieran and the other knights in this game, so she doesn't stand out the way she did in Path of Radiance. Still, take nothing away from her though. Good base strength, she's pretty fast, although enemies do scale really fast in this game. And even though she has a 50% speed growth, it's not a given that Titania will double everything if you don't put a lot of effort into her. Still, she's overall a really well-balanced horse unit. I mean, all of her stats are really good. Even her res, which is her lowest stat, is still pretty good. Her hit points is like the only thing about her that's a little bit low compared to some of your other units. She only has 36, but this is more than made up for with her good avoidance and good defenses. And she's also locked to the best weapon type, which is amazing. Comes with S rank in axes. She can use the steel poleaxe without any speed penalty. And her skill is generally high enough so that she can hit pretty reliably with it. She has the sheep. I gotta check her affinity really quickly because I might have
Light,
read.
I think.
It's light. Yeah, my notes said Earth. I knew that was wrong, so I'm gonna correct that. I was like,
she supports with Earth people in Path of Radiance. Yeah, so it's almost like she has Earth affinity.
Yeah, so light affinity isn't the greatest, but I mean, honestly, who cares? Titania is still pretty good. I will give her 4 out of 5 stars, though. I don't think she quite qualifies for the 5-star rating in this game because she's more like on par with the rest of your units, but she's a really strong 4-star unit.
Cool. I like her a lot. I mean, being mounted, as I said in part 2, it's not the best thing ever in this game. It's alright for Titania. Part 3 is fairly mount-friendly, but there are some maps where it holds her back a little bit. There are some maps with, like, Lethe, where at some point you just cannot advance anymore. There's a swamp map, but that doesn't really matter too much. But overall, the move benefit is really nice for Titania. Weapon type is nice. The speed, at only 21, it's actually pretty shaky for this part of the game. I remember looking at enemies, they have around 18, 19, sometimes even 20 speed. So it's pretty tough for Titania to start doubling. So she's actually a pretty good candidate for speed wings. If you have them, you can either transfer them over from part 2, or I think you find a pair somewhere in this part, or you can even transfer the ones from part 1, because there's no real good target for it in part 1, I think, for the speed wings you get in endgame. So what you can do there is, like, you deploy Ilyana in endgame to give her the speed wings just before the part 1 ends. And you transfer them to the
that's pretty
mercenaries.
smart, actually.
But you have to deploy Ilyana, which kind of sucks, because unit slots are pretty tight. But
yucky.
anyway, speed wings or not, Titania's is pretty good. She has some durability issues, but you can help them pretty easily. Good candidate for an angelic rope you get in 3-1. She can get some boosts from transfer. She can get an earth support pretty easily from Oscar or Ike. She gets Soul, the best mastery in this game, which it actually procs in this game when you wear below half HP.
I mean, it procced a lot in Path of Radiance too. It just never procced when we needed it to.
It's really good because every mastery basically says kill the enemy, but Soul also says heal myself while I'm killing the enemy. So that's why it's the best mastery. So that's why I like it.
It's really good.
There's also a really good trick with Titania that you can do when supporting her with someone. You can give her Savior and have her rescue some dumb unit. I like to use Mist for this. She has the water affinity. And I believe Light gives, like, defense at least. So that means she gets full defense from Mist and then some attack as well, which is pretty good.
Gives defense and accuracy.
Yeah, so that's pretty nice for her. Accuracy also doesn't hurt because axes sometimes can be a bit inaccurate.
Yeah, pole axes are inaccurate, so that's nice.
Yeah, so bit of a weird streak here, but I'm also going to give Titania 5 stars.
Oh, wow.
I don't think she really has major enough flaws to make her 4 stars. I don't think there's anything wrong with her. She's even mounted. She can't fly, but again, what else is wrong with this unit? She's ridiculously good.
Wow, holy shit. Wow, that's Mecha's being generous with the stars today. This is interesting.
Part 3 units are just easier to be good, I guess. I mean, part 3 is like a lot more relaxed. Part 1 is like, it's very strict on how good a unit can be because you get so many broken units. It's like no one really stands out besides Jill, whereas in this part it's more a little bit, it's more even. It's more like Path of Radiance. You know?
You get a lot of good units. This is true.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Don't worry, I think I'm about done with the 5 stars for this part though.
Okay. All right. Hi, Soren.
Hey, this guy's alive.
He's also alive. Oh, Soren, oh, Soren, oh, Soren. So, if our Soren had stayed alive through Clash, he would have gotten +2 skill.
Yes.
Would have helped him. I think he would have capped it, actually, because I think his skill cap is 23. I don't think Soren is as good in Radiant Dawn as he was in Path of Radiance. I think Path of Radiant Dawn Soren has one huge flaw, and that's his speed. He has 18 speed, which sounds good on paper, but the enemies in Part 3 are pretty fast. And for some reason, Soren's speed growth is 35%, which I just... it's so low. If you can give him a speed transfer, I think that's going to help him out a lot. And that's also one of the easiest transfers to actually give him in Path of Radiance, because he's very likely to cap speed. I find it difficult to double with Soren. That's my experience with him, that he just never doubles. He does have Adept, but he procs on speed in Radiant Dawn as opposed to skill in Path of Radiance. I would have preferred if he procced on skill here too, because he has a lot more skill, and he has a 60% skill growth. For that reason alone, I like to take Vantage off him and give it to Mia or someone else who can use it better.
You mean take Adept off him?
Adept,
right?
sorry, yeah. Take Adept off him and give it to Mia, who can like benefit a lot more from it. And then just use... I mean, he can't even use Staves in his tier 2 form, which is really fucking annoying.
He forgot how to use him.
Yeah, at least if he could use Staves. Yeah, just like fucking Mist forgot how to ride a horse. Soren just forgot how to wield a staff, which is really annoying. I also find his survivability to be really poor. 28 hit points, 9 defense is really bad. And some of the enemies will even start doubling him if you don't train him properly. So, yeah, just a really difficult unit to use. He does get good if you get him to Archsage tier, but I think everyone gets good when they become an Archsage. I don't think this is a good argument in favor of Soren. I like supporting him up with Ike, though. They have a nice bond support with each other, and Dark Earth is pretty good for giving both of them a nice boost to their survivability. But I think Soren's a far cry from what he was. I'm still giving him 2 out of 5, but I think it's a 3 stars he has to work really hard to get, and honestly, he's not as good as he was in Path of Radiance. Path of Radiance.
Path of Radiance.
Path of Radiance, yeah.
Yeah, I wish Soren was as good as he was back then, but as he is right now, he's just too slow to double, and he's never going to be really durable. Unless you support him with Ike, which doesn't really benefit Ike, because Ike doesn't need any kind of buff to anything. He would probably prefer having an attack affinity, which is why I like to support him with Mia instead, but more on that later, I guess.
I mean, he does get damage from Soren's Dark, though.
That's true, I guess, actually.
Only 3, but still. Something.
Yeah, but that should be the same as Mia, so whatever, it doesn't really matter much, but... yeah, alright, I remember now. I wanted him to have a hit with the fire affinity as well, because he has to hit all those bosses and stuff. So that's why I was liking with Mia. Alright, so... But still, it's an okay support, I guess, but Soren has lower move than Ike, and Ike likes to be, like, exposed to a bunch of enemies, and Soren doesn't like to be exposed to a lot of enemies, so it's still kind of awkward, despite the fact that their movement is very similar. But yeah, Soren doesn't double anything. It does help that he can attack a 1-2 range, and he hits an enemy resistance, which, I mean, it's higher in this game than it is in most games, but it's still the lower of the 2 defensive stat of most enemies. So that helps a little bit, but it's just not doubling and not surviving doesn't really help your cause. Really wish he had a speed transfer of some kind, but he just doesn't. And his HP is so low. It's like, and yeah, if you do transfer the skill, I looked it up, and his skill cap is 23. So he can bonus experience pretty well. The bonus experience is pretty scarce in hard mode, or as you'd like to call it, maniac mode.
It's non-existent. I mean, I got
it's a little bit better in this part though than in part 1. So that helps. But you had like the huge dump from part 2, and it was worth like 3 levels.
3 levels on Heather.
So that shows how rare bonus experience is, and he has to work a little bit to make it worth too. So like, it's like a reluctant 3-star for me too. Like I don't think I can rate him 2 stars, because that makes him sound bad. Where Soren is just not worth it, but still like usable, I guess. So, yeah, 3 stars.
He is an average unit surrounded by good units.
I mean, he's surrounded by we just rated 2 really good units, so I can't fault Soren for being worse than that. But there are better mediocre units than him too.
Yeah, true. All right, and then we'll rate our last unit of the day. Mists. Oh
god, why is she still tier 1?
Mists. You know why she's called Mists?
That's what she turns into when an enemy attacks her.
She missed her horse.
I like my explanation better.
Yeah. Why? Why?
I just want to say we just said Soren was slow. He's almost double.
Oh my god! What a fucking awful unit this is. Now, a lot of people point out something that, if Florette worked as intended and did magic damage, Mist would be good. No, she would not be good. Okay. Yes, okay, if Florette dealt magic damage as it was supposed to, she would deal marginally more damage, but she would still suck, right?
Yeah, she would deal like 5 more damage. That's not irrelevant or anything.
Maybe not, but it's...
Plus the defense res gap is big too. Well, not big.
This is true, but I mean, why couldn't they just have given Mist a horse from the get-go? Like, you spend so much time racing Mist up from a fucking awful footlocked unit, and then she finally gets her horse and become awesome, and then you come to Radiant Dawn and she fucking walks again. Why?
I think they know most people don't train this to Path of Radiance. So they just leave her
Probably.
like this.
So she's just like a bad cleric, and there's... yeah, sure, when she gets her horse eventually, I mean, she get a healer with Kanto, which is sort of nice, but goddamn it, 19 levels to get her there. I mean, I guess you can give her like a Master Crown or something, if you want, but...
Oh, yeah, you know what the problem with that is?
What?
She has a personal promotion item that you get in part 4.
Oh, that's right, now I remember. You said this in Path of Radiance, but then you remembered it was a Radiant Dawn thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, what a bad unit. I'm actually gonna give her 1 star, because you get another healer that can heal better, so it's not like she's really... And also, vulneraries and concoctions are awesome in this game, so you don't really need Mist, honestly. You can just undeploy her and use items, because you know what? A concoction of vulnerary doesn't fucking die.
Vulnerary dies in 8 hits in this game, which is, 7 more than Mist.
Yeah, the vulnerary doesn't get fucking doubled by everything either. That would be nice though if you could double the vulnerary. Get double the hit points back. So yeah, bad unit. What do you have to say about Mist?
I really wish her stats were better, but she dies to just everything. Like, enemies are able to double her. They can't one-hit kill her quite yet, but they're closer than I would like, which sucks. Also, when you heal in this game, a reminder that you equip a staff instead of the floret, so
yeah.
She's even a bigger target. She does 0 damage and then just straight up dies or something. Floret, it would be a really good weapon if it was magical, I think, but it isn't, and we have to live with that. We can't change it. I mean, someone offered to change it, but we
yeah, Dunal wanted to, but I thought that was scummy.
Yeah, no, let's not. It sucks. It really sucks that she doesn't have a horse. I will say, against the other healer, sure, he has more magic, he heals more, and he has a better weapon type, sure, but at the same time, that guy is even slower, dies even more easily. For that reason, I think his luck is also lower. And he has 1 less move at first, so there are reasons to use Mist.
Oh yeah.
Not that many. I think he can use physics though. We're talking about.
Yeah, she does have 7 move to her credit, but still.
Yeah, which is okay, but she can't really move that far generally because she dies to everything. So
yeah,
it's questionable how much of an advantage that is. I will say though, I reserve 1 star for units that are so ungodly bad that you can really use them for anything without really hurting yourself. And I think healing is like not that bad, even for a unit with her stats. It's still sort of okay. Plus, she has that thing where she has a water affinity, which Titania can make use of really well, actually. I use Mist for that purpose more often than I use her for actual healing, fun facts. And so, for that reason, I will give Mist 2 stars. I think she is a tier above someone like Fiona, Meg, who else is really failure? Vika, I guess. Some part 4 scrubs that I'm forgetting, probably.
Why are there so many bad female characters in Radiant Dawn?
I know, right?
Sexist game.
The game is so sexist. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't mind Mist as much as you do, but she is really bad at like.
You're not the one who has to use her right now.
I mean, also like in the early maps, you don't really have a choice. You kind of have to use her. And other course on the maps, so you have to use her. But more like, the map objective is like kind of balanced around having to use all the grill mercenaries, which I think is a very fun part of the game, so we should get into that. Yeah,
I'm so glad we didn't spend an entire episode talking about units and like
too.
5 minutes of gameplay.
I blame the narration.
Yeah, the narration was like fucking 6 minutes. Alright, I'm gonna make a
supposed to Ike. Good choice.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's right, we have some units to talk about. So, last time I think we talked about Ike, Titania, Soren, and Mists.
Yes.
And now we're going to talk about Rolf, Boyd, Oscar, and Shinon. So let's start with Rolf.
Okay. Bad.
Yeah. So one thing that I find really odd about Rolf is how he still has this Rolf's bow. Even the developers knew that nobody used him in Path of Radiance. So he still has like a full durability left on his Rolf's bow.
No, he doesn't. 44 out of 45. Someone used him.
Because he shot once in the previous map.
Alright.
I just like how, at least in Path of Radiance, it sort of served a purpose, because it gave a lot of weapon experience. It was sort of designed to make Rolf learn how to shoot. The fact that he's still walking around with this means that he probably didn't use it a whole lot, which explains why he's so bad.
I mean, he has like 8 bows now, doesn't he?
He's B rank in bows.
Oh, okay. So he could use some more practice, I guess. I don't know.
I don't think, like, is there any bows he cannot use?
Well, there has to be some A-rank bows, a double bow at least.
Oh no, double bow. Actually, it's not as trash in Radiant Dawn. Doesn't it have like 2-4 range?
Ridiculously good at this game.
Yeah, it's actually good. Unlike in Path of Radiance, where it's just a joke weapon.
I know. I think the idea with the Rolf's bow is that he just made more bows like the ones he already has, because later on you can buy some more Rolf's bow actually.
So
I think there's just multiple of them.
So I know Mecha doesn't like it when we compare two units, but I know a lot of people in the comment section are going to go yeah, Shinon might start out stronger, but Rolf become better in the end game if you train him. I don't really think that's the case, honestly. Rolf's growth rates aren't that good. He's very strong with an 75% strength growth, but his bases are so much lower than Shinon. It takes him a really long time to catch up. And honestly, Shinon can get the job done just fine. Yes, you can use both of them, blah blah blah, double unit, pitfall, all that good stuff. But I just disagree with the fact that Rolf is worth the investment because he turns out stronger. Yeah, sure, his endgame stats may be a little bit higher than Shinon's, but it doesn't matter because Shinon can get kills very easily in part 3 because he doubles and crits a lot. Whereas Wolf, he only shoots once. He can chip at best. Against the Armor Knights, he deals 0 damage. So, I just don't think Rolf's a very good unit at all. And I just don't see why you would ever bother training him, honestly. He's so far away from his promotion. Leave with Shinon, you can give him a couple levels and he can become a marksman. And I do think marksmen are sort of good in this game because they can fire at 3 range. And there is definitely some merit to that. But with Rolf, it's ugh, am I really gonna bother giving him 20 levels or use a promotion item on him to turn him into one of those when Shinon just does it better? Rolf's just a very, very unspectacular unit. He's better than in Path of Radiance at the very least, because he at least can do some damage here.
He promoted.
I mean, to be fair, he's still on the same level, comparably. I mean, maybe a little bit closer to the rest of the guys on your squad. In Path of Radiance, he was trash compared to the rest of the Guerrilla Mercenaries. Now he's a little bit more closer to them, but he's still one of the weakest units in your squad. So I give him 1 out of 5 stars. Just, why? Yeah. Why bother? Why bother?
Yeah, I just... Rolf, oh my god, it's so bad. Yeah, okay, I will step into your pitfall for a moment and be okay, Rolf compared to Shinon. Shinon's endgame stats are actually really, really good. So it's really hard to find a niche for Rolf. Like I said, his strength is higher in the end, I think. But Shinon still has a chance to cap it, and Shinon's much faster and better in every other area. So if you want a marksman in the Guerrilla Mercenaries, yeah, Shinon is easily better in every way. Even in the end game, there's barely a difference between them. Shinon might even be better in some aspects. I don't remember because I never used Rolf.
Yeah.
With that said, at least Rolf, being a really bad unit, is in an army that can afford to use bad units because it's much easier to babysit a bad unit when he's surrounded by good units. So it's fairly easy to make use of Rolf if you really want to, which is why I'm bordering on giving him 2 stars anyway, but I think I might end up giving him 1 star. I'm undecided as of yet. I will say a quick thing about crossbows, because I don't think we talked about them too much yet. Unpromoted people like Leonardo can't use them. It has to be a sniper or a warrior. They have a ton of might, but they don't use strength, so that's why Max put the crossbow on this guy instead of Shinon, because, strength doesn't matter. Might as well put it on a weaker guy. It's nice to have 1 range on him, but it's just not very strong. 25 might isn't a whole lot, or 28 also isn't either. He does some damage with it. I remember playing with it a little bit. It's actually his strongest weapon against a lot of enemies here.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny. It one-shots all the flyers, of course, but you don't face that many that are weak to arrows. What else is there? Oh yeah, you said you like marksman. I actually don't. I think they're grossly overrated. Even in the game, a lot of maps, once Rolf becomes a marksman, I think 9 out of 10 maps that are left are routes, and when you are routing, what you want is 1-2 range, not 2-3 range. 1-2 is much more important than 1-3, and Rolf doesn't have good 1-2. When you're attacking at 3 range, your hit gets reduced a little bit, which also kind of stings, but it's nice sometimes, but it's not amazing or anything. It's cool. When he gets a double bow, though, that makes it pretty good for a little bit, but at that point, the game is basically over, so... Yeah, not a whole lot of places for Rolf to be good at anything, really. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 1 star. That's fair enough. I like how we're reviewing the 3 brothers today.
Yeah, we actually are. Bleed! There's Bleed, everyone. And, he's not fantastic in this game. I think we already sort of spoiled that a little bit in the previous map. In Path of Radiance, Boyd is actually one of your better units. That is, unless you lose him like I did.
He was good.
He was really good. He's really good. Because, he very quickly reaches a point where he doubles things. In Radiant Dawn, that's his biggest problem. He doesn't double. because enemies scale too quickly, his base speed is too bad. 45% speed growth isn't terrible, but it's not enough to catch up with the scaling enemies of Radiant Dawn on hard mode. Because you'll just find that the enemies, they'll level up. In the next maps, they'll have like 20 speed, 21, 22, and like, unless you just feed Boyd a million kills and a lot of bonus experience, he's just never gonna get to that doubling threshold. Maybe if you become a Reaver in the end game, you'll see him double a little bit, because his speed can sort of catch up. The enemies stop scaling at some point, and the other units can sort of catch up to them, but it takes a really long time until they do that. So when a unit cannot double, and their primary job is to do a lot of damage and kill things, and they can't kill things, and they don't have any utility aside from that. Like, they don't have a mount, so they can't rescue really well, they can't canto, they can't heal, they can't status staff, anything like that. When their job is literally just to hit enemies hard and kill them, and they can't even do that, that makes them really bad, in my opinion. Like, sure, he's really strong, he can hit pretty hard. I've given his Killer Axe to Titania, because she can double and thus do more damage with it. Because I don't, like, if a unit can only attack once, I don't like to rely on a Killing Axe to crit. I know, Mang's saying not to rely on crits, yeah, I know. but I just don't think it's reliable enough to make Boyd a good unit.
What you say. It actually makes sense, believe it or not.
Yeah, so, yeah, I just think Boyd's really bad. His fire affinity is pretty decent, and he has some quick supports going on with Oscar and Rolf, you want that kind of thing. There's also the triangle attack, but that's more of a meme thing than anything. So yeah, I just think Boyd is a really unimpressive unit. I give him 2 out of 5 stars.
Interesting. Yeah, Boyd would really improve a lot if you gave him a speed transfer, which I think would have happened if he stayed alive, because I think your speed was like okay.
It was really fast, actually, super fast.
Yeah, like if he's able to cap speed in Path of Radiance, he joins with like +2 speed. That might not seem like much because his speed is still roughly on par with the enemy, but it gets him to doubling so much sooner, and it puts him within a speed wing range of doubling. Whereas the way he is now, with no speed transfer and probably no speed wing, he's just kind of up the creek without a paddle. He's roughly as fast as enemies are. It's hard to outpace them by 4 points if you're growing roughly as quickly. Hard mode is pretty harsh on level units. And it's hard to get level ups when you're not doubling anything. So that also kind of sucks. Strength is really good though. If you can get it to double, it's really good. And I think it's possible. I know that like low turn count playthroughs of Radiant Dawn, that they do utilize Boyd quite a bit, but I forgot if they use transfers or not. I'm actually trying to use him in my run right now, so even if you're not using him, Mangs, I might at some point mention that my Boyd is doubling at some point, so you'll know that he's actually good at some point. I think it's possible to get him to double, but it takes a long time and some resource investment. If you can get it to double, he's actually good. He's actually really strong. He can kill armor knights or generals or whatever with hand axes. That's really strong. But it's a question of whether it's worth the investment. And you only have so much bonus experience going around. He can do some like bonus experience tricks, where like you cap his strength and his HP, I think, and then you can get speed, because speed growth is good. So you can probably get that through bonus experience, but so much investments. I don't want to give this guy 2 stars because I feel like he's not that bad. He's just kind of okay. So like I would give him more. I'm gonna give him 3 stars. He's decent at that. Taking into account the option of transfers. That would be my excuse.
Mecca continues to give good ratings to Grille Mercenaries.
Yeah, I mean, this is a more forgiving army than the Dawn Brigade. Dawn Brigade is like, either you're super broken or you're super bad. There's basically no middle ground there.
That is true. Alright, and then we have Oscar. So, Oscar would have had a speed transfer had we not run into an Astra Swordmaster in the final map of Path of Radiance.
Counter. Oh! Takes 10, Ether takes 20, but Ike only has 20 points. Okay, so I guess... No fucking way, Revenge of the Swordmasters.
Really, really sad. You would have also had a bond support with Kieran, yay. So, I mean, honestly, like, Oscar starting with 23 speed sounds really nice. I really would have liked that, actually. Because that would have gotten him into doubling territory a lot quicker. He is really fast, though. He's got a 60% speed growth, so he's definitely one of the Grille Mercenaries that can get into doubling range. His strength is a little bit low at 35%, but then again, keep in mind, because of how bonus experience works, it may not be such a bad idea to have really high growths in certain aspects, because Oscar will for sure cap his skill and speed really quickly. You can see how close he is to capping them right there. And he's got a 65% skill and a 60% speed growth. He gets there in no time, really. And he's also really tanky in this game. 17 base defense is really good. And, you know, it's pretty good. I mean, it's 38 hit points, 17 defense. That's like better than Titania.
I always find Oscar like slightly brilliant.
I mean, most units are pretty frail because units in this arc hits really hard. But I think Oscar on average takes like 3 or 4 hits, unless like it's a really powerful enemy. But anyway, I find Oscar really good. I mean, there's a lot of outdoor maps. He has a horse, he has Kanto. Lances are pretty good. They're not Axis, but they're still pretty good. Earth Affinity is broken. That alone puts him up a lot in my book, just because the Earth Affinity is so incredibly good. And yeah, I give him 4 out of 5 stars in this game as well. I think I gave him that in Path of Radiance, although I probably would have retracted my rating to 5 stars in Path of Radiance, considering
Sure.
how fucking broken he was. But I still think Oscar's a really good unit.
It's funny to hear all this praise for Oscar. I was actually going to be much more mild on him, but I might just end up on the same rating. I think it was nerfed pretty hard from Path of Radiance, because, you know, Paladin just not as good for him. I know I rated Titania like 5 stars since that mount good, but the thing about Oscar is like he has some bigger issues than Titania. His speed cap is really low, to the point where it actually stops him from doubling some things, even when he's capped speed into tier 2, which means he needs a Master Crown, start doubling again, and then maybe even some bonus experience, but I don't remember exactly how his speed turns out after promotion. I think it's like +2 after promoting. But then even in part 4, I think he still has some doubling issues, which is kind of annoying. He also doesn't have access, like you said, so that cuts into his attack power a little bit. I think his strength is also a little bit on the lower side. Like I said, I don't find him that tanky. The Earth Affinity helps, of course, in the long term. But I think by the time that people get like high support rates, almost everyone is tanky, so I don't really count it for much. I don't know, I just don't really like Oscar in the game for some weird reason, even though I love Titania, and they're like the same class. I don't know what it is. I think it's just the lack of attack power, really. It's kind of weak.
Axes are so much better than Lances,
Yeah, and his
especially
strength
when Weapon Triangle is not a factor, especially. It just, they're just have more might, and their accuracy is pretty comparable as well.
Yeah, and his strength is also just isn't like, I don't know, I find him consistently underwhelming. So, but I do think he's a bit better than Boyd at least. Pretty hesitant 4 stars for me as well, but like closer to 3 stars than anything.
Alright.
Not a big fan.
Okay. Finally, we got Shinon. So Shinon is really good in this game. Like, good for an archer at the very least. Like, he's not a 5-star unit or anything like that, but I really like Shinon on this part. Mainly because he has enough speed to double most enemies. His high skill means that his hit rate is very high. Most of the time, it's like 100%. And he also has a really good crit with the killer bow. And since he doubles a lot of things, very often I'll find that I send Shinon against like a beefy unit, and one of his attacks will be a crit, and his other attack will be a hit, and that's enough to kill. So Shinon's just like, depending on how lucky you are, which, you know, I tend to be very lucky, I find that Shinon's just a really good unit, because I send him in against like a full hit point halberdier, and I just kill him. And there's not a lot of units in the Grail Mercenaries that can do that, actually. I mean, in many cases on hard mode, you'll need to gang up on enemies with several units. Like, Ike can one-round a lot of enemies, Titania can do it if she crits, and that's really about it. Shinon is like the only other unit aside from that who has a chance of actually one-rounding units, unless they're really weak. And for that reason alone, I think he's really good. I still rate him 2 out of 5 stars, because, you know, lack of one range is a big deal, but I think that his killing potential puts him up a lot in my eyes, despite having that weakness.
Yeah, Shinon's stats are so stupidly good. He's like on par with Ike, and he's probably your best combat unit if you don't take the lack of long range into account. His stats are broken. Like you said, he doubles. No one else really doubles. Like Ike doubles some things, Mia doubles. That's basically it. And Shinon has a really good chance of killing enemies with just a killer bow. He has some bond supports that also help with that. I think with Rolf and Gatri, which is really cool. And he's also pretty durable. It's insane how much durability this guy has.
What the
He's
hell?
super bulky. He comes with Provoke, so you can even like lure away enemies from bigger targets if you want to. It doesn't work reliably, but it's there, I guess. It's just so weird how strong this guy is. As like in early part 3, this is very useful because your army is kind of, you're like low manning the place, so you need guys like this, even though he's not ideal. But later on, as the game turns into route, he's less useful, and I find that it's... I always want to use this guy long term when I'm first using him, but then like around 3.8, 3.10 or something, I'm like, I don't want to use this guy. He's a liability. He just gets attacked and doesn't counter, and that sucks. And then in the end game, like just like Rolf, he gets a double bow and he becomes OP again. Then the game is over.
Yeah.
So it goes like up and down in utility, but right now he's really good, and then I would probably drop him after 3-5 or so. After that, he's no longer as good. But I don't know. I like this design for an archer at least. It's nice to have one with good stats for a change. So yeah, I'm gonna go with 3 stars. Even though like right now I think he's a 5-star unit, but later on.
Yeah.
Hey,
And
got
Haar's here. Yeah, alright, okay, anyway. Guthrie. So Guthrie, the Gatling gun. He,
What can we say about Guthrie?
What can we say about Guthrie? I like him a lot. Look how fast he is. He's got 20 speed, that's really good.
He's lower than Titania.
Yeah, but...
Titania doesn't double.
But considering... Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, but he's not... Fine, he's slow. I like his... He hits hard, though, and he's really tanky. He's actually very good at what he does in this game. He hits really hard with the Great Lances. He's durable enough to take a bunch of enemy hits. The weapon triangle not being in the game, I think, is sort of a good for him, because what that means is he can tank a bunch of axe units without really any big issue, and he doesn't really care as much not having weapon triangle against the sword units. I think it actually makes him better. His resistance is a little bit iffy though, but 20 speed means he doesn't get doubled by a lot of the units, so it's not like he dies a lot to mages. He's also, like, his growth rate is really fast though. He's got a 60% speed growth, which is really impressive. Like, most armor knights in this game does not have that high speed. And a 60% strength growth is also pretty good. So I guess if you want to use a Marshal in the late game, I think Guthrie's probably your best bet. You can also get some nice transfers if you play Path of Radiance, and I think that helps him out quite a bit. And yeah, I like him a lot. Doesn't have any special skills or anything like that, but I think he's a completely respectable unit. I give him 2 out of 5 stars.
3? Okay,
yeah.
Then. I like Guthrie's stats a lot. They're amazing, especially his growths. Like, holy shit, his strength and defense and speed are all just so good. But what really hurts, and I hate to say it, is that his caps are too low. His speed cap in particular really hurts him in this tier. I think his cap is like 22, 23 or something.
Kappa.
Experience. Kappa. Like, in a way, it helps him because he can bonus experience his other stats when he caps speed, but at the same time, it hurts him because that means that by the time he promotes, he has a lot of speed to gain before he reliably doubles throughout the entire game. But he does double reliably for a little bit after promoting, which is nice. But damn, that movement is also really bad. I mean, like, Part 3 Radiant Dawn maps are so huge at some point that it's hard for Guthrie to keep up. So it's really, if you don't mind playing slowly, then Guthrie is pretty okay. But he's gonna have some dibbling issues because of this cap problem, and he's gonna have some movement problems. I don't think the weapon triangle matters too much for him because, as I told you, he can use axes, like all of them.
Yeah.
He has like A rank axes, I think. So
B.
If he would have weapon triangle, he could just switch his weapon. I think that's not really an issue for him. But I guess it's nice that he could just use one weapon all the way through.
Yeah.
And not really care about what's in front of him. That's okay. It doesn't really particularly help him very much. It's just nice for the player in general. But I guess it helps him too.
Why Guthrie is nice in general.
Yeah, why Guthrie is nice in Lance General. I mean, it's a bit deceptive that he's named Lance Gen, and then he can use Axis almost as well as he can use Lance.
He's from the Lance generation.
Yeah, I would give him like 3 stars too, because I think those issues of the speed cap and the movement cap are pretty big, but his statistics are fantastic.
Yeah. Riss. Riss, Rice, Reese, Race.
Wise.
Rice. I mean, I'll give him one thing. He's a better healer than Mists, but that's not saying much. Why is he so slow? I mean, with 7 defense and 27 hit points, he risks getting... I mean, he gets 2-shot by almost pretty much everything, and...
Risks.
Risk. But on top of that, they had to go and give him 15 speed, so he actually gets doubled by most generic enemies. So you put him in range of something, he dies. Unless it's super slow. I guess there's some enemies on this map with like 18, 19 speed, so he doesn't get doubled by those. But anything else, he will just melt. And that makes him so hard to use, because it's not like... You might think that his avoidance is good with 22 luck, but luck doesn't give that much avoid in this game. It's mostly based on speed, which Riss does not have a lot of. So yeah, he's there as a walking staff bot, and that's nice, I guess. You do need someone to heal. It's not like anyone else can do it at this point, but once you get access to other healers, Riss just becomes completely irrelevant. I don't understand, like, use him for healing and then dump him. 2 out of 5 stars. Terrible unit.
Pretty much, yeah. He does like provide some really strong chip damage with 24 magic. That's pretty nice, but light magic has pretty low might. Like, I think L light right here has like 5 might, so that's not very good.
Yeah.
5 might, so pretty bad. Durability, like you said, trash. I think both him and Mist can use the physic, but he has more range and he heals more HP with it. So in that sense, he's a better healer. I guess he's better at it than Mist overall. He, like I said before, he has 1 less move. He has 1 more range with his tome and much more range with the staff. So I guess he is the better healer overall, which is not a very good one. And like Vulneraries and Concoctions are the best healer in this game.
They are.
As we've said so far. It is nice that what he can do with physic, though. I do appreciate that, and I think he has some utility with the rescue staff later on, which I really want to, but it's kind of hard to find a use for him. I'll give him the same as I gave Mist, which is 2 stars.
Yep. And then finally we got Mia. Now keep in mind,
Yes!
the Mia we're looking at now has gained 1 or 2 levels, so these are not her bases, but I'll show her bases on screen. Just keep in mind that she does not join with 29 base speed. Unless you transfer her, then she might. I think her base speed might be 27. Let's see. No, it's 28, so she's gotten 1 point of speed. 1 point of strength. Yeah, she's pretty good. I like Mia a lot. Like, her stats are really high. Like, holy shit, she joins with them. Like, in the Grail Mercenaries on hard mode, there are so few of your units that doubles naturally. Ike does it with the speed transfer. Shinan does it for a little bit. Titania can double a few very slow enemies. Then you have Mia, and she pretty much doubles everyone with her 28 base speed, which is really, really nice. Give her the Wu Dao, give her the Adept like we did, and yeah, she has a pretty good chance of killing anyone with a little bit of luck. Her avoidance is ridiculously high, 92. That's super good, so you can actually sort of let her stay on the front lance a little bit. Again, I think lack of weapon triangle helps her out a lot, because it means that generals with lances won't have a super high chance to hit against her. So she's a little bit more versatile in what enemies she can face. I also think that in this part, you face a lot more lance and bow users than you do axe users. The Dawn Brigade faces a bit more axe users in general, but Mia doesn't, so the lack of weapon triangle doesn't really hurt her in any way. Actually, I'd say it makes her better. Her strength growth is 45%, maybe a little bit low, but like she's pretty close to capping it anyway, and if you really want to, you can give her bonus experience, because as you can see, her skill and speed are almost capped. I can imagine that transfer bonuses are really good on Mia, because she's probably pretty reliable to cap a lot of stats in Path of Radiance. She joins at a really low level, but she has really high growths. So that's also something that can make her really good, I think. And yeah, she's just overall a really, really good unit. The fact that wind swords are in this game means that she doesn't suffer the standard Myrmidon Swordmaster curse from the other games. And she's just, alongside with Ike, she can just dish out a lot of damage. Although I do really, really advocate giving her Sorin stat up skill, though, because it just benefits her so much. Without it, I'd say she's a little bit more mediocre. I give her 4 out of 5 stars. I think she's a really, really good unit.
Yeah, you said it all. The Griddle Mercenaries just have so many tools to make Mia good. They have more bonus experience than the Dawn Brigade, so they can make use of her cap stats really well. They have an Adept scroll that she can use really well, which no one else really can. Like Shinan maybe, Ike maybe, but Mia is just so much better because she gets so much more out of it. She can use Cancel, which is on Haar right now, I think, but it's also pretty good.
Oh yeah!
She has Innate Vantage, which she can use with that Cancel to like stop people from attacking, kind of like what you're doing with Heather.
Well, not anymore.
She can also do that at that Disarm combo if you really want to. It's also really nice. And yeah, I looked at her Path of Radiance chance. She has a 95% chance of capping speed in that game. Wow. So that gives you an idea. She can also cap
join. Yeah, then she'll join capped actually, which is kind of
yeah, and she can also cap strength and skill if you want to with a little bit of help. So all that helps transfer Mia a lot. But even without transfers, I think Mia is one of the best Griddle Mercenaries by far. Not saying this because I think she's cute or anything. I just really like using Mia, and I think it's really easy to make her good with very few resources. I think I will also give her 4 stars. I think she's like a tier better than Nephenee, for instance, who I also gave 4 stars, but in retrospect probably 3. Mia is kind of like Nephenee, but much better.
Yeah.
Despite the fact she has swords instead of lances. She's fast enough to double. The crit forge I just talked about makes it really easy to kill things with her. I really like supporting her with Ike, because Avoid makes both units pretty much invincible, and the attack that Mia provides, and the hit as well. Well, the hit doesn't really do much, but the attack power puts some conflict to it going. And Mia's strength is deceptively good in this game. Like you said, it has like 40%, 45% strength growth or something.
Yeah.
It goes up with bonus experience pretty easily, because there's skill and speed cap so quickly. And she starts 2-hit stuff really easily. I actually don't like the Wo Dao after this chapter or so, because that's such low might.
Yeah.
That's why I use the crit forge to make sure
only
she
has
kills
20 in this game. In most other games, it has 40.
Yeah, it doesn't really crit a whole lot in this game. Windex just kind of suck, but she can still use them, which is nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, 4 stars.
All right.
Good unit.
Finally, let's go. Let's talk about Ranulf. So Ranulf. What can we say about Ranulf?
Triggered.
It's a Saturday sign. Yay.
Hey.
Cool. He's a cat. By
Meow.
definition, he sucks because cats are bad. Like, yay, I can fight one you, and it's gone.
Pretty much. I mean, his stats are kind of good.
His stats are good though, like really good. I mean, 30 base speed, that's pretty decent. And it helps that he can transform right away on this map. It does sort of make him a little bit better, at least on this map, because he can actually get stuff done right away. But it kind of sucks that it's only for this map that he gets that. Yeah, I mean, Ranulf, again, it's got good stats. I like him, but his everything else about him just kind of sucks. Lagoos in this game get so shafted unless they're royals or tigers or lions.
Or hawks.
Or hawks, yeah.
Basically not cats.
Basically, yeah, Radiant Dawn just hates cats. Its growth rates are not terrible by Lagoo standards, though. I mean, 30% strength, 35% speed. It's a lot more than many of the other Lagoos has. Its growth rates are actually better than Lethe's, which, I don't know, it tells you more about Lethe, I guess. But yeah, like, use him for this chapter, and then I usually don't really have much of a use for him after that. I rate him 2 out of 5 stars. Lack of 2 range just kind of makes him very hard to use, and if he untransforms, man, he gets killed so quickly, because his defense drops to like 12 or 13.
He becomes mist when he untransforms.
He becomes mists, pretty much, and 15 speed will get him doubled at this rate. Don't think he doesn't get doubled untransformed. So yeah, what do you have to say about Ranulf?
Yeah, I wish he wasn't a cat. That's most of it. I do like that he's forced into almost every Part 3 map, besides the ones where there's just no Lagoos available. Or they're like the Grill Mercenaries ones, so that makes it... Like, the maps take so long sometimes that Ranulf, like, automatically transforms, even if you don't feed him any, they'll leave you grass. So in that case, I just transform him and have him, like, shove people or something, which is kind of nice. But other than that, it's just not a whole lot of point in using him. He doesn't have 2 range, so he sucks in later on in the route maps, and early on, it's like... He needs to, like, use grass every turn to transform, which means he doesn't have a player phase. And because he doesn't have 2 range, he really doesn't have an enemy phase either, so... It just kind of sucks either way, but he can do some nice things somewhere. And he's important for this chapter because he's got a seed, so you kind of have to sort off using him. You don't really have to fight with him, you have to, like, take care of him, I guess. 2 stars is fair.
Yeah.
He's the best cat, for sure.
Oh yeah, that's right, actually. The objective of this map is actually Ike and Ranulf arrive together, which is a really annoying objective.
This game ships Ike Ranulf.
Alright, and then let's talk about this guy. Giza!
Oh, he's in this game, right.
When I saw him pop up, you remember? I was like, who's that guy? He's like a generic NPC. Giza is, quote-unquote, supposed to be the good growth tiger in this game. His bases are very low, but his growth rates are higher than the other tigers. Honestly, I think you could have doubled this guy's growths and I still wouldn't use him. I mean, he's got marginally better growths than Mordecai and Muarim, but look at his bases. Ugh. You want a tiger with 20 strength, Mecha?
Yes, please. Give me those tigers. Because he's not a cat, so I'll take it.
At least he comes with a Lagoo stone, so I guess I'm grateful for that. But yeah, no. I mean, no. Just no. No! It's just so bad. Yeah. What's the point of this unit? And he does come with a skill called Quick Claw, which is like a skill percentage chance activation to do strength damage to a ranged attacker. So you might go like, oh ho, he has an enemy phase. No, not really, because he'll never proc it, so it doesn't really matter. Just take it off him and give him to Ranulf or something, if you want to use Ranulf, I guess. Really bad unit, 1 star.
A very bad unit indeed. I keep forgetting he exists, because he's like Radiant Dawn exclusive, but he doesn't really matter in any way, and he's just... I think in Japanese he's like even more offensive than he is in English, because he's like a very stereotypical homosexual character or something. I forgot the nuances, but it's a very offensive character, basically. And he's a tiger at least, so his gauge is better, but that doesn't really solve any of the other Lagoo's problems. He's kind of slow. He's like slightly faster than Titania was back in 3 Prologue, so that's really bad. This is just such a pointless unit. I'll give him like 1 star. It's just also what I was gonna say. I always say growths don't matter a lot, but they especially don't really matter for Lagoos in these cases, because they grow so slowly. They get like 1 XP per battle. Like, shit, that doesn't matter. Get out of here. You need like 100 battles to level up. It's bad.
Yeah, and half of those battles he won't even be transformed.
Yeah, they get more later on. But right now they get like 1 XP.
Yeah. Alright, let's... I know people have been looking forward to this.
Yay.
So if you thought Giza's bases were bad... The game just goes, wait a minute, hold my bear.
You know what I'm thinking when I'm looking at those bases?
What?
Is it the Dawn Brigade?
You know what? I think she might actually be worse than some members of the Dawn Brigade at base. I think Nolan has better bases than her, probably.
Well, untransformed, yeah.
I mean, at least she has 47 hit points, thank God. But oh my God, what the fuck is this unit? Ah, so bad. I know a lot of people like to do gimmicky builds with her, like Blossom Paragon. The thing is, her growths aren't even that good. She's still got a 35% strength growth. Yeah, sure, she got 65% skill and 70% speed, which is a lot more than other Lagoos, but what does it matter? At the end of the day, she's still a cat, the worst Lagoos type in the game. Even if you train her up, she's still shit. Man, she's so bad. Oh, she's so 7 base strength. It's killing me, please. 1 star. She's like
It's 14 transformed. Oh,
she's the mech of this part.
for sure. She is definitely the worst unit in the Guild Mercenaries by far. There's just no redeeming qualities about her besides her growth. But as I said, growth don't really matter. I guess she gets a little more XP than some of the other Legus, but I don't. It's probably still 1.
Yeah.
really bad unit. I've never used her. 1 star.
You don't. Yeah. Raisin! He is, I mean, you know this guy from Path of Radiance. 3rd Legus to join your team. If you play Path of Radiance, you know how he works. Dances for 1 guy and transformed. Dances for 4 people transformed. When he's transformed, he has the best movement range, and he also can Canto. He's really, really good. He's also the highest level of the Herons, I believe, so he has access to 1 extra Galder that you'll never use, I think. So, yeah, I mean, his growth rates are pretty low, but they don't matter, because you don't care. But you want to get him transformed as quickly as possible. He's extremely good, 5 stars. I mean, I don't really think we need to explain why. It's just like, he's really, really good. My favorite Heron, honestly. After Rafiel, so actually he's my 2nd favorite Heron.
Close, yeah. I love Raisin, he's really good. Dancer for even 1 person would be amazing, especially with the ability to move again and everything. I do think it's not worth transforming him for every map, because some maps you just don't have enough to do into, like, warrant transforming him with, like, black grass and stones, but it's just really good even when he's only Dancer for 1 person. For the endgame, though, I think Rafiel's the better Heron, because endgame chapters are very short, and I'm talking, like, the actual Part 4 endgame. Those are really short, and in that place you just want the turn 1 Dance for 4 people instead of Raisin's turn 1 do nothing and then turn 2 Dance for 4. But that doesn't make Raisins any worse in Part 3. He's still super good, especially in the maps to come. I think he's in most Part 3 maps. Leanne is in a couple of them.
Yeah.
At least 1 from my memory, but most of them Raisin has. So Raisin good, enemies bad. Kill please. 5 stars.
Alright. Anyway, let's talk about these units.
Oh god, I love these 2.
You do?
Yes, they're so good.
Alright, why don't you start by talking about Ulki then?
Okay, so, I mean, the difference between Ulki and Janaf is pretty much their skill. I think Ulki has a skill that gives him plus 20 avoid, and then Janaf has one that gives plus 20 hit.
Yeah.
People often start out with that when talking about these 2, because it is the most distinctive thing about them. But what I fail to mention often is, like, how ridiculously, insanely good their stats are. Like, holy fucking god, they got buffed so hard between Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ulki has 36 speed. I don't know their bases off heart, so I'm just going what I see on my screen. Ulki has 36 speed, that doubles Stormmaster's at base level. Like, fuck, that's so fast. 28 strength, not enough to kill much of anything, and maybe just mages, but still enough to be functional with, like, Adapt. He still kills if he procs Adapt once. If he gets to level 30, which takes a lot of bonus experience or a lot of combat experience, because Legus level so slowly, and they're pretty high level, but if he gets to level 30, he can get a Satori sign, like the ones one he's holding. Then you get Tear, which is also kind of like Adapt. It's like the Legus mastery. It's just, okay, I proc this, I kill the enemy, done. They never miss, like, look at his hit, it's 203, he never misses.
Because he never miss, huh?
Yeah, the crits doesn't really do much. I don't remember them having particularly high critical enemies because they have too much luck, so I don't think they crit very often besides what their skill offers them. But they're so fast, and they're super dodgy. Like, Ulki gets the dodge bonus from his thing, but even Janaf is just so dodgy. Like,
137 avoid.
Yeah, like, they can dodge crossbows, like, almost half the time. It's insane. And crossbows, like, always hit everything. And, like, Jesus Christ, normal bows, they have, like, 20 to 30 hit or something. It's insane. They can also survive a hit from a silver bow. Ulki can survive a hit from a crossbow in some modes. They're so stupidly bulky. They have like 60 HP and 22 defense. They're so tanky. The only thing that's really wrong with them is like their 1 range lock and just having the goose gauge, but everything else about them is super good. They can even fly. They can just go over everything.
Yeah, and Canto.
They have the skill capacity to do everything. They can shove and rescue people. They can Canto all around the place. They're like mini Haars, basically, but they're like they have the limitations, but they're super good. I love them so much. But they're only joined right now, so I can't give them 5 stars. And they have some lacking other things, but I would say they're really like 3 to 4 star units. I would honestly give them, like, if it was based on performance alone, I would say 5 stars, but because of the availability thing, I will go down to 4 stars, but they're just insanely good for both of them, really. The main difference between the 2 is for Janaf, is his strength is a little bit better, and even though the skill he has is worse, I think he's the better unit between the two, because if you give him an energy drop, he gets +4 strength.
Yeah.
And then he does 8 extra damage when doubling, and he's actually at a point to it. So, yeah. And then I think they have A strike, so they're not as strong as they could be. And it takes a while to get to S strike, but if you can get them there, they could also, I think 2 could also part 4 enemies, again, at like base level. They're super insane. I love these 2 units so much, but they're a little bit hard to use because of the gauge thing. But they have plenty of time to grass up, and you can use Raisin to give them extra turns, to give them grass turns. So I think they're the best non-royal Lagoos in the game, besides maybe like Volug. You could argue Volug is better in some ways, but these are the best of the Guild Mercenaries has, at least. I love these 2. 4 stars each.
Yeah, since you did both of them, you pretty much said everything that is to say about Ulkia. I'll just mirror your rating 4 stars. I pretty much agree with everything you said. But we do also have to bring up Janaf. And since you pretty much just talked about both of them, I thought I'd just like point out their differences statistic-wise, since like I have the notes in front of me. So the difference between Janaf and Ulki, Janaf has 4 more points of strength when he's transformed. He has 2 less points of speed, so Ulki is a little bit faster. Janaf does have an insanely high base luck. He has 5 extra points of luck compared to Ulki. Not that that really matters all that much. He's a little bit more bulky, 2 more points of defense. He has a lot less resistance than Ulki, though. He has 4 less points of resistance than him, so Ulki is a better mage killer. He does have something over Ulki, though, that I really like. He has a 40% strength growth as opposed to Ulki's 25%, which means that he has a much higher chance to cap his strength, and a strength level up for Lagoos is essentially 2 extra points of damage, so that's really, really important.
I will say, though, like, these guys level up so slowly. They get, like, 1 EXP per battle, so unless you give him bonus experience, they're just not gonna level up. But what does matter, though, because I forgot this, Janaf is level 29, Ulki's level 28. Yeah, and you can only give him the Satori sign when they're level 30, because then when they get the extra capacity, and they can be taught their mastery skill, but that can only happen at level 30. And Janaf is much easier to get there than Ulki is, because Ulki needs 2 levels of a lot of bonus experience, whereas Janaf just needs 1.
Yeah, so and he also comes with the Wild Heart Scroll, which is like, why would you ever want that? No.
I just see like 500 gold or whatever. I mean.
Also has a bond support with Raisin and Ulki. Not with Tibarn, funnily enough. I don't really know why they lost that. It's like, I guess they're not pals with Tibarn anymore in Radiant Dawn. It's kind of weird. They also have the same affinity, Thunder, which is alright, I guess. And yeah, their growth rates are pretty similar otherwise, though. But short summary, Janaf's like a little bit stronger, better base level, but he's a little bit slower and a little bit worse against mages. But I still think he's a 4-star unit.
Yeah, the speed difference doesn't really matter, because they both double literally everything.
Yeah.
It's like, do you want Ulki's extra avoid against crossbows and bows or whip magic? Because those are the only things he's afraid of. Or do you want Janaf's extra power and higher level? And I generally prefer Janaf.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And so 4 stars?
Yeah.
Okay, so what... Yeah, I just realized I gotta bring up my notes, because I completely forgot there were new characters to talk about here. Hey. So yeah, we got some new guys to talk about. Sigrun. Yeah, girls. Can't you technically say, isn't guy technically like a gender neutral thing? Can't you say guys?
It generally is, but when it's just 2 girls.
Okay, we got some new gals to talk about. Yeah, so for Sigrun, she's really fucking underwhelming. I never really liked her all that much. I mean, she's a flyer, I guess, which is nice. She can like rescue drop and stuff like that, and her bases aren't terrible for this point in the game. But I find her long-term usage to be pretty weak, considering her strength base is a little bit lower than what I'd like. But I think if you put some investment into her, she can probably work out just fine. I just never liked Sigrun, honestly. I just find her really underwhelming. But she is a flyer, so there is some merit in that, I suppose. Her growths are a little bit weak. She only has 25% speed growth, which is kind of trash. Most of her growths are put in skill, which is like, you know, not the best stat around. Just a bond support with Tanith. Her availability is pretty shit. And her affinity is also really bad. I give her 3 out of 5 stars. She's just sort of like a very mediocre flyer.
Yeah, she's pretty much being a flyer sums her up well. Her stats aren't very good. I think they're salvageable to a point. She's very close to promotion, level 19. So you can give her 1 level and then a crown or another level, and she's promoted. Pretty good use of bonus experience if you just want another, what's it called again, the 3rd tier? It's like Seraph Knight or something.
Yeah.
It's not too bad of a class, but it sucks that it's so weak to crossbows. She dies to any bow, in fact, I think. Like Silver Bow probably one-shots her too.
Yeah, 34 hit points is really low.
Like, her stats aren't very good, especially strength is really an issue for her. Speed as well. Her speed is 1 point higher than, like, what Ike had at base back in 3P or something.
Yeah.
And that was, like, not reliable doubling back then, so that's definitely an issue. But she's not... I wouldn't say she's too bad, it's just... It's kind of late, and it's kind of annoying to invest into her to not get a whole lot out of it, but I still like to give her that promotion for part 4, just so I have an extra fairy bot for the desert and stuff. It's not too bad, but not too great. She's alright. She's okay.
She's a filler character.
Yeah, what did you give her?
3 stars.
3 stars, yeah. I don't even like her as much as like a 3-star. I'm gonna give her 2 stars.
Oh wow!
Despite the fact that she's a flyer,
right?
She's just doing so late. She's just not that good.
Yeah. One thing I will say though, it's not like a thing that makes like it's not a point in favor of Sigrun. It's more a point in favor of flyers on this map. You can sort of use flyers to ferry people across pitfalls.
Yeah.
By placing her over a tile with a pitfall on it, you can like ride through a pitfall with another unit. So that is kind of nice. It's nice that you get 2 flyers for this chapter for that reason.
Yeah, she's also forced in, I think, most of her maps. In this one, and then I think in 3 final as well.
Yeah, because she's like guarding Sanaki and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And then Sanakai's not on the field, and then Sigrun goes out on the field and fights, which guards Sanaki somehow.
Yeah,
logic.
Don't question it. And then we have Tanith, so...
Hey.
She was really good in Path of Radiance. I feel like she's not that great in Radiant Dawn. I think her long term is better than Sigrun because she has better growths and she has a higher strength base, which is nice. But she doesn't have her amazing reinforced skill anymore. She still comes with the Storm Sword though, which is an alright sword, I guess. And she has pretty good weapon ranks. And as I said, because of her better growths, I think she turns out a better Seraph Knight than Sigrun in the late game. But she's also like 3 levels lower. So she requires a lot more experience to get to promotion, which is a point against her. But yeah, again, she's just the flyer. That's really all I have to say about her. I feel like she doesn't really stand out in any meaningful way. I think both Tanith and Sigrun at this point have better stats than Marcia, but that's just because I didn't train Marcia. That's not really a strength that they have, so... I give Tanith 2 out of 5 stars. I think she's a little bit worse than Sigrun, even though her late game potential is better, but I still think both of them are pretty shit.
Okay, cool. I like Tanith better than Sigrun, actually, even though I've never really used either of them very much. I'm kind of biased, because Tanith is like a huge part of the Radiant Dawn speedrun, which is not something I play, but it's something Kirby Master plays a lot, and Tanith is like significantly better there, because she actually gets trained and get levels, but that's on easy and normal mode. I haven't really tried Tanith in hard mode for a long time, but I do think she's significantly better in the long term, like you said, because her growths are quite a bit better, but like the strength helps a lot. You can actually get to 2KO. I wish that you had the Sonic Sword from Path of Radiance, I think that's what it's called, like the sword that goes off magic.
Yeah.
Against flyers. That would have been really nice to have on her. She has the Storm Sword as like a reference to it, but it's not nearly as good because it goes off strength instead of magic, so it also hits on enemy defense instead of resistance.
Yeah, and it's not effective against flyers.
Yeah, that also sucks. And her magic is actually okay, so she could do some work with that, but we can only dream about what it would have been. What we have is like a Falcon Knight that's like a little further from promotion, but you can still get it to promotion before part 4 pretty easily if you want to. I don't think she's too bad. I'm not sure if it's enough to get her to 2-star or 3-star. I don't think there's like a tier gap between her and Sigrun, but at the same time, I do feel like she's significantly better. I'll just give her like 2 stars for now, but maybe they deserve 3 stars. I'm just not sure, but I'll go with 2 stars for now.
Yeah, on a side note, she does have the Earth Affinity, which is a lot better than Sigrun's Water Affinity. The Earth Affinity is always great, but I don't think it like pulls her up a star.
Oh, I thought you said Sigrun's Affinity was shit, so I assumed it was like wind or something, but if it's water, that's actually pretty decent.
Do you think water's good?
Yeah, water gives attack and defense, so those are just 2 stats that they both would really like. In fact, they have a pretty fast support together, so they can support together.
Yeah, I guess, and they have a bond. They have a bond support too, which is nice.
Yeah, and they can easily canto next to each other and build supports that way.
That is true.
You get a bunch of new units in Act 4. So.
We have 4 to talk about.
Yeah, so let's talk about Sanaki.
So Sanaki, she's pretty bad. People like her though, because she's like unearthed.
I'm glad you've joined the dark side.
She has really good growth rates though, at least by Radiant Dawn standards. My issues with Sanaki is that she's really slow. She has 35% speed growth, and she has 23 base speed, and she does get weighed down quite a lot by some of her fire tomes. She comes with her personal tome, the Cymbeline, which is, you know, it's pretty good as far as the tome is concerned. It still slows her down by 3 points though, but it's got some pretty good might on it. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, she is an Empress, which is basically an Archsage that can't use staves. Whoop, whoop. She gets light instead of staves, which is a pretty shitty trade-off. She does come with the Flare skill, though, which is kind of nice, but she's so squishy. She doesn't get, like, one-shot in this chapter, but she gets two-shot by most things. There's some units, I think, that can one-shot her?
Maybe. Let me see. 38 attack, that is a lot. That's like maybe warriors.
Maybe warriors, yeah. But yeah, she'll die pretty quickly if you put her on the front line. She does have pretty good avoidance, though, because she has 23 speed and 32 luck, so her avoidance is pretty decent.
She has good avoid, because she has 23 speed, but she's slow, because she's 23 speed.
Well,
make up your mind!
I mean, it's her speed plus her luck is pretty decent, because her luck is high. But she's not fast enough to double. I mean, she won't get doubled, but she...
Oh, you'd be surprised.
maybe afterwards, but she doesn't get doubled by a lot of these enemies in her joining chapter. But 23 speed is pretty shit, and it's effectively 20 speed with the symbol in, which is really low. It just takes a lot of effort to get Sonaki up to a place where she starts doubling, and because she's a 3rd tier class, her experience gains aren't great either. I mean, if she started out as like a 2nd tier class with these bases, I think she'd be a lot better, because you can get like some promotion bonuses on her and stuff. But yeah, overall, I don't think Sonaki's a very good unit. I give her 2 stars. She's good for, like, dealing a lot of damage, though, to one enemy. She can, like, weaken enemies for other units to kill them, but that's pretty much about it. And you have to, like, really, really take care of her, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, I feel like the people that would use Sanaki are the same people who would, like, enjoy raising Nino, and
yeah.
I can appreciate that. I wouldn't do it personally, it's not for me, but it is a lot of fun to do with her, because she has a truckload of attacks. She's like Lena from FE6 in a way.
Yeah.
She's like a ton of magic, but, like, no speed to back it up. Which I guess is a theme for sages in this game, that they're just very slow.
Yeah.
Sanaki just fits into that trend. She is really slow. Like, the Paladins in the upcoming chapter, they don't double her, but the fact that she kind of doubled them says a lot about her, because they are supposed to be super slow. And then when you come to the Desert chapter, there's actually enemies that can double her, I think. Like, Sword Masters for sure. Maybe Halberdiers, not sure. She does have high movement in that desert, so that's pretty nice. She has free deployment for the rest of the game, so you never need a deployment slot for her, so anything she can do is nice, in my book. Although there are chapters actually where you want to ditch her for better units in the final chapter, so not really free, I guess, but sort of. But she's really fragile. You just gotta shield her from a lot of enemies, because she can take one hit, but that's about it.
Yep.
That really sucks. It's really annoying to deal with in this part of the game, because it's route maps. You don't want to, like, take forever setting up kills for her or whatever. You just want to put a unit in the middle of a bunch of enemies and kill them all in one round, in one enemy phase, because if not, you're gonna get overwhelmed by reinforcements. So raising Sanaki is pretty annoying. But she can team up with, like, a lot of other weak characters to kill enemies that, like, approach your main group or something. Kill them off before they get to Leanne. Something like that. That can be useful. But that's about it. So I'm going to give her 2 stars as well.
Alright. And then we have, let's talk about, who's the 4th?
Oh, I counted Seagrim, but I shouldn't have.
No.
Never mind.
Alright, here's Angry Buff Lion Man. He's finally playable. So Skirmir, he's a lion. Lions are pretty good. Their gauge is slow, and that's pretty much what you want from Lagoose. Comes with the Lagoose Stone, which is nice. So Skirmir, he's really strong. He is not fast enough to double maybe some of, like, the Paladins, because he gets 26 speed when he transforms. I'm not sure how slow the Paladins are, but I think he might be able to double some of those.
You can double them in easy and normal mode. I'm not sure about hard mode. We'll see.
He's got a big boatload of hit points and pretty decent defense, but his resistance kind of blows. Like with most other Lagoos in this game, his growths are really, really low, although he has a pretty impressive 50% defense growth, which is kind of nice. So if you put some work into him, then he can be good, but... Again, like, of course, I won't be able to use Kinagus, but like, you get Kinagus in the tower, and he just obsoletes Skirmir, but...
Just use both!
But he is, like, he is a pretty good help in this coming chapter. He's very bulky, he hits really hard. He has the Provoke and the Resolve skill. I'm not sure if I'm going to take him off him yet. The Resolve can be good in other units, but Skirmir, I'd say, make pretty good use of Resolve, because he has such a massive pool of hit points. So he can sort of be on 33 health quite safely if he's transformed. Then he gets quite some pretty nice bonuses out of it. Yeah, I'd give, like, Skirmir 3 out of 5 stars. I think he's a pretty decent unit, not fantastic, but he's alright.
Yeah, part 4 in general, you're happy with just about any free good combat unit you can get, because your army is spread out over 3 different armies, and they're all, like, it's spread out and you need a lot of manpower, so anything you can get is helpful. But the difference between Skirmir and Sanaki is that you don't have to babysit Skirmir. He's super tanky. He can take any kind of hit, so he's more self-sufficient. He's able to take care of a group of enemies. Even if he's not doubling, which he might or might not. I forgot what speed benchmarks he hits in hard mode. But like, he can take care of himself, and even if he has to take like 2 turns to kill off a group of enemies, that's still pretty fine. He has full movement in the desert chapter, which is really helpful.
Oh yeah.
Once he transforms, when he's untransformed, he doesn't, because he's still on foot. But when he's transformed, he can just walk like, what is it, like 9 tiles or something? It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. Super tanky. He does have a target painted literally on his forehead because of the Lagoose gauge thing, and provoke as well if you don't take that off him. So you want to be a little bit careful. Don't want to run his gauge out for nothing. But the fact that he's so tanky is helpful because it means he doesn't have to spend turns healing himself, and that's nice when you're already spending player phases using a leafy grass to stay afloat.
Yeah.
So that is pretty cool. Overall, I like Screamer just fine as a filler. Not someone I would take in a tower usually, but pretty good for part 4. I don't know, like. If you take availability into account, I'll probably still give him 2 stars, but whatever, I'll give him 3 as well. So
Yep. Then we have Nailah. Naisala's really, really good. I like him a lot. He's blazing fast, like 40 speed transformed. That's pretty crazy. He's the only Royal Lagoose that doesn't have SS strike rank. He actually comes with S rank in strikes, which means
He's not a Nazi.
Yeah, which means that you can, if you actually give him SS, his attack is greatly boosted. He's super fast. There are a bunch of crossbows around though, so you gotta be careful. They put them there specifically, I think, to counter the Royal Bird Lagoose. So don't think that he can fly around and like be untouchable. Although his avoidance is so high, he might actually be able to dodge a few arrows. Although the crossbows will probably hit him because they're just so damn accurate. I think everyone will agree that Tibarn's probably the better of the two, but I still think that takes nothing away from Nailah. He's still sort of like, I'd say he's like evenly matched with Tibarn. He hits a little bit weaker, he's a little bit less tanky, and he's faster, but Tibarn can still double everything. But I still rate Nailah 4 out of 5 stars. Like, you can't downplay the insanity of having endless form shift or like endless gauge. It's just so good. It's like, the Royal Lagoose would be good in their own right with just their stats, but the fact that they can instantly transform and stay indefinitely transformed just makes them so much better than any other Lagoose in the game.
Yeah, I think the Salah's literally only flaw is that he doesn't have 2 range. Everything else about him is pretty much perfect.
Yeah.
He doesn't die, he kills most things in 1 round. There might be some things in late part 4 endgame that he does in 1 round, like generals, but generally his attack is sufficient, and it can only get better from here. His growth is actually decent. He has a really low level. He actually gains quite a bit of XP in easy and normal mode, which is pretty funny.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. He kills stuff. It flies around. What more do you want from a guy that you get for free in part 4? And like I said, form shift is pretty good. You can even attack on turn 1, which is crazy. You can double the final boss at base level. He's just super stupidly strong.
I
like him a lot.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny that he is level 27, and he needs to be level 30 to use the Saturday sign, but he already has his mastery skill.
Yeah. It is true, though, that when he gets to level 30, I think he gains more, skill capacity.
Yeah,
so you can get more skills on him. But he's already, got, 4 good skills, and then he can get 2 more or something, so it's really stupid.
Yeah.
But yeah, 4 or 5 seems perfectly fair for someone with, no availability, but all the power in the world.
Yep. What do you give him?
4 out of 5.
All right. Yeah. So, here is a Tibarn. He is the next to last Lagoose Royal that joins you. I think the final one is Kainigus. The Tibarn is just insane. Like, he flies, he can shift it well. He pretty much 1-rounds everything he gets his hands on. He's super beefy. Even if there are things that can hurt him, which there are some things that can hurt him, some crossbows and stuff, he has Pavise, so he can just proc that and take no damage, which is ridiculous. Everything you throw Tibarn at, he just completely murders. His growth rates are really low, but they don't matter because, I mean, look at his bases. He can go to the endgame with these stats, no problem at all. He is pretty much just here to ensure that you have a way of beating the map, and I've decided that I'm gonna probably use Tibarn a little bit more than I used the Royal Lagoose in the previous chapters because I'm sandbagging myself so much by not using the Lagoose Royals when I have them available to me. Yes, it's gonna mean a little bit less experience in the tower, but I'm sure I can deal with it somehow. So I am gonna be using Tibarn probably to kill an enemy every turn. I rate Tibarn, I mean, combat-wise, he's a 5-star unit for sure, but I think we both agreed that it's due to their late join time, we kind of bump it down to a 4-star rating, so I think that's what I'm going to give him.
That's fine with me. I think I'm going to go with the same rating, roughly. This combat, it's kind of be overstated how ridiculously good it is. He's almost as fast as Nailah, but he still doubles everything in the game. He doubles the final boss at base level, so he really doesn't need any more speed than he has.
Nope.
40 transform is ridiculous. He doesn't have the strength issues that Nailah has, because he has SS Strike, and he has higher strength, so I think he either 1-rounds generals in the first part of endgame, or he's really close to. So no strength range martial trade reach for him, super good character. He's the most move in the game. I think he has an extra point of movement over the normal Hawks.
That might be true, actually.
Yeah.
He has 8. Does Jonathan only have 7?
Well, I think he also has some transformation bonus when he transforms.
Oh, right, yeah.
My math is like terrible on these. I never remember how much.
I know
everyone
his
has.
weapon is better than the regular Hawk.
Yeah.
He has a great talent, which is 20 mana.
Yeah, it's excellent talent. It's super
Yeah.
good. And about Pavice, it's nice that he has it, and there's no real reason to take it off him because of all the crossbows.
Yeah.
But it honestly doesn't matter what skills he comes with. It would have been the same if he had a Pavice scroll in his inventory, because if you look at his capacity, he has like infinite capacity for anything you want. He only has 2 free slots. There's like 60 free capacity or something. So it really doesn't matter what you give him. He'll be awesome no matter what. And he's completely impossible to use wrong. He's super tanky, super dodgy, super strong. The only thing that holds him back is availability. So 4-star is probably the best rating for him. You can kill characters off screen.
No character is safe from me. Not even Peleus is safe from me. Peleus. So Peleus is here, and you'd think, right, like, oh my god, like a secret character that you can only obtain on the second playthrough? Wow, he must be like really good and stuff,
Yeah, like
right?
Paula.
Yeah, exactly, because secret characters in Fire Emblem are always super good, am I right? And like he's the only dark mage, so that that means that must mean he's super good.
Yeah, I mean Kanas is good, and he's the only dark mage, so only dark mages must be good.
No, he sucks. He's a tier 2 class in part 4. Why? And to make matters worse, he joins on turn 2, so you can't even put Paragon on him. Like he really could have benefited from Paragon on this map, like a lot. I mean, you can still use the next map to farm him up with Paragon, and I intend to do that. And don't get me wrong, guys, I am not using Peleus because I think he's good under any circumstances. I am merely using him because I haven't tried him out before. And because I know it's going to make a lot of you guys happy when I use joke characters. So, Peleus, I mean, his bases are awful. Like, his growths are quote-unquote not super bad. I mean, he's got a 60% speed growth and a 55% magic growth, but I'd say a big problem with Peleus is also that he's being held back by his caps a lot. As you can see, his his magic cap and his speed cap is pretty low. Once he promotes to Archsage, he becomes a bit more durable, but he's still just really bad for the stage of the game. We forged him a Thunder Tome, and thank God for that, because Dark Magic is really inaccurate. Comes with 3 tomes, it comes with a whatever the fuck that's called. Karo.
I think.
Which you see, the might is pretty decent, but the hit rate is garbage. And he says the Verine, I don't know, these are like drunk French people trying to pronounce food.
or drunk French people naming dark tomes.
That might also be the case. He does have a saving grace though. He does spawn with the Siege Tome, which is pretty nice. And I think he gets another one through an event. So a lot of people, what I've heard people like to do, if they bring Peleus to the tower, God forbid, is they like to bless the Fenrir Tome, so that you can just run around with like infinite 310 range in the last maps. So that can work. But yeah, I mean, you can use Dark Magic, but since Dark Magic isn't really involved in the weapon triangle in this game, I think Dark Magic is just neutral, isn't it?
Well, it doesn't matter, it's hard mode.
No, but I mean, even if it was on normal mode, I think Dark Magic is simply neutral, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. It's definitely not like Teleus, where Dark Magic has an advantage over all enemy magic.
I don't think so either. But, I mean, aside from having a little bit more might, Dark Magic isn't particularly great. And Peleus himself just isn't anything to write home about. Sure, his growth rate is sort of good, but his bases suck and he's very underleveled for his join time. Being the only Dark Magic user in the game just isn't all that great when Dark Magic isn't all that great. He has Miracle as his skill, which is kind of ironic. Like, imagine if that procced when he got killed by Tauroneo. That'd be kind of funny.
No, I said kill me.
It's like, kill me. Sorry, Prince. You procced Miracle. Oh, fuck it. Okay, stab me again then, I guess.
I mean, maybe this is a reference to how he avoided death in the secret thing.
That might be, actually. So yeah, I mean, I was going to be generous and rate him 2 stars, but then I was like, no, he's a 1-star unit. He's just like Nino in Blazing Sword, and I wouldn't rate Nino 2 stars, so yeah. Bad unit.
I have never used Peleus. I have no idea how bad he is, but at one point Mangs messaged me like, holy shit, Peleus is so bad, and that just makes me want to give him 1 star to begin with, because Mangs is usually kind of generous to bad units.
I am.
He's really good. Next map, at the end of the next map, you get Belberith from Izuka, and that tome has like 15 might, so that seems sort of decent. It's like SS rank.
Yeah.
And it's actually sort of, well, it's as accurate as Worm with 75 hits, so maybe that's worth it. I've never seen Peleus' hit rates. I have no idea how bad he is, but I assume his hit rates will be subpar, unreliable. I think he doesn't look bulky at all. I think he gets doubled by some enemies. I think this would be like almost halfway decent if he joined in 3P, but he joined in 4-2, so F. Very bad.
Yeah, if you just
1 star.
if you just joined an entire act previously, he might have been decent. That should tell
Even
you
if you
something.
just joined in the preps, it would be so much better because of Paragon or other skills you could give him. Like if you could just master crown him and use staves with him here. I think that's like the one remote saving grace for Peleus is that he can like staff spam, whatever you want to call it. I have no idea what staff rank he gets actually. I should look that up. Or do you know offhand?
I don't think so, but
okay,
I
I'm
think
looking up. Dark Sage, Arc Sage. Okay, Staff B. That's actually pretty decent.
Yeah, that's
I
not
didn't
bad.
expect that. That's not bad, but I do think he's worse than someone like Gareth.
Well,
Gareth
yeah.
for life.
we all know what you feel about Gareth.
Not everyone knows. Waifu Gareth, the best waifu right there.
Yep,
It's up
there
Okay,
we go.
it is
There we go. Hello.
So Mordecai has been in that spot, right?
Yeah. So it didn't work.
Yeah.
All right. Enter Stefan. So Stefan, he's got pretty good stats. Since I mean, it's level 8 True Blade and 36 base speed, 27 base strength. It's pretty good. I mean, Mia's better at this rate, I think, but he's a good candidate to bring into the tower, I guess.
Class by class.
If you don't have a good True Blade capable of wielding, I mean, he's all right. I mean, you can't really go wrong with bases like that. Although, I would say that maybe like there's not at this point you sort of have like your endgame roster set, I suppose. So it's kind of hard to justify bringing him to endgame, but there's no reason not to. I mean, he's got bases to go into the tower, and considering I won't bring Royal Goose, who knows? Maybe I'll actually field him. Though it's probably more likely I won't field him. It comes with a Vague Kadi, still as busted as ever. It's a good SS rank sword. It's 20 might, 3 defense, pretty good. Comes with Astra, just overall a pretty solid character. He has a lot less time to play around here though compared to in Path of Radiance. Because in Path of Radiance he kind of joins midway through, whereas in this game, yeah, he joins like, I don't know how many chapters we got left, like 5. So, but still, I mean, I like Stefan. He's alright. I give him 2 out of 5 stars. I think he's a completely serviceable unit. He's not like super impressive at this point, considering you got like the Royal Goose flying around, and they're just so good. But he's good enough. It's sort of like a filler unit, I suppose. I don't really got anything to say about him one way or the other. Maybe you can fill in the rest.
I could probably think of like 20 reasons not to bring Stefan to endgame, and they are Elincia, Haar, Nephenee, Heather, Danved, Khalil, Titania,
Yeah, okay.
Boyd,
Fine,
Oscar,
fine. Point
Shinam,
taken, point
Gatry,
taken, point taken.
Mia. Yeah, I feel like looking at Stefan's bases, I find 27 strength is actually not all that good. I think he's going to miss some pretty important benchmarks with that, so he's going to be relying on like Astra and crits and that kind of stuff, maybe add-ups. You do have a lot of that in the end game that you can give him.
Yeah.
But I think his odds to like kill the generals in the first part are not going to be fantastic, and his durability also won't be. And his 1-2 range will be lacking until you get the Ragnell or the All Knight, rather, because Ragnell is locked to Ike. So I don't know. I don't find Stefan all that great for an endgame candidate. He was good for like Dawn on his 0% growth because he had no better options.
Yeah.
You'll probably have better options, even if you discount the Royal Legoos. I don't think it'll be very hard to find 10 characters better than Stefan, because all you get for endgame for free choices is 10 characters, not including like Ike and Micaiah and friends. So
Yeah.
competition is like so tight. There's like no place to use Stefan for free. He's not going to be very useful in this chapter, that's for sure. So it's just endgame. And endgame is like a lot of boss killing that Stefan also is very good at. He just doesn't have the movement or the attacking power. So I don't actually like him a whole lot, but to give him 1 star is like saying he's like super bad, which he isn't. So I think I'm going to end up agreeing with your rating, but for very different reasons. I'm still going to give him 2 stars.
I gave him
like
3 though,
too-
not 2.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll give him 2 then. I
All
thought
right.
he said 2 for some reason, but yeah, 2 it is. I don't think it's very good.
Yep.
I
Yeah. We killed him with Mecha actually.
Yeah. Tradition.
So here is Oliver. He's really good. He's really beautiful. Memes.
He's a good battle theme.
It's a he has his own fucking battle theme, which we're gonna listen to later. It's so good. So Oliver, I mean, he's a bit of a joke character, I think.
Just a bit.
Just a bit.
Just a little bit.
He's not really good. I mean, like, I'm gonna bring him to the tower because memes and because, hey, he's got an A rank in staffs, so, you know, you can use him as a healer, which is kind of nice. As far as, like, a combat unit goes, he's not very impressive. 20 speed is, like, really bad for a 3rd tier class. He gets doubled by, like, a lot of generics in the tower. So, He does have some decent bulk on him, though, for a healer, like 18 defense, 48 HP. That's more than most of your other Saints have at this point, I believe, if you train Riss or Laura. So he can, like, he'll still die pretty quickly, though. But yeah, he's a meme unit. He's not meant to be useful, but we're still gonna use him. He's just sort of slow. That really just hurts him a lot. But I like him. 5 out of 5 stars.
Okay, so Oliver is really fucking slow. Like, way too slow. Gets doubled by halberdiers and generals even, I think, in the tower. That's super bad. His magic is actually pretty high. I think it's fairly close to the cap, in fact. I don't think he has a 40 cap. I think it's like 36, 37 or so, but 31 magic is pretty good.
Yeah.
But he's just not very good at fighting. It's really just a staff bot, but he's a funny one. I think he dies in 1 round to everything, though, so you gotta protect him really well. But, I don't know. He can do some things, but really not worth the slot in endgame. So, technically 1 star, but 5-star moves.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun to support him with the hair on, because he has unique conversations with them.
He's fun to support with everyone. I think almost everyone has.
Yeah, everyone has these, like, dislike supports with him, but if he supports with Raisin or something, Raisin goes like, "Don't touch me, you disgusting," and he goes like, "Oh, beautiful, Raisin." It's really funny. So yeah, let's check out his battle. So, let's talk about this guy. Hello. Nice to see you again, Bastion.
He talks complicated.
So I gotta say, like, I was kind of surprised that Bastion was actually sort of useful in Maniac mode. Like, more useful than I thought he'd be.
Mostly because of the lack of alternatives. Rip Soren.
Bastion has the same issue as so many, like, late-game units that join that are not royals. And that being low speed. This seems to be sort of like a common trend between, like, of a lot of late-game units that join that just are not royals. They have really shit base speed.
Yeah, like Volug.
Well, you know.
And Stefan.
He sticks... God damn it, Micah. Stop contradicting my points with facts and logic. Just agree with me.
Yes.
So, 24 base speed is really shit at this point. 35 magic is decent, though. And he can wield staffs, which is nice. He's a level 10 Arch Sage, which is, if you haven't trained an Arch Sage at this point, I definitely consider bringing Bastion along just for the staff of utility.
Disagree.
You disagree? Why?
Yes. I'll go on. Finish your rating.
I guess you got Elincia and stuff, I suppose. He has Corrosion, which is the dumbest skill in the game. It actually just flat out destroys weapons when it procs, which is really annoying. But yeah, Bastion is a weird unit. I rate him 2 out of 5 stars. He can do some things, I guess, but he's just like he's a filler unit. It's super hard to justify fielding him beyond his joining chapter. I mean, not even I don't think he's even forced to play it, is he?
I don't know, it's your game.
I might actually bring him, because I got no units in this army, but yeah, you won't really see him much after this.
Okay, so you got 2 stars. For me, the star rating kind of depends on whether you can one-hit kill enemies in the chapter. He has effective damage against all the ghouls, because Hellfire is effective against beasts. Hellthunder is effective against dragons, which I'm sure he won't one-hit kill. And Arcwind can kill birds. Maybe not as well as Punching to Barn, but he can kill birds, I think. If you can one-hit KO, that's actually pretty good for his offense. It really helps because he doesn't double. If you can't one-hit KO, I think this is literally a 1-star unit. Staff utility is something that people bring into praise, like Bastion, Elincia. There was another guy earlier, Peleus, right? Oliver even. Like, I think it's vastly overrated how useful staff utility on its own is in this game, because in the tower you were forced to bring Micaiah, and then there's like a ton of alternatives as well. The fact that all these different units exist, that all they have is staff utility, means they are all a little bit worse for me, because there's like competition for that little niche.
Yeah.
So I feel like a free staff user isn't as useful in this game as it is for like FE7 Pent, where you only get one guy with base 80 staffs, or what's a better example? Nime in FE6, or Sleuth in FE5. Like, this is not a game where you starve for high rank staff users at all. Micaiah has a pretty good staff bot.
And when they equip their staves, they can't fight, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, that's just an impediment on themselves. You can trade something else to the top if you really want to. It's not a big issue. And also, Bastion just isn't very good at combat besides against the Lagoos. Like, against the generals, he doesn't even double in the first endgame chapter. So his combat is overall pretty bad. Like, not really worth writing home about. So, tentative 1-star rating, assuming he doesn't want to KO things in this chapter. If he does, maybe I'll bump it up to 2. Yeah, he's around for 1 chapter before endgame. You better be worth it, okay? Like, endgame is super competitive on slots. You only get 10 people outside of the Force people. Like, only 10. Bastion should never be part of those 10, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Unless you're playing 0% growth.
Alright, so, wait, where is he? Oh, he hasn't joined yet. So, here we go. Volk is here.
Oh, I thought he like charges a price or something. I remember him talking about gold.
I think he talks about it, but like he only charges it like in the story or
it's
something.
fake.
So yeah, here's Volk. Assassins are in this game apparently. I think it would have been cooler if Sothe promoted into an assassin, but I don't know.
But it's not his type. Like,
I guess not. I guess not. So, Volk is like ridiculously fast. I know I said earlier that none of like the non-royal goose joins with like bad good
Mangs
speed,
was
but
wrong.
Yeah, you're.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
the
this was this.
normal.
How many more times are we gonna have to do this until you feel good about the anything? Volk's bases are actually pretty good. 35 speed is enough to double enemies at this point on. But aside from this chapter, again, it's kind of hard to justify bringing him to the tower. He does come with lethality though, but like all mastery skills kill in this game. So lethality, like I don't remember.
It's a word kill.
I don't remember if lethality gives you bonus experience in this game when it procs, but it's.
I don't think so.
But it's basically just a look, when it procs it kills stuff. So it's like no different from Luna or Solon or anything like that in that regard. There's not really any chests to open at this point. I don't remember if the towers have any. Are there even any doors in the tower? I don't think so.
There is one chest, but you have so many ways to open it that don't involve like Sothe or Folk. So
yeah, and don't you have to bring Sothe into the tower anyway?
You do have to bring him, but it's actually better to undeploy him. So I usually bring a chest key or a staff of some kind to open it.
Right. Wait, can you undeploy him?
Yeah, you can undeploy him in every map in the end game.
Ah.
The only person you have to bring him into the tower, but once you actually get to develop perhaps of the first or you only have to bring Micaiah.
I see, okay. Anyway, Volk, he's fast, and he's got decent bases, he can fight decently, and he can steal, I believe, just like any other unit.
Not sure about that, but yeah.
Can he steal?
I don't know, we should try it out.
I'm not sure. It's been a while since I played this game, I don't remember. You just want me to be wrong again, don't you?
Dude, I'm actually not gonna like wager anything on this though, because I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Use Folk.
Yeah, actually, I've written down on my notes that he has stillness, critical, and lethality, so he might not be able to. But he does get 25% bonus to his crit though, so that's kind of good. So that makes him like a little bit better. He's sort of like a sword master in a way. Sword master that can use daggers, I suppose.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've just written down like a 2 out of 5 star rating for Volk. I feel like the game just shoehorned in last moment. They didn't really know what to do with him. He's just not around for very long, even though can fight a lot better.
Statement of the year, one map.
So yeah, that's all I have to say about Volk, really. Just like a really unimportant unit.
Yeah, I agree with 2 stars. It's like the same problem that Bastion and Stefan have. He actually has very similar stats to Stefan. I just checked them out. The only thing is that swords, I think, have better stats overall than most knives. The Peshkads has 1 to range, I think, and some decent heights. But I'm definitely sure that he doesn't want like to KO important things in endgame, at least. Definitely not generals, which is a bit of a problem. I'm not even sure if he kills with the crit actually, but I guess he does with lethality. Not sure if that can proc at range actually. It probably cannot. I feel like it's one of those things that only procs at 1 range, which sucks.
But Heather will appreciate this, so.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she will. Knives overall, they just kind of suck, so I think that overall makes Folk a little bit worse than Stefan, and I didn't really rate Stefan very highly. I think I gave him 2 stars. I think Folk is worth you about the same thing. I think it's okay in this map, but to be like, for me to give a unit really high rating, or like even 3 stars, they either have to be really available or super good like Royals. Folk is neither of those. He's just a decent unit that joins really late, so he's really got some ground to make up for his low availability, so I think 2 stars is fair for him. He's not bad when you have him, but like I gotta take into account somehow that he's never around.
Yeah, that is his thing. He's never around. Speaking of which, like, let's talk about Kurtnaga, because I don't think we've gotten him until now.
He's bad. He's super bad. Why do you have single-digit stats?
So here's Kurtnaga.
That's so rude, though.
He's a dragon prince. I mean, I know Mecca's gonna hate this, but he's an Ests. He has really good growth rates, but really shit bases, and he joins.
Does he have good growths?
His growth rates are pretty good.
95 HP, 45 strength, 15 magic, 20 skill, 35 speed, 60 luck, 25 defense, and 40 res.
That is pretty good considering he's a Lagoose.
Yeah, that's not bad for a Lagoose.
I mean, I guess if you doubled them, they're like good, I guess.
Yeah,
but
so the thing about Kurtnaga is that, yeah, well, he's obviously sucks. We're definitely gonna put a Paragon on him if we want to train him up.
Oh yeah, that's kind of like priority 1.
Yeah, but if you do get him up, then he can actually
sort of contribute. He is completely immune during the Daginsia chapter. No dragons or Daginsia will attack him. I think the only exception is like the AoE attack can target him.
Yeah, Daginsia's map attack can hurt him, but even then it just basically does nothing.
Yeah, so if you can actually get him up to, like, SS strikes, which takes, like, forever, I think the Sulgus chapter is a good chapter to train him, because there's a ward tile you can put him on, where he gets a lot of extra defense, and most of the enemies on that map are physical, so you can, like, move him forward.
I guess he would have, like, 40 defense in that case. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I think that's how you want to level him up. So I want to try, because I didn't really use Kurtnaga on my first playthrough, and I'm not using the Royals, and he's sort of, like, force deployed anyway, so why not bring him? As a unit, though, I would say he's a 1-star unit for sure. Like, it's kind of hard to, like, yeah, sure, he gets form shift and he can sort of become decent if you, like, pour a whole heap of experience into him, but it's hard to justify him as anything but a 1-star unit.
Yeah, I think the main problem for Kurtnaga is he's so slow. Like, on transform speed 10, still transform speed, that's 20. That's still horrendous. He never doubles anything, even when he's trained, unless you, like, train him a lot, like, is his level cap 30 or 40? I forgot.
40.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's
maybe
40.
he can get doubling if he gets, like, lucky or something, but I can't overstate how slow. He's slower than Oliver, I think. That's stupid.
He is as fast as Oliver, I think. I think Oliver has 20 speed.
That's right.
Yeah, maybe.
He's 20. I think his speed cap is like 16 on transfer ward. That transit 32
That's the other
shifted.
thing about it. It's like, there's no reward for training him, because once you get to, like, the 4th chapter, he's still, like, pretty inaccurate, I think. I'm not even sure if you want to kill spirits. Pretty sure he's, like, pretty bad for boss killing in those chapters. He can't double auras. He's so bad. He's so horrendously bad. He doesn't die, but he doesn't kill anything either. Also, he has a skill that's like Night Tide, boosts the defense of adjacent units and resistance too. Problem with this is that, like, if you put him next to someone else and then he gets attacked, your enemy faces shit because Kurtnaga's shit at attacking. So he just has to be, like, behind the front lines, and he still probably gets attacked because he's so shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, you don't want this guy to be anywhere near the front lines, and yet he's only useful for Night Tide. So I guess he can shove people. That's okay.
Blood Tide is a lot better, yeah.
And yeah, Blood Tide is better, White Pool is better, but Kurtnaga in general is just bad 1-star. But he can be trained. Even though this is a 1-star unit, you can still make him have high stats. That's the best I can say about him.
You got anything to add, Ray?
Also, he gets form shift after 3, so that's.
Like I said, I like using Kurth. The fact when he gets 3 defense and res at base is pretty cool. But yeah, I would give him a 2 because I like Night Tide, but only anything. If he didn't have that, he'd be a 1 for me.
Right.
Wow, how bad does a unit have to be to get 1-star from me?
Ray's generous with the stars.
Ray's so nice. Ray, you're so nice.
Alright, Nasibenya, he's in Heroes now.
Yeah, I was really happy to see him.
So yeah, Kanagus, he's here. He's ridiculously bulky and we're not going to use him. 5 out of 5 stars.
What a waste. What a waste.
What an absolute waste of a majestic unit.
He's so strong. He, like, Tooth kills generals at base. He can, like, nearly kill the bosses in 1 round. He kills one of the bosses in the tower in 1 round. He's so stupidly strong. It's such a terrible, terrible waste not to use him. But sure, I respect people who stick to their word.
Yep.
But yeah.
So do I,
4
Mangs. I'm
stars
very
for
proud of you.
availability.
What did you say, Micah?
4 stars because bad availability, but yeah, super
Right.
strong.
Well, what about you, Ray?
Ah, shoot, 4 for me as well. He doesn't get a 5 because of his lack of 1 range, but he's so strong.
Yeah,
He'd be like a 6-star if he had 2 range.
it's pretty good. Alright,
Distant counter. Let's go.
distant counter, yeah. Alright, and then we have this guy, who I will use.
That's the same person.
Literally just a Kanagus clone without form shit, but in this case, Gifka is actually a little bit better, because he has a strength transfer from our Path of Radiance playthrough.
Yes, good. The correct choice.
He has +2 strength since, like, Gifka joins at level 20 in Path of Radiance if he picks him. So if you transfer, he just automatically gets +2 strength. This was Mecca.
This will help him to KO generals, which he already did, because Kenigas already did that.
So it's kind of funny how good +2 strength is, because +2 strength effectively translates into 4 strength, which effectively translates into 8 damage, because he doubles most of the enemies. So he gets 1.
Most of the time it's overkill, though. Like,
Most
it really
of the
is
time, yeah. I'm just glad I get a Kanagus clone.
You should be.
Cause
You really should be. Hopefully you don't kill him this time.
I don't think
killed the gift guy. I killed Kanagas in our previous playthrough.
Hopefully you don't kill him
Did you
this
forget
time.
to press transform?
No, I attacked an aura and forgot about Nihil. And I forgot he did.
Nihil, that doesn't kill him.
No, I mean the auras around Ashura, they
Aurora.
reflect damage. Aurora. And
Okay,
I bonked into an aura and I killed Kanagas.
Was he on low health already or something?
Yeah, he had
Jesus,
taken a damage
that's
from the
so-
area attack. It was really dumb. Anyway, Gifka's great. I rate him 4 out of 5 stars.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Gifka though is because he doesn't have form shift, he cannot attack on turn 1. He has to use Lagu's gem before he can attack. This actually makes a difference in when you play the chapters quickly, because if the chapter only lasts 1 turn, then that means Gifka just cannot attack unless you vigor him with your what's it called? Your Raisin or your Rafiel, your Huron. That's the word I was looking for. So that kind of sucks. But if you're taking a lot of time in the chapters, then this is much less of a big of a deal. He can still be transformed for enemy phase. Lagu's gem means his gauge is not an issue, but even if it was, his gauge is fine because he's a lion. So still 4 stars for me.
That strength transfer really does make a lot of the difference there, but even without it, he's still a fantastic unit, even if you do have to waste a turn to get him up to scratch. Unlike Kane, I guess. I also give him 4 stars for sure.
Right. Then we have a unit that's not 4 stars, running.
F.
So it's like, hey guys, you know what you need? You need like another bad unit. Here you go. I mean, I guess if you're doing like, I don't know, LTC run or 0% growth run, then like he can be somewhat viable, I guess. I mean, his bases aren't bad, but it's just like, do you really need another Gold Knight at this point? I don't. 2 stars.
He can be good. Like I said, for 0% growth is actually really good because you don't get many units in tier with bases that are viable for endgame. For LTC, you can still train good units in LTC, so in just LTC with growth, he's not that good. The good thing about Renning, though, is that he can use the 2 effective weapons that you need to be somewhat viable for endgame. The hammer for the generals in part 1, because he can use axes, and Wormslayers, because he can use swords, so he can be effective against dragons too, but that still doesn't give him 1-2 range, so it's still kind of bad. I think stats leave something to be desired. I've never tried out this unit. I just saw Donna use him for a little bit in endgame. Wasn't very impressive, but he just had to make do with what he got. But this is obviously not a good unit because he joined so late and he's still inferior to like trained units most of the time. So I'll give him 1 star.
Yeah, like kind of like a Babby version of Tanya and Kieran maybe, and like the prodigal version of Makalov, the guy that wishes he could be, and he's still not good. I like Renning, but he's just not just there. I wish he wasn't. 2 stars.
Alright, and I think we have 1 unit left.
Bottom right, all the way.
There you go.
There we go.
There you go.
Alright, Anna's here. Unlike Kurthnaga, she has a pretty good skill in Blood Tide, which is a lot better because offense is just more valuable than defense in the tower, I find, because you can like set this up, especially with Kanto units. I mean, just go watch Mecha's waifu video on Gareth if you want to know how good Blood Tide is.
It's pretty hype.
I also like Anna because, you know, she proved Mecha wrong, so 5 out of 5 stars.
I like Anna, but I only deploy her for the last map usually, maybe the 3rd map sometimes, depending on what I feel like doing. Most of the time, I think she's a bit too much of a liability in enemy phase to really make use of. The only time you really want to use Blood Tide, I feel, is in the last map, the last of the whole tower, basically. But she's still pretty good at what she does. It doesn't hurt that she has a high resistance stat, so she's easier to keep alive. We'll talk about the details in like the final map. But she's pretty useful at what she does. But again, I can't really give units 5 stars when they're only around for just the end game. So it's really hard to rate her. Actually, it's like 3 stars, I guess, is fair because she's not a royal. She's not that good, but she's still like super useful in the final map. But like 3 stars seems like really generous overall. Whatever. You should use her in the final map, and she's good for that. But keep that in mind. 3 stars. Like, she sucks at fighting. Let me make that clear. She sucks at fighting.
I still wish that her breath was magic damage instead of physical damage, because she only has 20 base attack when she's 20 base strength when she's transformed, and 33 attack shifted. That's pretty bad for the end game. But otherwise, the rest of her stats are okay. 26 defense while shift is not bad, but that 34 res is pretty nice. Blood Tide is great. Boon is also a really nice skill to be using since there's a lot of stats being thrown around the early maps of the endgame, which is nice to just cancel that out on nearby units, which is cool. I like that. Just for those, I also give 3 stars for sure.
Right. All right. I do actually also rate her 3 stars. 5 stars just memes. I just love the fact that she proved Mecha wrong. So yeah, I mean, Mecha, why don't you just go first on this one?
Oh, right, new units. Well, Gareth, I'll post a link in the description with a video about Gareth.
Yeah.
It's a good video, by the way. I recommend to watch.
Too long didn't watch. Really high HP, really high defense, which is just enough to let them survive some things. But most of the enemies, like 99%, are just magical based at this point. So the defense is mostly for show. It actually has a use later on, but right now it's mostly for show. His res is really bad, so he takes a lot of damage from magic, and then his speed is atrocious, like 7 speed. His 14 transform is really bad. He gets doubled by everything ever, but the good news is if you play well, so not in this playthrough, he can survive pretty easily. Despite everything being magical, despite everything doubling, he can still survive pretty well, and it's worth it because he has a skill called Blood Tide that boosts your strength and skill if you're next to him, just like Anna, basically the same unit, but a bit more fragile and later joining. So he's not as good as Anna, but you can use both, and they're both pretty good. Like literally, one of every class kind of pitfall if you refuse to use Gareth because you got Ina. But Gareth's Blood Tide is really useful, but it can be tricky to use because if you don't know how to keep him alive, then it can be a little tricky. But there's a couple tricks you could do. In this map, he's actually, I would say, he's not even worth deploying, honestly, because there's not really anything worth boosting per se. So I usually undeploy him for this one, but the next map is very good. So, geez, what star rating do you give to a unit that's good in one chapter? And, like, not available for every single other one besides this one. 2 stars, I guess. Like, Radiant Dawn just doesn't work with star ratings. So this is the example, the perfect example of it. But yeah, 2 stars, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna parrot that rating. 2 stars seems fair. I think Mecha said pretty much everything you need to say about Gareth. I have nothing to add. What about you, Ray?
Ditto, 2 stars as well.
Right.
Let's talk about Nazir. Oh, wait!
Oops.
Well, he's dead. 0 stars. Can't survive against Gifka. Bad unit.
Wow. I think Gareth could survive against Gifka. 5 stars.
I think he actually could, yeah. I mean, unless Gifka proc Roar, he would be fine. So yeah, Ray, rate the boss.
So, here we have Sephiroth. We've gone from a Dragon Ball Z boss to a Super Robot Tyson boss. Sephiroth is able to do many things. He has a physical map attack, he has a magic map attack, he warps around like a Nancy boy if he feels threatened, and he can hit you with long-range stuff, and he just cannot die if there's at least one spirit surrounding him, just like Mooks Mar want to do in Super Robot Tyson. You go for the Mooks, then you go for him, otherwise it's going to take time. This is a good way to plan out your turn. If you want to go for the quick kill, and it's most satisfying when you do. Otherwise, it's going to take a pretty long time with those nasty spirits. He's a 4-star boss for sure.
Right.
I think you're gonna have a very hard time against him without Rafiel, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna have so yeah, before we head on to the battle against Ashura, we're gonna be rating Nazir. So, Nazir, here he is.
Round.
So here's Nazir. He's pretty good. I mean, like, his stats are so-and-so. I mean, he does magic damage, and from this point on, like, every single enemy, I think, has a crap ton of resistance, so it's not like he can really contribute in the final battle against Ashura or against Sephiroth, but he does have, like, one skill that makes it all worth it. White Pool, that I think gives 5 magic and speed to everyone around him.
Yep.
Yep.
This is really big, because, as you can see, a lot of characters, they just lack the speed to double auras. In fact, a lot of the characters can't ever double auras because of their cap. So Nazir pretty much allows you to double auras. This is kind of dangerous too, if you're like not paying attention like me, because characters can kill themselves. I think this is how I got Koenigus killed. But yeah, I mean, 5 speed of magic is really good. You can also use, for example, your Siege Tome users, place them around him, like do a lot of damage with them. So I don't really know what to rate Nazir though. We gave Gareth 2 stars. I feel like people are saying that Nazir is like a 3-star unit because you can make people double auras with him. I don't really see that argument. I still think he's 2 stars, but I'd say he's about as useful as Gareth at the very least, because 5 speed is pretty darn good.
Yeah, I think 5. I think 2 stars is fair for Nazir for someone who has like no availability. That's basically the same problem as Anna and Gareth. You kind of have to give him less than 3 stars just because he's only around for 2 maps. I think people like Nazir a lot more than Gareth in particular because his resistance is so damn high. Apparently he has 42.
Yeah, when transformed,
so spirits will just Yeah, spirits will just not attack him at all because 42 resistance and one to range means they cannot avoid a counter against him and do no damage. So they'll just go for someone else, which means Nazir looks basically invincible. I don't think it can really hit auras all that well. His accuracy is garbage.
Yeah.
Not great.
The
It's
magic
not great.
damage is okay, I guess. It doesn't really matter all that much. All that matters really is the white pool, which I think over the course of the chapter it might add more damage than a red tide does. I have no idea. I didn't do the math. But you can imagine if someone like Knigas doubles an aura, you can actually one-round them with the right combination of stats and red pool or maybe easy mode bonuses. So it can make a huge difference depending on where you place him. So Manx will definitely miss him. There's a lot of characters that really just cannot double auras. Even someone like Mia or Gifka, if they don't reach their speed cap, they still can't double. So Nazir can still help him out. He's just really useful for the final chapter. You can't really use him wrong, but his availability holds him back. So 2 stars.
Mm-hmm.
A good strategies for the last 2 maps pretty much hinge on Nasir being there if you want to do a quick run or not, and evidently, doing them without Nasir just makes it much more slower since of course you can't have him with white pool make things double reliably. Everything else has been already said. There are some other quirks that Nasir has. One, he comes within the hill, so if you feel free to take that off of him and put someone else. 2. Just for memes, he is the best user of Imbue. When shifted, he regains 48 health.
That's true. That's funny.
There's one more thing I forgot to mention, actually. He doesn't just boost speed, but also magic. And Mangs, for example, has a lot of magical characters like Sanaki, Micaiah, Khalil. I probably forgot some as well. So he could boost...
Peleus.
Yeah, he could boost the damage of those. And
Oliver.
boosting magic is actually kind of funny, because if you had Nazir, it would be so easy to put him in the middle of like 4 units using siege tomes and just use the boost over and over. That would be really good. Or just the fact that they have 1-2 range makes it really easy to position around Nazir. So yeah, you'll be missed, Nazir.
What do you rate him, Ray?
It matters a lot. Also 2 stars, yeah.
All right.
Just a little under 3 for me.
Right. Okay, guys, we rated Nasir. We did the final meme review.
What the hell, you were gonna kill her.
So, I managed to fulfill all the requirements for the best ending, and this gives us a Laron. So here he is. So, Laron, he's actually pretty different from Sephiron as a boss. His stats are a little bit different. He's a lot faster. It doesn't come with his tome or anything like that, but he does come with the Ashura staff. It can be used 3 times to heal everyone on the map and remove status. This is actually like a really good counter to Ashura, because she does do AoE attacks, and she does do AoE silence and AoE stun attacks. And Laron can like knock everyone out of that. I might even Hamurn it if this battle goes on for a very long while. Yeah, it's capped out. He's great. You can actually... He does actually have SS in Dark. If you bless a Balberith, he can use it to attack Ashura and actually do a decent amount of damage against her, and she doesn't attack him back. It's kind of funny. But aside from that, he's pretty much just here to be a staff bot. I don't even know what to rate him. I don't think... You know what? We're not going to rate him. Like, he doesn't get a star rating. Underrated.
I get it. Like, it's the ultimate problem like I had with Gareth. It's like, what do you give to a unit that's really good for just one map? It's just... There is no good way to give him a star rating. You could just say... Good now, unavailable. Like this map 5 stars. Every other map, no rating. So
I'd say he's 4 or 5 stars as from what he contributes in this map alone.
Yeah, if this map was the whole game, he would get 5 stars. But like taking the whole game into account is more like 1 star. So what the fuck do you do? I agree with that. I think you can give him one of your blessed, like you give him the Purge or Fenrir. I think is long range in this game.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can give him one of those if you have him blessed. I think you have to Fenrir blessed.
Yeah, I do.
Get a Purge. So that could work for him, or just the staff bot is pretty good.
You can use Oliver's good job tome as well.
Yeah, well, it used to be Micaiah's.
Yeah.
Well, he also has Mantle, so he literally cannot die, even if he could get damaged by enemies.
Oh yeah, right.
I think this also makes him immune to Aurora, because Mantle has Nihil in it.
It does!
Nihil makes you immune to Aurora, so that's pretty cool, I guess. But he doesn't do all that much damage.
He doubles Auras as well.
He doubles Auras if he's not weighed down, which I think most of the time he is not. So that should be good. Yeah, pretty useful for when you have him. I never actually used this guy. I never recruited him because I always restart my saves somehow. I never end up with a completed save file on my emulator. I mean, my completely legit copy of the game. So.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. No,
Good.
it's fine.
Astro Staff is cool tech. Coming with mostly cap stats is cool tech. Being able to trade around blessed spells. he can use magic much better than anyone else can, provided it's not too heavy. And he also just legitimately cannot die, except for Ashra's map attacks. But even then, he'll never die them from them straight up. He'll just cover them immediately thanks to Mantle. And if the Ashra staff is equipped on him, he'll just from there as well.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, what would we rate him, really?
I don't know.